Hello, this is Dr. Hello, this is.
Hello, jackasses. What's going on?
Hello,
the biggest.
Okay, these should be some good ones tonight. Would you rather be coached by Johnny Shreve or Greg Doucette? I'd probably go with Greg Doucette. For one thing, I know Johnny Shreve is not a particularly competent lifter. Like, I've seen his videos, he'll literally tell you to do exercises the wrong way by demonstrating how to do it the right way. I've never seen such retarded shit in my fucking life. Greg, is a, like, record-holding powerlifter. So that counts for something. Like, he has to know how to do exercises with pretty decent technique. So, yeah, I'd guess I go with Greg. Greg seems to be terrible at actually doing programming, though.
marketing.
I don't know how
It's a
he
B+.
compares to
Greg
Johnny
is a-
Shreve in that sense.
I mean, guys, it's not always easy. I'm at the airport and I'm having to get the reverse pat down every single time. You know where I'm talking about. They're like, oh, could you go through the screen again? No, I'm not going to bother. I know what you want to touch. It's Coach Greg. Coach Greg, in today's video, you asked for it. I'm going to be responding to a video on Mike Israetel versus Greg Doucette. Who is better? And so if it was who is better at Gregging their Doucettes, of course it would be me. And no, it's not at who is better at coaching athletes to lose weight and so on to be more fit. Everyone knows by a long shot that I have a much better diet books, cookbooks, everything. It's not going to be about that. It's going to be
How many turkey toms could you fight at once? I feel like I could take on at least 3 of them at once.
who has a better physique. Now remember, it isn't fair. Mike is on performance-enhancing drugs while I'm only on HRT. I'm also 8 years older, but what people don't realize is I'm Acadian. My ancestry, my heritage is Acadian, and Acadians, we have darker skin. Notice the complexion, and I just got back from Mont Tremblant with Mepsogram. It was minus 19. I haven't been in the sun. And so what I lack in youth, drugs, steroids, semi-glutides, growth hormone, insulin.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on with this guy's editing recently, but... Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, man. Is Johnny Shreve the Robert Oberst of bodybuilding? Yeah, basically. Just rambles and just is annoying constantly. Oh my
peptides
god.
and so on. Well, I make up for it with a better 10. And so we're going to see.
How was your mom visit? Just fine. We hung out, did a workout, you know. Chilled.
We're going to listen to Mark's Max Muscle, who talks about this, and the video is doing very well. And so the first comment, it says, this is a pointless comparison. Obviously, Greg is going to win. Hey, they're going to be showing Mike Israetel from various competitions, not just his last competition, but the ones in his past. And so in those competitions, did he in fact have a proper 10? Stay tuned to find out. Greg is better right now than Mike at his best. 1,200 likes, Mike. And so for the most part, the people in the comment section, they're giving it to Coach Greg. Now, they may in fact be giving Mike Israetel the D, but it's not the kind of D that he was looking for.
D for Doucette.
Now remember, Mike, dare I say, loves to joke about being homosexual. Does anyone actually think that that's a joke? Really? Does anyone actually believe that? And so people think that all I do is hate on Mike, that I don't ever do him a solid. A guy, he wrote me in my DMs. He wrote, "Hello, Daddy." Little sus. Would you like to meet up and have some fun? Perhaps he wants to go cycling, perhaps snowshoeing. Not sure what he wanted. I find you very attractive and would love to see you naked. Immediately no. From me.
Hello Motty, oh boy. How are you today? I had a little binge of Tash Peterson's channel. Wow, Aussies are thick as shit on a stick.
Well, I'm doing just fine. Just been chillin'. Had a nice afternoon nap, you know. So I'm good, thanks. Appreciate the donation, Wandering Mason.
It's a hard no. Immediately no. I don't know why, but you give me big dick energy. Well, it's because I have a big D. I mean, guys, it's not always easy. I'm at the airport and I'm having to get the reverse pass, giving you a hard time, you know.
What did Mama Burgess think of you getting divorced?
We didn't really talk about it too much. So, I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know what my mom thinks precisely. Thanks for the donation, Majin Buu. Lifestone Tellers, is your mom a MILF? Does she have OnlyFans? For how much would you watch a degenerate ghetto gaggers compilation? Don't really want to watch that, I don't think. I mean, I don't have any rules. You can send me anything you want as long as it's not illegal. So, I'm just not necessarily going to watch it on the stream. If you send me porn, I have to watch it off screen. Thanks for the donation though, Elias.
Remember, they have to give me the extra pat down. They're thinking this bro is pushing 50, and it's not my age. 50 keys of testosterone smuggled across the border. And so when I get to the metal detectors, the scans, and so on, they're checking me out. They're thinking, where is he hiding it? It ain't there, bro. It ain't there. And so I responded, being nice and cordial. After all, I'm not offended by this. Bro is just shooting a shot. I'm not interested. Try Mike Israetel. And so it's a hard pass from Coach Greg, but I'm literally setting him up. I'm giving him the alley-oop. All he has to do is finish it off. And remember, he's 5'6". He probably can't dunk. He's a manlet like Coach Greg. But I did set him up for the easy layup. And so people, they say I do nothing to help Mike, but I'm literally hooking him up with baddies. And so the moment you've been waiting for. Let's get right into it.
Got a pretty good reception, I must say. You guys really liked it. And considering I enjoy views.
And so Mike Israetel would probably say that this man is a sociopath. I mean, after all, he enjoys getting views. He likes to make money. Remember, ad revenue, it pays you to make videos.
Greg Doucette, who is a two-faced lying sociopath.
Lambs murdered by Islam. Donate $2. Did Sky say something based, or is he conflicted about Islam? Please watch from 233 to 202:29.
Say what you will, okay? Muslim, ISIS is the right wing of Islam. So, you know, it's really.
I bet this will be you shortly with being separated from she who will not be named. Smile also. How are you doing today? I hope that you are doing great tonight, BTW.
Quiet money. Silence and money.
Yeah, pretty much. Thanks for the donation, Ben. That's great.
Good evening, Richard.
Let me take a look, retard. I love how you can just find a SpongeBob thing.
Those were your choices.
Oh my god. He was playing around with a gun in his pants?
Who shot who? Somebody got shot?
You good, Lo?
I hope. Y'all. Those were your.
Holy shit. That is so fucking stupid. Some people linked other videos of people shooting themselves in the comments.
Look, I got that 30 on that bitch, nigga. Yeah, fuck y'all, nigga.
Holy shit. This fucking idiot shot himself on an Instagram live.
At the Dollar General, can I have you start crossing 23?
Hey! Here, do me a favor, turn.
No, hold
Turn
on.
around.
Don't put me in handcuffs. I haven't done anything wrong.
Ma'am.
No, don't put me
You're about to get tased. Get down! Get down on the ground! Down on the ground!
I didn't do nothing.
Ma'am! Put the gun down! Put the gun down!
Jesus Christ, dude. Fucking society.
Really hard because every time you hear about Islam, this is what you hear. You never hear about like the brotherhood of their religion, and it's just so difficult with Islam, man. People get radicalized really easily in that religion. It's been a while since we had a crazy Christian go and do some crazy shit like this. It's been a while, but I don't want to. It's hard, man, because I hear these stories. Are you able to stay critical and not be Islamophobic? Are you able to? Because, man,
Dude, Islamophobia is just a made-up bullshit fucking word to gaslight people into thinking if you're critical of Islam, then you're like a racist or something.
I gotta turn on all my. I gotta be firing on all cylinders. I gotta be like, hold on, not all people, not all Muslims are like this. I know Muslims; they're not like this. I know a lot of good
My parents separated when I was a kid.
Muslim people who aren't right-wing freaks. It's this right wing, this radicalization. It's always this super conservative version. It's just like America is pretty rad, but if you take the super conservative America, it gets pretty scary, right? It's pretty scary. Even Judaism and is like Zionist ideas of
What he's saying doesn't really make all that much sense because there are Sunni and Shia Muslim terrorist regimes.
Of Israel, like Benjamin Netanyahu is
Like, isn't Hamas Shia? And then, it's either the other way around, like Hamas is Shia and then Iran is Sunni, or Iran is Shia and then Hamas is Sunni. It's something like that. But yeah, like Iran is supporting both Shia and Sunni terrorist factions, so
super right wing, and it's scary. Putin is very, very conservative, very, very right wing. It's what they have in common. But man, every time a Muslim makes the news, this is the type of shit we hear about.
he almost was going pretty based there. Maybe after a few more Muslim terror attacks, he'll finally realize the truth. Elias donated $2. Of course, not on stream. Dummy, enjoy and describe it for us. Oh, Jesus.
Con los terroristas.
Yeah, that's all pretty gross. It's basically girls getting deep-throated and choked at the same time. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Wandering Mason donated $3. I guess that would happen. Thanks for the donation, dude. Elias donated $2. Okay, I'm just making sure this isn't something fucked up first. That's good. Retarded Kyle.
So here we go again. After the Charlie Hebdo terrorist attack, there's been a tidal wave of lies and half-truths and ignorance spewed by conservatives.
Why don't moderate Muslims condemn terrorism? They don't. All they fucking do is gaslight people into thinking these Muslim terrorists aren't really Muslim, and oh, you don't actually have to worry about Muslims because the terrorists aren't really Muslim. I'm Muslim and I'm kind and nice and peaceful, so don't worry about like letting Muslims into your country with mass immigration because, you know, the vast, vast majority of Muslims, like, they're real Muslims who don't do these sorts of things. Like, that's exactly what they do. I'm not going to watch any of Kyle's video or content. He always copyright block shit because he's a fucking cunt. But yeah, moderate Islam is just a cover for, you know, it's just a cover for radical Islam. It's the grass that hides the snake. Kyle ranks animals he can beat up. He thinks he could beat a panda? Dude, a panda would fuck Kyle up. I can see him being able to beat a flamingo or a goose or a sloth, but I think a goat could kick Kyle's ass, honestly. Same with a sea turtle, it would probably just bite him. Penguin, I don't know what penguins can really do. Cow would fuck him up for sure. I don't know what that is. Oh, no, wait, I think that's a snapping turtle. I don't know how the fuck Kyle thinks he could beat a horse. He's fucking retarded. Well, thanks for the... Oh wait, did we watch all these? Where the fuck? Am I going insane?
Ты что делаешь? Да вот зацени. Ой, иди в хрен.
What in the fuck? Okay. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Cut Cam donated $2. Would you do this?
Mr. Rasmussen, you are not the father. Miss Miller.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot of nerve considering the alternative is somebody that don't want nothing to do with you or your child.
I'm sorry.
That's a lot of nerve. You just showed me where your priorities were right there. Because I held out hope. What you cheering? I'm a single mother with nobody that loves me or my child. What you cheering for?
I'm not.
No, you were. He is over here breaking down because he loves this child so much. I sit here day after day after day with women hoping a man would drive 16 miles to see their baby, much less 160 miles each way. And you have no compassion for not just him, but for Zaylee. She's 3 years old. Now, he's not just gonna be heartbroken. We gotta break this news to her. And y'all over here cheering like it's a sport. This is this baby's life.
Well, what do you expect on reality TV?
So here we go again. After...
Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the links he gave me. Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Cut Cam. Just random vids, donate $2. Let me see.
You outside because you'll invade Poland. So I really...
Yeah, the cat does have a bit of a Hitler stash. I think it's a little too large for it to be a Hitler stash. That is a nice kitty, though. I love kitties.
Islam is the truth. So I want you to look at this picture right here. This is a pattern of how the moon moves throughout the sky. And now I want you to look at this picture. This is an old date stock. They look pretty similar, don't they?
Uh-huh.
Well, according to this verse of the Holy Quran, Allah will cause the moon to move like an old date stock. This is exact proof that Islam is the true religion.
Ancient people knew how to track the course of the moon as well as many other celestial bodies. Are you Muslims even trying at this point?
Yet.
No, they're definitely not. You think he should have put his phone down, got tased.
Window! Open the door with your hands! Can I take off my belt? Take off your seatbelt. Slowly. Open the door. Keep your hands up. Stay away, face it away. Put the phone down. I have the right to hold the phone. Down. Why can't I hold the phone? Put the phone down. Why can't I hold the phone? This is for my safety, sir. Put the phone down. This is for my safety. Put the phone down.
Cops gaslight people like fucking crazy because they know anytime somebody's filming them, that's just an opportunity for them to get sued or found criminally liable or something. So they'll try to do everything they can to stop you from filming. They'll say, oh, well, what if it isn't a phone? It could be a weapon, or put the phone down. It's gonna do something or other. He has every right to film. There's no reason for him to be giving that order.
This is for my safety. Put the phone down. This is for my safety. Put the phone down.
I'd like to know why they were even doing a felony stop in the first place. I'm not sure if this guy tried to evade them or something.
Put the phone down. This is for my safety, sir. Listen to my commands. Put the phone down! This is for my safety, sir! Put the phone down! I cannot do it! Put the phone down! Put the phone down! I can't do it! Put the phone down! I can't! Put the phone down! Sir, I cannot do it! Put the phone down! Drop the phone! Drop the phone! Please, don't do this. I can't drop the phone. I can't. This is for my safety. I can't do it. I am sorry. I can't do it.
It's just a stupid order. There's literally no reason why they'd be motivated to get him to drop the phone. So that's cops just trying to prevent you from having any evidence against them. Gave you the YouTube channel Wise Disciple, would you debate them? Well, since literally everyone you ever ask me to debate is a fucking useless retard who isn't worth my time, I guess I'd say no.
Fix Fearless Funny Moments compilation.
Let me take a look.
Man, what the hell? Man, listen here,
I
bro.
know, man. I know. I used to be 320 pounds on it. So
Okay.
like, I'm in the right direction.
Well, looking at you from your chest up, I was like, man, my man looked like he swole. Okay, you used to be 300 and what pounds?
320 pounds.
Did you stop working out?
No, I'm still working out. Like, it's just been a process, man. Like, it takes time. You have to be consistent. So, like,
Okay.
I've been on this for about almost 2 years. I started January 1st, 2023. Right now, sitting at about 225 pounds. But I still have a way to go. I probably want to be around like 190-ish or so.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Let me see that hairline.
Oh, man. It's not good, but...
You got to just shave that off, man. Don't leave it on your head. It makes it look worse. If you have a hairline that is that far back, if it's doing the moonwalk, if it's that far back on your forehead, shave it off. Don't leave hair on your head. It just makes it look worse. You look better bald than you do right now because it just makes you look super old. It makes you look like you're 50 years old.
Okay.
They got people in the chat saying that you're 44. You ain't 24.
Jeez, man.
She just cheated on me like out the blue with her boss. Like real talk, she got the dude name tatted on her and showed it to me.
Wait a minute. You were dating this girl for how long?
Almost 8 months.
That was your actual girlfriend?
Yes. She just got tired of me, I guess.
So what was the transition? She just like said, I don't want to do this anymore? Or she told you she cheated?
She didn't tell me she cheated. I just knew because how would you get a tattoo with somebody that ain't hitting that? You feel me? Like, especially on the butt.
What the fuck? This is the craziest story I've ever fucking heard. A chick, he found out the chick he was dating cheated on him because she got another dude's name tattooed on her ass. What the fuck, dude? Elias donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, you already gave me that first link, in case you don't hate them enough yet. Mayor of Hebron City in the West Bank offered 20 shekels to anyone who killed a dog in his city. Oh my god, yeah. Wipe him off the face of the planet. Thanks for the donation, Elias.
Sky needs a good rooting out from his head being up his ass and thinking radical Islam is peaceful when they're bloodthirsty savages.
Islamophobia is based. Why shouldn't we be scared of ISIS terrorists, grooming gangs, and having our cities turned into war zones? Yeah, he's got a point. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Optivore non-oval activore. Donate $2. Is Lil Dicky a wigga? I don't know. I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The Richard we are getting now post-divorce is the ultimate most psychotic, misanthropic and misogynist version of himself. No sane average human by his side to put a leash on him and keep him grounded. Peak 2015 Richard is slowly coming back FTW lads.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Nick Gers. I am one of them. Falafel Waffle Slaps donate $2. Did you know the Sly Cooper trilogy is on PS5 and 4 now? Don't know why you think I'd give a fuck, since I don't really play console games. If you ever played those iconic games, which one's your favorite? Sly 2 is my favorite. I think that's the best out of any of them. Thanks for the donation, Falafel Waffle. Just random vids, donate $2. End of that cop video. Did he just get tased?
Not gonna hurt you! Drop the phone!
Yeah, so he just got tased. There's no reason for them to demand him to drop the phone. Literally no point. What the fuck are they doing, lol? I don't think they even know what they're doing.
News! Mystery disease outbreak in China overwhelms hospitals. Videos on social media appear to show hospital units overrun with patients in face masks and parents holding sick children in long lines in pediatric units. Fish out! Breaking news!
It's probably another COVID outbreak. That's what I would have to guess. Thanks for the donation, Just Random Vids.
But you feel me?
So randomly, your girlfriend of 8 months had a tattoo of a dude's name on her.
Yo, I ain't gonna lie, it f***ed me up for a minute. Like, I was hurt.
So, okay, was it the tattoo on the that you seen first, or was it the relationship ended, then you seen a tattoo on?
Kind of the relationship ending a little bit. Like, she kind of getting distant, not calling me as much, like, didn't want to be around me as much. It hurt. Like, I ain't gonna lie, it hurt me. Like, that was the first time I felt feelings for a woman. Like, actually, like, oh, I could picture us together.
Yeah, girl, you see, whew.
I'm just looking for, like looks maxing tips. I don't know, my dating's pretty dry, man.
First of all, bro, what the is going on with your hairline?
I'm like Ethiopian.
Here you go, bitch, with love and all that, and I miss crack addict. Someone bring the homie back. Don't care what you gotta do. Who's crack addict? Alright, well thanks, Landry.
We got like bad hairlines in general.
If you got a bad hairline, the good thing to do is not to leave it and it looks worse. So you're gonna have to either cut that off or go get a hair transplant ASAP.
Really think I can't just like...
I mean, he's Ethiopian, so they're kind of just born this way. I don't know if this guy would look better bald, but telling somebody to just get a hair transplant willy-nilly like that, I think is fucking stupid. think 99% of the time you should just go bald if your hair starts receding.
Grow up like braids or something, or do like locks.
Braids? What if the braids gonna be in the back of your skull? What the fuck?
Yeah, but if like you do the hanging, like if I got them hanging, I feel like it'll cover up a little bit more.
Joseph, touch your hair, bro. Touch your hair. Where the is the braids gonna go?
I don't know.
They're gonna
shave
be.
it off?
I would say shave it off. It's gonna make you look a lot better.
Okay.
If you don't want to just let go of the hair, I would say get a hair transplant. Have them bring that hairline back, and then you can start.
By the way, speaking of his hairline, what the fuck is going on here? Does he have a wig on? Because, like, I see his hair is, like, kind of cut. I don't know if you... Because do you see this? There's, like, a line here. And then there's, like, this fuzzy shit on top. Does he have a hair system? What the fuck's going on there?
When you look a lot better, I think a hair transplant is the best thing for you.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, does FitX Fearless use a hair system?
I can try that then.
Oh my lord, Shabai. Stand, no. Go your back. Take the shirt off. Take the shirt.
This is tripping me out. Does this guy wear like a wig to be funny, or does he actually have a hair system?
How's it going, man?
Hey, how's
Does this guy's barber just fuck his shit up? 'Cause, like, it's especially around here, like, his hair is shorter. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Yeah, did this guy get This guy might have gotten a hair transplant or something. Because like, you can see right at the edge, his hair is shorter, and then he has, like, normal hair on top. Either that or his barber is, like, fucking retarded and does some weird shit. There, his hair looks more normal, but again, like, right around here, his hair's shorter. I think he might have gotten, I don't know, like maybe some weird fucked up hair transplant thing. Yeah, I don't know. He did advise people to get a hair transplant. Maybe he has, maybe he got a hair transplant. I don't know. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water. Please help me. Here too much raining.
Well, that's good. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Brother's barber just hates him.
Yeah, maybe. Could just be that simple. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Shirt off. Take it off. Look at yourself in the mirror.
I see. I got a mirror right here.
Let's take a moment. Take a deep breath. There's no way as a man with any kind of pride in your bone should you ever let yourself look like this. I don't give a if I have to sleep in the gym. I don't give a damn if I have to work 5 jobs so I can afford to pay for groceries so I don't eat the bullshit in the campus. There's no way in the world. You're 21 years old?
I am, yeah.
How? There's no way you let yourself look like that. Put the shirt back on, bro. Put the shirt back on. Let's start putting responsibility back on ourselves because you're not doing enough to maximize yourself. You're not doing enough to make yourself look better. I get all my...
Yeah, I think, If I had ever ended up like that, I probably would have ended up getting so fucking depressed that I'd just, like, end it all. Imagine having, like, actual hanging boobs. That'd be fucking horrific. And then even when you lose the weight, you're still gonna look fucked up.
My clothes from Temu, TikTok Shop, and Amazon. And my shit looking good. You guys can afford $3 shirts, $9 shirts. So you can go put together some classy outfits that don't cost that much. And even as a young guy or even an older guy, you can look the part without having to spend that much money. Temu for clothes, ass though. What are you talking about? Temu got some great shit. What are you talking about?
Yeah, they do.
He's telling this guy to buy clothes on Temu? Bro. Either two things are going to happen. You're going to order nice looking clothes on Temu and they're going to send you a toaster. Or you'll order nice looking clothes on Temu and they'll send you nice looking clothes and then you'll wash them and then they'll dissolve in the washing machine. What is he talking about?
Top 5 slaves that I would own. Number 1, vegan gains to be my personal trainer. 2, low tier god, cage fights. 3, Morgan Freeman to cab drive me. 4, Neil deGrasse Tyson to help me with my homework. 5, Ronnie Coleman, and 6, I show speed, and 7, Yakub LLLLLLLLLLLLLL.
Those are some good choices. Thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
What are you talking about? All right, so
I don't think this guy ever ordered anything on Temu. Certainly not clothes. I would not take fashion advice from this dipshit. When you're talking about like absolute dirt cheap clothing where you're spending, you know, like $3 or some shit for a shirt or a pair of pants, they literally dissolve in the washing machine. Like, you can't own something like that for more than a few weeks and they just fall apart. Like, that's why they're so cheap. They might look fine, but they're garbage.
Temu not it. Okay, bro. Keep pretending like you rich. Keep pretending like you rich and spending money that you don't fucking have. Keep pretending like you rich. All right? I have money and I'm buying from Temu. Let your broke ass go buy from fucking keep acting broke. You got it, G. Go buy some clothes from go spend all your fucking money pretending to be rich. You motherfucker got it. How many girls have you approached this week?
3 to 4.
What did you go up and say?
Good afternoon. My legal name is Martin. On the TikTok platform, I create content under the handle 6'1" Would you be interested in doing an interview?
That's the first thing you told.
Yeah, that's not the best pickup line I've ever heard. Far from it.
Her.
Yes.
You didn't go up and say, hey, I'm Dawson. What's your name?
It's common courtesy to greet people the first time you meet them.
Let's do some role play.
Greetings. I happened to glance at you eating by yourself and wanted to know more about you. What is your legal first name?
You see how you sound like a robot? Your tonality is off. You sound like a robot. You go up to the girl and say, hey, how's it going? My name is Dawson. You stop. In that moment, you force her to make an investment. If she doesn't introduce herself back, you walk away. So how about we practice that? No more sounding like a robot. No more spilling out 10 things about myself before she's even said anything. Hey, how's it going? My name is Dawson.
Hello. My name is Martin.
Stop right there. If she doesn't say, hi, Dawson, my name is Samantha. If she gives you an attitude, if she's snarky, if she says some stupid shit, okay, have a nice day. Save yourself the time.
Thank you so much for the advice. I will definitely implement these tips in my next encounter with a woman.
Okay, stop sounding like a damn robot too, Dawson. You just sound like a robot just then. Be more human. Have a personality.
Something about Ormax and Duke Dennis.
Yeah, dude, I'm not stupid enough to buy anything from Temu to begin with. I think Jasmine might have bought something from Temu, but I'm not stupid enough to do that. Like, you even have to be careful on Amazon because so much of the shit on Amazon comes from China, and a lot of it is, it's either I know a lot of like brand name shit on Amazon is actually fake Chinese knockoffs. So I never buy things like memory cards on Amazon, hard drives or SSDs. I really avoid Amazon unless like maybe I see a good deal and then like I'll roll the dice. But a lot of that shit on Amazon is fake. I remember when I was doing photography, I ordered a SanDisk SSD card off Amazon and it was fake, and it just literally didn't fucking work. So even on Amazon, you have to be fucking careful. But yeah, Temu, Alibaba, it's all fucking garbage.
My dad is fuming at the news of your divorce. He shipped you and Jasmine so hard.
What do you mean, shipped you and Jasmine so hard? I don't know what that means. But thanks for the donation, Tom.
What the fuck does that got to do with this?
No, but I've been seeing Duke Dennis. He's getting like loads of girls.
Okay.
I just wanna become like him because he's got so much aura and shit.
Okay, go write him a email. Send him a love letter. Tell him that you wanna ride his coattail forever to be like him. You sitting up here asking me how you can be like another man. Are you fucking serious, bro?
Am I serious?
Stupid troll. your IQ is so low. You're so stupid. You're so dumb. You can't even troll properly. Goodness gracious. You see, your brain doesn't work fast enough. You're not smart enough. Wake up. That's why you're average. Idiot. If you, bro, you have some tricep pull down mustache. You literally have rope mustache. Like if you're gonna have a mustache, why the hell didn't you let it connect right here?
Connect where? Here?
No. Why didn't you let it connect right here?
Oh, because it can't. It doesn't grow like a round. What do you call it in English?
Okay, so why would you think that you needed to let it hang that far down your face?
Oh, because you know Saddam Hussein.
Because of so what?
You know Saddam Hussein.
He wanted to look like Saddam Hussein.
What would you do if the next time you met Jasmine she low-key took testosterone, leaving you absolutely mogged by a damn tranny by the name of Jonathan Pimp? What would you do if she raped your ass by putting her log-sized fat-ass monster cock up the booty hole?
Well, I guess I'd have to get my home defense brick and smash her over the head with it. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
How was visit with Mama?
It was fine. We hung out, went out to eat, had a workout. So it was fine. Had some fun. Thanks for the donation, even though.
I heard of him. Right. Is that what you're trying to look at?
She actually wants to come over again next week, and she wants to do like a workout live stream and crap. I don't know if that's a great idea. Could be mentee though, so you know, I might do it.
Yeah, I think he looks like a boss, even though he's dead. But he looks like a boss, so that's why I want to copy his mustache.
Bro, this guy found a dude who watches his male red pill self-improvement channel who tried to look like Saddam Hussein. Oh my god. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
The grass cutter is an animal which eats anything in its path.
You failed me just because I refused to sleep with you.
The grass cutter is a destructive pest which damages the flourishing fields of hard-working farmers.
I see you're a very serious, hard-working girl.
I do my best, sir.
Your best is not good enough for me.
What happens when the grass cutter bites off more than it can chew?
What are these?
They all made love to me, and they all died exactly 7 days after.
Wale Adenga Productions is proud to once again bring you The Grass Cutter, a timeless super story saga from the Evergreen Archives. The Grass Cutter is a short story with strong lessons and morals for every member of the family. The Grass Cutter, the award-winning story, is being aired again based on overwhelming demand by viewers of Super Story Nigeria.
Damn, that chick's pretty cute. It's a nice rear end. Black chicks have nice bottoms.
Of Super Story, Nigeria's most watched TV drama.
Dogs don't eat dogs.
You can't afford to miss 1 second of it. The Grass Cutter. Mr. Lecturer, it's time for you to learn a lesson.
Why is it now that it's my turn? You cannot get it.
How the hell am I supposed to know that?
This is Super Story.
Welcome to Forestville Luxury Hotel. At Forestville Luxury Hotel, we offer excellent service. Our rooms have all the necessary facilities to make your stay comfortable and memorable. You will also have access to internet service, breakfast, 24-hour power supply, full air condition, free international calls, free tire pumping service, and free car battery charge. So what are you waiting for? Quickly visit Forestville Luxury Hotel. We are located at #1 Adeline Mishile off Raji Rasaki Road, First Estate, Amuwo, Odofin Festac, Lagos. For more information or reservation, please call us on 080-757. Note,
Africa is a very funny place. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Let's see. Why do people keep saying you and Jasmine got a divorce? This joke is so old now. Been working on my novel lately. Love you, VG. Tell your mom I say hi. Well, we are getting a divorce. Jasmine moved out a few days ago. But, thanks, Axel.
Obviously you can do whatever the FCK you want, but I still think your idea of Earl vegan activism as an alien would be so cool. Especially with how massive you are, I think that content could do really well. Would be sweet if you did.
Yeah, I do want to do it. Let me see what they have in stock. So no, like, it's fucking winter in Canada right now, so this isn't really practical to do at this very moment. That one looks kind of cool. But, yeah, I probably will do something like that for this summer. I don't know if they have any alien masks in stock right now. Let me see. Yeah, it looks like they don't have any aliens in stock. Some of these look fucking cool. That one looks cool. That one's kind of neat. Oh yeah, and that. I kind of like the look of that one. It's pretty creepy. Yeah, that one's good. That one looks really fucking cool. Holy shit. Yeah, that looks sick. I might consider getting that one. Dude, look at that. The way it moves and everything. Yeah, I might consider getting that one and ordering that. Yeah, these look so dope. Yeah, if I was wearing this in public, guaranteed people would stop and talk to me for videos. That one's pretty neat too. It's kind of like Star Wars Alien. That one looks dope too. Yeah, I think I'd get either that one or that one. They look pretty cool. Thanks for the donation, Hunter Toby. Mama Burgess donated $2. Hello, Richie. How was your visit with Mama B? Did you talk about recent events? Is she supportive? Does she like your new home? Yep. She does like my new place. And, she likes my home gym. But thanks for the donation, Mama Burgess.
They've supposedly uncovered Adrian Dickman and he's not Elon.
Well, that was the dude that sounded like Elon, right? I told everybody he's not Elon. He doesn't do these weird, awkward, long pauses constantly when he's speaking. And his vocabulary is much better than Elon's. So, and there's slight differences with his accent. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Why are you getting divorced? If you don't mind sharing. Also, have you watched this?
Just irreconcilable differences. We just don't get along as a couple. And we've already... I think we watched part of the 60 Minutes interview on stream, but I watched the whole thing off stream. And it's cool. They basically just set up a fake company to sell these pagers that were packed with explosives. Thanks for the donation, though, Snoopy Noob.
Why y'all like this, bro? What's going on with y'all men, man? How old are you, bro?
Bro, like, are you here to criticize or give advice?
Okay. What's going on with your hairstyle, bro?
I'm letting it grow for a little bit.
Dude, what in the shit is going on here? It's almost like a Smurf hat.
Okay, it looks kind of uneven. You got this like Elvis Presley like look. It's like round here and it's kind of thin here.
Oh, that's funny. The Wandering Mason donated $3. And
I'm in Telford, Shropshire, and I'm about to meet one of the fattest families I've met in my life. Too much time sat on their fat bums, that's their problem, plain and simple. If they don't pull out their chubby fingers, they'll be on the way to an early grave. Watch out, c***s. Enough is enough. Hey, fatty.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Come in.
I'm in Telford, Shropshire, and
all right. Well, thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Did they do it on purpose?
I just... No.
Okay, your barber, my G, your barber you up, bro. He left your hair thin right here in the middle, and then it's round to the sides. So, barber, he didn't even out your hair. He got you with this Elvis Presley look. It's not that your hair shape is bad. It's like I'm looking at your head shape. Your hair doesn't grow in concaves, bro. The barber. He left this shit, he left it round here, and then he left it skinny right there. Bro, it doesn't look right. So I will go back to him and be like, man, you up, bro. You need to fix this shit. Like this don't look right. All right, let me see the physique. Listen, are you packing? Are you packing?
Hell no. No.
You got a little dick too?
How's it my fault, bruv? Man wasn't born with it. If I could customize my thing, I would get a massive thing, bruv. But I ain't got a massive thing. That ain't my fault, bruv. I can't do nothing about it.
So okay,
Come on, man.
I got a little dick, I'm broke, and I'm fat. Who is she? What the girl gonna get, bro? She can't even get it. She can't even get pleasure in the bedroom.
I mean, my foreplay game is high though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Foreplay, my ass. And eventually you got to put something in there. what you gonna put in there, bro? So are you working on that part of your life too?
I mean, I've watched some of your videos on, how to get that thing done, and I've been applying it, but
right,
unfortunately, I'm born.
Right, you need to be applying it. You need to be applying this shit everywhere.
It's because I'm Indian, I'm cooked.
Oh my god!
All the hers, they just want they want the black bros. They want like the.
No, it's not because you're Indian. It's because you're a loser. And women don't like losers. They're Indian guys who are attractive that get women. They're white guys who are attractive that get women.
Like even your chat, they call me curry masala. They said.
Why are you worrying about them? Because you know why? They plan on your insecurity. People will take what you give them. Yeah, I'm insecure about.
Dude, these are hilarious. Watering Mason donated $3.
Gonna have a great time at Brownie Camp, Ellie Grace.
I'm so excited, but I'm really gonna miss you, Mom, because I love you so much.
I love you more than puppy dogs.
No, I love you more than smiles.
I love you more than raindrops.
I love you more than transsexual porn.
Mr. Ellie Grace, where did you hear that?
Julia's older brother said he saw some on the internet.
Oh, did he then?
On a site called chickswith.com.
Okay, everyone on board now, please.
You better get on the bus before it leaves, Ellie Grace.
Love you.
I love you more than kittens.
I love you more than roses.
I love you more than cotton candy.
I love you more than
You're gonna have.
All right, well, thank you, Watering Mason. Appreciate the donation. You know, life is good. We just do silly things all day.
About my race. People are going to play on that.
Yeah, sure.
How are you going to let something define you as a man when there are men who are obviously your race who are doing better than you? What about all the Indian guys who look good, who are jacked, who get women? There was an Indian guy one time who had like a 4-girl rotation. Why can't you do it? And he was jacked. How come you can't do it?
I don't know. Like I feel like every Indian that I see, like on campus at least, they don't have no hers too. Like,
why do you have to be them? Why can't you be the Indian that gets the girls? Why can't you be the Indian that drops your nuts? Why can't you be the Indian that stands out? Why can't you be the Indian that's in better shape?
Yeah, that's true.
I make 140K a month. Because of that, like, I don't know. It's hard for me to like meet women, I'm trying to be an alpha like you.
Are you in shackles in your house?
No, because I gotta stream because my viewers, they always be watching me. Like 8 hours a day I'd be streaming, so it's hard for me to like get time to go outside.
8 hours is just a regular work day. After you get done, you go to the gym?
Yeah, I go to the gym, but
that's part of going outside.
Yeah, but I don't know, because I just be like locked in at the gym. I'm not trying to like.
And nobody's telling you to talk to girls at the gym. Everywhere else. Are you on dating apps? Like you could be talking.
I don't do dating apps. I feel like that's for like the incels.
But you're the incel. You're at home and can't go outside. How dare you call somebody an incel and you're the perfect definition? You're staying at home, not going outside.
Well, like I be getting money though.
You can be an incel with money. When's the last time you were with a girl?
Never.
And you calling other people incels? How dare you? How's that funny, bro? Do you think that your money has made you better than other people?
No, but like
it sounds like you think the money has made you a better man than other people because you're making money. Doesn't really matter if you're making money if you have no social skills. When's the last time you got some?
Last week.
Who'd you smash?
It was some Mexican person. I don't remember. Online, she was like selling it.
She was selling it?
Yeah.
Well,
she was like $60 or something like that. I've been doing it for like a year or more than a year here in Texas. So the last guy that you talked to, he said like $300. Like, bro, like he doesn't know the price. Like $50.
Shut the hell up. Shut up. You just as bad. Y'all motherfucking sad. You over here smiling, embarrassing yourself on the internet. Talking about you paying $60 to have. You a 26-year-old man. Are you serious, bro?
Oh my
Are you
God.
proud of that?
Bro, this guy's 26? Holy fuck, he looks old.
Let me be honest, I'd rather have it free, but I realize once I start becoming black pilled, I understand that it's all about like your genetics and stuff. I'm like 5'7", so it's like that's the only excuse that I have, to be honest. It's the height.
It's the height. Your hairline that's up ain't part of it. All the acne on your face ain't part of it. them raw?
One time I actually went raw and I was kind of scared about it. And they took my blood. I don't have nothing at all. I'm pure in that regards.
And you plan on having kids, bro?
Of course, man.
Your son is gonna look at this one day and be like, this is my father.
Man, he's not gonna find out. We're gonna figure out a way where we could delete this video or
It's not gonna get deleted. You're saying this live. You don't want to go on the apps because of what?
I want it to be genuine.
I'm being genuine. I want to find a girl that likes me for me. A girl, my Cinderella. Her shoe's gonna break off, and I'm gonna help her find. What the fuck does that even mean, bro? What the fuck, bro? What?
What mean?
What?
Okay, I just don't want to get on the apps. Okay, like come on.
Laziness, and Cinderella. You're looking for a Cinderella tale.
Okay.
Let me explain it to you. This is not an argument. I'm trying to get you to understand. Having a mindset, hear me out. Listen. Having a mindset that meeting a woman in person is more genuine only hurts you. You know why? Because that same girl is going to be on the apps getting attention. She's going to be getting DM'd on Instagram. If Drake DM'd her, I bet you she won't mind. It was a genuine attraction. She won't give a fuck about that shit, huh?
Okay, I live in the country.
Okay.
I'm assuming you're like big city, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Me, like, I don't know. My
if a girl in the country,
got an idea of this.
Fit, don't skip.
Man, this dude here, bro. All your friends are gonna get banned. Next caller.
Bro, I need your help, man.
Might watch another one of these. That was pretty good.
Sucker. If I see him in real life, I might take something from him medical science can't give him.
To Mike Israetel. Remember, I'm not on abusive levels of performance-enhancing drugs. I don't only feel rage. I feel love, warmth. I feel good, positive feelings. I'm just a chill guy.
So we're gonna do a bit of a rematch this time. We're gonna...
VG. Had Jasmine ever showed an interest in contributing equally? Would you say you missed/ignored red flags? Also, does Mama B watch your vids?
Yeah, you could say I missed some red flags. You know, there's kind of a fog of love that happens, but I'm not going to make that mistake again. And yeah, my mom pretty much watches all my streams. And she watches all my videos. Thanks for the donation, Smegma.
What would you do if I got my pulsating pecker out and slowly and sensually caressed your face with it, eventually working my way into your mouth, at which point I grabbed the back of your thick-ass African hair and begin to move back and forth until I cream?
I don't think I'd appreciate that. But thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
Do things a little bit differently, though.
And so at the last battle, it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair. I had the proper tan. Mike Israetel, he didn't have it. And so we're ready for the rematch. But this time, Mike Israetel, he has a proper tan.
And Mike finally competed in 2024. And here's the side-by-side 2023 and 2024. And
I mean, it looks as though in 2024, he regressed by 30 to 40 pounds of muscle, perhaps gained 15 percentages of body fat. I mean, he had a darker tan in 2023, a lighter tan in 2024. And so clearly, it's not even comparable. The man on the left is far better.
Just random vids, $20. ACAB, all cats are bullies. I don't know if I'd agree with that. Gummy's a bully. Prismo is a bit of a bully. BMO was just a sweetheart. She wasn't a bully at all. Aw, the little kitty's being mean. Oh, that's not nice. Oh, that's not nice. Oh. Oh my god. These cats are so mean. Oh, poor dog. Oh my goodness. Oh, these poor dogs. They're getting bullied by a kitty. Oh! Oh my god. Oh, poor dogs. Getting bullied by kitties.
Because this is my heritage. My family fought to save their farm under this flag.
Who was working that farm?
My family was.
Who was working the farm?
They were poor. Do you know how much a slave cost back then?
So why do you carry?
Yeah, that is not the right hill to die on. These people are retarded.
Female journalist.
There's a crazy country. In my country, we say to let a woman be a journalist is like to give a monkey a gun. Very dangerous. I would say that you should adopt a normal job. In Kazakhstan, there are jobs for many men. You can great job opportunities. Please, if you come, you can be a gypsy catcher or an ice maker or a journalist. And for women, there are job opportunities too. You can become a prostitute.
Wonderful.
Borat. That's great. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Wandering Mason
You
donated
get down there, you.
$3.
I'm not getting down there. I'll get my trainers dirty.
Is that where you left your bike?
Yeah, I leave it propped up so I can just jump on it like. When I'm being chased by Roses, that fucking Hawaiian 5.0s, I'll just jump on that and just ride it down river. Because when you get to that bit, it just stays on top of water. You're like fucking Jesus or something. I fucking love it. I do donuts on fucking river. Me and Ducks, right, had a fucking rave out there. I were doing donuts on my bike. They were fucking skinning up on the beaks. It were amazing. One of the best nights of my life. You get down there,
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
You gonna debate me? Do you not see the glowing skin that the darker tan develops on his body? I mean, the fact that he has more muscle, that he's leaner, that he's made improvements on the right, it's all for naught because he didn't have the tan.
Now here is his 2020 showcase. It is obvious.
It's obvious that he has a way better physique because he had a better pro card. He had the proper tan, but unfortunately what happened is he was carrying 20 pounds of water.
So I ended up carrying 20 pounds of body water on stage.
You know, he was shredded, probably 4%, probably leaner than Chris Bumstead, but because he didn't properly manipulate the diuretics, the water, that he showed up on stage with 20 pounds too much water. I mean, he's clearly leaner than Sebum. I would argue that perhaps only Andreas Munzer, who...
Mike is actually delusional. Like the dude has the internet. He knows what you're supposed to look like on a bodybuilding stage, and this guy, again, presumably wants to get his IFBB Pro card. Like, he actually wants to win shows and get an IFBB Pro card. If you wake up the morning of the show with that sort of ambition, why the hell would you even bother stepping on stage? Like, even if what he was saying was true, and he had he was actually in shape, but he had, like, massive amounts of water retention, which is just a horseshit cope. Who cares? Regardless, like, what is the point of stepping on stage? Like, the dude's just full-on delusional. And, he clearly isn't holding water. He just didn't diet enough. You know, for a normal dude, he looks fine, but, like, for a bodybuilding show, we know the standards are ridiculous. So he had to be way leaner. Probably had to lose, like, around 20 pounds or some shit. So Mike is just full on fucking delusional anytime you bring up like his bodybuilding and like him being too fat and shit. It's just crazy the way the guy thinks.
2222 old school trolling.
All right. Welcome, everybody, to another show of the Jesus Chat Line. My name is Stephen Chilton, and I'll be your co-host for this evening. And I'm also here with Richard Burnish. Go ahead, caller.
I'm that guy that you said fuck you too, bro. Thanks.
Welcome to the Jesus Chat Line. Go ahead, caller.
On Facebook. I'm the guy.
Okay. Oh, and you know what? We have the wrong number up on the screen. There we go. Thank you. Thank you to Chad. We got the right number up now. There, the number you see on your screen now, 510-355-9879. And welcome to the Jesus Chat Line. Go ahead, caller.
I'm an atheist, maybe.
Okay. Go ahead, caller. You're on the air.
Oh. I'm sorry, 1 second. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, I'd like to share a story with you, and I have a question afterwards. Is that okay?
That's perfectly fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So, my husband and I had tried for 16 years to have a child. I thank God every day for letting me live. And I also have a question. So,
okay, well, thank you for your story. And by the way, at the beginning of your story, did you say intervention?
Yes, but I still have a question.
Okay, that's just a little joke. Okay, go on, caller. Now, go on with your question.
Thank you.
Yes.
Has anyone really been far even as decided to use even go want to do look more like?
Okay, thank you very much. Line, go ahead, caller.
Hi, I was just calling because I needed some prayer.
Okay.
You see, I'm a freshman in college, and I'm a physics major, and I'm really just stressed out about my grades, honestly, because finals are next week, and I just can't do it by myself.
Okay. Well, I can read you a short prayer.
Okay. Yeah.
This is something what you say to yourself at night, okay? When you're going to bed and you're faced with a stressful day.
Yes, sir.
With the darkness comes your light. Earth and sky blend into one. The heavens seem closer now. The day's burdens farther somehow. Your presence is almost palpable. Watch over me, God, body and soul. Stay beside me through the night. Protect me from harm. Banish my fears. Send my dreams that are sweet. Fill my heart with your peace. Set my mind at ease. And at first light, please restore me to new life. Amen.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that might be helpful?
Yes, sir. Thank you. But I'm also pardon me. I'm minoring in African American Studies, or as I like to call it, niggerology.
That is it!
Oh, that's good. He just got trolled into oblivion. Thanks for the donation, retard. Organic soy tits, donate $2. Let me see.
say a phrase that is probably going to trigger a couple of you. Post-nut clarity. Nope, sit down. It is no secret that I jerk off 8 or 9 times a day. And I do this because it allows me to be in a constant state of clarity. Okay, someone asked me a business-related question.
How much of my portfolio should be in crypto?
Let me run to the bathroom and get back to you on that. 64%.
When do you think the next recession is going to be?
Uno momento, por favor. 2026 in America, next year in Europe.
Is all your money making it?
I said business questions only. If you're not in a constant state of post-nut clarity, you're in a constant state of pre-nut delusion.
That's some pretty good advice.
Everything here. You have a home, you have a father. I've given you everything that I ever wanted, and it's still not good enough for you. Why? You're ungrateful. You go behind my back. You lie to me. Why?
Huh?
I
love cats. Cats are the best. Yeah.
Final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer, D.D. Mangudu, to say their final goodbyes to this fallen Louisville police officer,
Deidre Mengido. That's how I'd probably pronounce it.
D.D. Mangudu.
Oh my god. Yeah, they might have wanted to get that right before going live. Thanks for the donation, Organic Soy Tits. Ruchar, donate $2. First is your old life, and second is an alpha male.
你好，就起床吧。还在玩手机。今天天气很好哦。
Okay. That is some of the gayest shit I think I've ever seen in my fucking life, dude. This guy has to be gay, right? Yeah, this guy is gay. Yeah, he's gay. That is so gay. Thanks for that donation, Ruchard. Wandering Mason donated $3. Let me see.
Yes? Hello, young lady. We're selling chocolate. Is your mother home? Mom! What's all that yelling? You just can't wait for me to die, can you? They're selling chocolate. Chocolate? Yeah! What are they selling? Chocolates! What? Chocolate! I can't hear you. They're selling chocolate! They're selling chocolate? Yeah! Chocolate. I remember when they first invented chocolate. Sweet, sweet chocolate. It's for...
You rub it on your skin and it makes you live forever.
Live forever, you say? I'll take one.
That was one of the best SpongeBob episodes ever. The chocolate episode. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason.
Now that Jasmine has gone Bravo 6 going dark, will you finally find the time to fuck multiple big booty bitches on your OnlyFans? How much testosterone would be good for a first cycle? Anything I should stack with it? Let me reiterate, I like my balls big.
Well, if you're taking testosterone for performance enhancement, you probably want to aim for 15 to 2,000 nanograms per deciliter testosterone, like in your actual system. So that, for most people, that would end up being... what is it? I think 200 milligrams per week of enanthate cypionate. Yeah, if you're taking either enanthate or cypionate, or a mix of the two, about 200 milligrams per week would probably get you around that range. So I'd probably start there, and then, you know, about it'd probably take about a month for it to actually accumulate in your system, and then I'd get your blood work done, see where you are, and then make adjustments from there. I would not use multiple compounds for your first cycle, and I'd recommend just sticking with test. So that'd be my recommendation. And if you want to, like, prevent testicular shrinkage and maintain fertility, what's the fucking drug that they use? What's the drug? I don't think it's clomiphene. Maybe it's Clomid? I can't remember what one it is, but HCG. Yeah, I think it's HCG. But thanks for the donation, nipple clamps.
Did you hear about new breakthrough physics paper found dark energy is bunk and that the universe's expansion is lumpy and highly variant via wide-scale time dilations from mass?
In 2011, the Nobel Prize...
Let me take a look. That's pretty fascinating.
In physics was awarded for the discovery of the accelerating expansion of the universe through observations of distant supernovae that's usually attributed to dark energy. In a paper that just appeared, a group of astrophysicists from the University of Canterbury, New Zealand, questions the Nobel Prize-winning finding. The discovery that our universe is not only expanding, but that the expansion is speeding up has no simple explanation. There's no normal type of energy or matter that can make it happen. It requires a substance with negative pressure, a property that we've never otherwise observed, that indeed we have difficulties even interpreting. Physicists have just called whatever is causing this accelerated expansion dark energy. The simplest type of dark energy is one that's constant both in space and in time. It's then called the cosmological constant, usually denoted lambda. It's become one of the key parameters in the standard model of cosmology, the lambda CDM model, where CDM stands for cold dark matter. The authors of the new paper boldly assert that this is just the wrong model for the universe and that the evidence requires a foundational change to cosmological model. They say that if one uses the correct model, we do not need dark energy at all, not even in form of a cosmological constant. Their argument goes like this. Because there is a lot of matter in the universe, in practice we can't do calculations with the exact distribution of stars and galaxies that we observe. There are just too many. Therefore, for lambda CDM, we make a big simplification distribution. We say that if we average over sufficiently large distances, then stars and galaxies have the same distribution everywhere. This idea is called the cosmological principle. It gives rise to the lambda CDM model that requires dark energy. But strictly speaking, this model is, of course, wrong. Galaxies and galaxy clusters are not uniformly distributed. Instead, it has patches with many galaxies in them, such as the one that we find ourselves in, but then there are big voids in between. It's not uniform, but more like an expanding sourdough starter, if you can imagine a sourdough starter that's several billion light years wide and made of galaxies. This is what the authors of the new paper looked at, a universe that has matter-filled regions like our own and voids. And all of these regions do their own thing. They push and pull on each other. The authors call it the timescape model, because time runs slightly differently in each of these regions, but I think they should have gone with sourdough, because I'm sure that after you've forgotten everything I told you today, you'll still remember the sourdough. They say that the idea that the universe undergoes an accelerated expansion as a whole is a misinterpretation of what we observe in our vicinity. It's much like that what you observe in your home city may be a poor description for what happens in the world on average. But if we're careful and use the timescape model, we can then reconcile the supernovae observations with a normally expanded universe without the need for dark energy. To reach this conclusion, the group compared how well the lambda CDM model and the timescape model fit to a catalog of supernovae observations. The authors use a Bayesian analysis, which quantifies the probability of a model to be correct, and find very strong to strong evidence for the timescape model in the low redshift regime that's in our vicinity. This agrees with earlier findings which have built up for some time that draw the cosmological principle which underlies lambda CDM, and with that the discovery of dark energy, into question. For several decades now, astrophysicists have found structures in the universe that are too large to be compatible with the cosmological principle. Since 2003, astrophysicists have known the Great Wall, a collection of galaxies about 1 billion light years away from us that extends over 1.5 billion light years. Then there is the huge quasar group, which spans 4 billion light years, and also the recently discovered Big Ring that spans 1 billion light years. According to lambda CDM, these large structures should not exist, and yet they do. By the way, this video comes with a quiz that'll help you remember what we talked about. What are we to make of this? While I'm sympathetic to the idea of the timescape universe and think it might well be correct, I also think it's too early to declare the end of dark energy. For one thing, analyses like the one in the new paper depend a lot on their assumptions and the entirety of data used, and I'd not be surprised if soon another group claims that lambda CDM is superior after all. Another problem I see with the timescape model is that even though the equations which they used in the new paper have the same number of parameters as lambda CDM, the full model is significantly more complicated than lambda CDM. Using the model would require a steep learning curve for astrophysicists, and that makes me suspect that its adoption will be slow. I'm not saying that this is good, I'm just saying it's what I expect, not least because the authors made a similar claim already 7 years ago and no one paid much attention to that either. As they say, all models are wrong, but some are useful, and whatever your misgivings are about dark energy, it certainly has proved to be useful for explaining our observations. And also, you have to admit that it just sounds very cool. To me, science is more than a profession. It's a way to understand the world and how to solve problems. This is why I'm happy to...
That's interesting. Yeah, dark energy might be bullshit. Thanks for the donation, retard. Dodo donate $2. I'm highly skeptical. Also, Sabine Hassenfelder likes to make clickbait titles. Also, I read her most recent book, Existential Physics, and it was trash, so I guarantee you whatever she is about to say in the video is worthless. I haven't read any of her books. Some of the shit she posts is stupid. But who knows? I guess we'll figure it out eventually. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. LA Fante donated $2. What is your impression, Dono, like? Is it voice only? If I have a wig that roughly matches what the person's hair looks like, I also put on a wig. Thanks for the donation, LA Fante.
He's clearly leaner than Sebum. I would argue that perhaps only Andreas Munzer, who actually is no longer with us from abusing diuretics and so on, who's an IFBB pro, only he had a leaner physique than Mike Israetel in 2020. And unfortunately, even with the proper 10, those 20 pounds of water, it prevented him from winning his IFBB pro card.
Wouldn't say it in front of his face, or Mike's. He's an angry man. He does that lay down stuff with other guys. He takes them down.
Yeah, that's not the kind of lay town stuff that Mike Israetel wants to do with other men. Has anyone ever thought that the reason he does Brazilian jiu-jitsu with other oiled up and sweaty men on the floor, the ground, where they can take turns mounting each other. Has anyone ever thought that perhaps there's another reason why he enjoys this sport just so much?
You see a dude at the gym with big ass arms? I love it. I love your big arms. Can I touch them? Can I touch you? Can we make out? Those are perfectly good things to say.
In what way? I'm asking. That big dick energy that I sent over to Mike Israetel, I'm asking for him.
Yes, he had respectable amount of muscle, but he was not gonna bring the shreds.
And so, yes, Mike has a lot of muscle. We got to give him that. Listen, I try to make accurate videos. Mike Israetel, he does have a lot of muscle. Now, perhaps not as much muscle as he thinks he has in his own mind. Remember, he said, his words, not mine, I'm not making this shit up, that he had more muscle and was smarter than Mike Menser.
Who am I compared to Mike Menser? Well, I'm bigger and stronger than Mike Menser. That's it.
3. Now you go to 2024, and I do think he was slightly more conditioned.
And so from 2023 to 2024, he did in fact get slightly more conditioned, but because he didn't have the proper 10, you just couldn't see it. Now, we don't know, it's possible, he didn't talk about this, but perhaps he was also carrying 20 pounds of water. Now, he was on a ridiculous, and I mean ridiculous, diuretic protocol for several days, in fact weeks before the competition, but it was all for naught. It didn't get him shredded. He still was retaining all that water, and of course it had nothing to do with not dieting long enough or hard enough.
Now rewind back to 2020, and did you see that? It looks like he has striated glutes here.
And so Mike Israetel in 2020, that's 4 years ago, was leaner than in 2024. Now, granted, he didn't have as much size. Remember, he hadn't been on abusive doses of performance and anti-drugs, namely steroids, growth hormone, and so on, for as many years. And so because he abused steroids for 4 extra years, it allowed him to put on 4 extra years of muscle. But he wasn't as shredded. All the while, he was on a semi-glutide, something to dramatically curb his appetite, because despite what he's saying, remember, he has more willpower.
I'm trying to set up a discussion / debate with Lyle McDonald and what's his name, Solomon something, on veganism, so that might happen in the near future.
Than anyone. He's literally said this in a video.
You've never met anyone with as
Solomon Nelson.
much willpower as me. And whatever it is you think you're good at in your life, I'd probably take about a year and become an authority in the field in which you think you're good. I have more willpower than you.
And give him 1 year, and whatever you're best at in this world, in 1 year, he's going to be better than you. He had 4 years. The challenge was to get shredded. 4 years.
He was his most conditioned in 2020. Well, that's not the case. That's not the case. He could have been fatter for the other versions.
And so what I noticed in 2020 is that Mike Israetel had a smaller waist. He also has better shape, but he doesn't have as much muscle. But remember, he competed at 217, and what advice would I have given him? He needs to compete as a light heavy.
I have more willpower than you.
He wants to be an open class Mr. Olympia.
Like, with the ridiculous amount of drugs Mike has to take to have the amount of muscle he has, it just doesn't make any sense. He should just do less drugs and deal with being smaller. It's like, IFBB pros have said this before. A lot of the dudes who are doing amateur level competition, they're actually taking more drugs than a lot of the Mr. Olympia competitors. And it's because they don't have the genetics that a lot of the Mr. Olympia, pros do. So they have to do more drugs to compensate. Like, if you're going to have to make massive, massive sacrifices to your health and well-being just to be, like, a middling bodybuilder, what's the fucking point? Like, you might win a local show. You're never going to become pro, or like very, very slim chance. And even once you become pro, you're not going to win any shows. Why would you like shave off decades to your life just for that. It doesn't make sense. Like, if there was a real prospect of you becoming like a Mr. Olympia pro, and you know, you could make millions of dollars and shit like that, and that's something you care about, then that sort of makes sense. But like, why would you literally cut your life by 20 years just to be like, you know, a decent amateur competitor? It's stupid.
I think you should stop body shaming Mike Israetel from Renaissance periodization. Modern IFBB standards are absurd and aesthetically displeasing to anyone who doesn't suffer from mental illness. Bodybuilding in its modern state is mental illness.
Well, yeah, it's retarded. But I'm not body shaming Mike. I'm just pointing out, like, if, like, he's not cut out to be, you know, pro bodybuilder for a number of reasons. Like, one, he doesn't have the best genetics for the sport. Like, just, you know, he could become as muscular and everything as he wants, but just his body shape, you know, he's not Chris Bumstead, you know? And just, like, to get the amount of muscle mass he has, the amount of drugs he has to take is fucking ridiculous. So it's just stupid. Like, on top of that, he's also not able to stick to a diet that is required to get him lean enough to be competitive. So there's a number of reasons why he shouldn't do it. He's just not cut out for it. And it's terrible for him, and he's gaining nothing from it. It's just dumb. Thanks for the donation, though, Nipple Clamps. Dodo donated $2. Do you follow the Arnold split routine also? As far as I understand, didn't Arnold do body part splits? I don't do a body part split. So I'm pretty sure I don't follow the Arnold split routine. Look how absolutely useless the DEI unarmed police in the UK are. It's practically a Monty Python sketch.
Leave me the fucking alone! 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 Leave me the fucking alone!
Oh, yeah, you're sick in the brain.
Leave me the fucking alone!
You're going to get into big trouble for videoing this. Will you calm yourself down?
Oh, are they actually attacking the cop? And people wonder why crime in the UK is so bad. Like, oh my god, dude. That's hilarious. Costco improving its shopping experience. Costco faces MAGA boycott. That doesn't sound like a bad thing. This winter, healthcare staff in New York, New Jersey, California will be required to wear masks in specific settings. Oh my god. What? He put on a mask and then took his mask off in a space of like 2 seconds? Okay, well, I don't know what the point of that is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Dodo brings up Sabine's credibility in regards to the idea that dark energy doesn't exist. She didn't do the research. The space-time field is relative to matter. It makes perfect sense.
Well, Sabine's credibility doesn't have anything to do with the paper, but I don't know what any of this fucking is. I really wouldn't be able to read this paper and be able to tell you if it's compelling evidence just because I don't know enough about the topic. But it's interesting some people are, you know, criticizing the idea of dark matter. Thanks for the donation, retard. Coot donated $2 new Nabby Asley vid. Oh, fuck. Dude, that guy drops fucking bangers every time. Prophet Muhammad's Dead Poet Society. Okay, we can watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Coot. Nipple Clamps donated $2. React to this. Sensitive content warning. Yeah, I'm not going to show that on YouTube. Yeah, definitely not. That guy got burned like crazy by that firework. What exactly were they expecting to happen? That is just so stupid. Okay, well, you know, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Thanks for the donation, Nipple Clamps.
Baby pro bodybuilder. But yet, he already in his own mind thinks he's bigger than Mike Menser. And so he has little man, big man syndrome. He's a little man, but he thinks he's a big man. It's not quite a Napoleon ice cream complex, but it's something like that. And so he put on more muscle, but he didn't get leaner. And so when he preaches about bulking and cutting, going back and forth, did he ever think about the cut part?
I say my cock is 2 inches, and I added a couple inches to that.
I understand many bodybuilders, they believe in bulk and cut. Even though it's been vaulted, you don't need to bulk and cut. Many people think they need to go on these dramatic bulks. Mike, he loves the bulk. He was once 270, and his last preparation for competition, he was 247. He wasn't nearly lean enough. And so when Mike competes, let that be the off-season. Maintain a svelte 220 pounds, and then when it comes to dieting down, compete at 198. Then he would actually be shredded.
So it could be a situation where he's putting a little bit too much of a layer on when he's going into the off-season.
And for those of you who haven't watched a video before, putting on a little bit of a layer refers to a layer of body fat. And that extra layer of body fat comes from you having too much Gatorade, cereal, chips, cookies, candies, and so on. But he would never eat any of those things because he has more willpower than everyone. His words.
I have more willpower than you? I'll put a D up your end, Scott's video guy.
That is Mike Israetel, I guess. And this is Greg Doucette.
And this is Greg Doucette. I mean, case in point, Greg and your Doucette right now. This is Greg Doucette.
Once again, this is Greg, back in 2013. And he was peeled. We're talking showroom quality.
I'm sorry, but I wasn't shredded. I was about 4.8%, but what I did have is the proper tan. If I were to shower off the spray tan, I'm telling you, I wouldn't have looked very good. It wasn't there. It's clearly just the tan.
Oh, Jesus.
He did make some improvements there, obviously.
I'm kind of fucking done with Greg's editing. I fucking can't.
Many people wonder why some Muslims resort to extreme violence against those who criticize Islam. For example, on November 2nd, 2004, Theo van Gogh was murdered because of his film Submission, which portrays Muslim women trapped by the rigidities of Islam. Similarly, on January 7th, 2015, the cartoonists of Charlie Hebdo were gunned down for creating illustrations about Prophet Muhammad. This tendency toward violence can be traced back to examples set by Prophet Muhammad himself, particularly toward those who criticized him, especially when the criticism was expressed through art, such as poetry. In 7th century,
Mike likes to bulk. Yeah. A bit like you, I'd say. Well, in your case, let's just keep it real. You like to get and stay fat. For the last 6 years. You slimmed down for the first time in years recently. Now you look lethargic. I think you just like to eat.
Don't we all? Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Arabia, poetry was highly regarded as a powerful means of communication. It served as an important tool for conveying messages. Prophet Muhammad lived in Mecca before moving to Medina in 622 AD, where he stayed for the next 10 years until his death. In March 624, Prophet Muhammad successfully robbed the Quraysh merchants from Mecca in Badr. He and his 320 Muslim robbers defeated 1,000 Quraysh. The Muslims considered this victory so remarkable that they believed it was a miraculous aid from Allah. He gained much power and wealth from the Badr raid. This gave him the confidence to eliminate some.
The reason he was even able to defeat the Quraysh is because a lot of his Muslim converts were literally relatives, close relatives of the Quraysh. So you had sons and nephews fighting their fathers and uncles, and because of that, family lineage, the Quraysh were hesitant to kill their own children or their own nephews and just family members. So yeah, they were able to basically get an advantage because they're all psycho fucking assholes, and the Quraysh were just too hesitant and merciful.
Some of his enemies who wrote poems criticizing him. The first victim is Al-Nadr bin al-Harith. When Prophet Muhammad still lived in Mecca, he used to invite the Meccans to Allah, citing the Quran and warning them of God's punishment for mocking his prophets.
I really think that you, O Moses, are bewitched.
Al-Nadr bin al-Harith would then follow him and speak about heroes and kings of Persia, saying,
By God, Muhammad cannot tell a better story than I, and his talk is only of old fables, which he has copied as I have.
Al-Nadr refers to ancient legends and obscure histories about the Arabs, as well as possibly biblical stories about figures like Noah, Abraham, Moses, and Jesus, which Prophet Muhammad shared, though in his own distorted versions. On other days, Al-Nadr would interrupt Muhammad until the Prophet silenced him.
Don't listen to him. Everything he said is incorrect. Let me tell you the real stories of Abraham.
How dare you
You're full
interrupt
of
my
lies.
sermon? Why don't you
Your
have
stories
manners?
are always
You
wrong.
filthy scum.
You mislead people to believe that you are
Why
a
do you
prophet
always
when you
do
are
this
just
to
a
me?
fraud.
In reply to Al-Nadr's harassment, Allah sent down these verses to Muhammad concerning him, or certainly other mockers in Mecca, according to the account of Ibn Abbas, Muhammad's cousin, who is considered a reliable transmitter of traditions.
Say, prophet, it was sent down by him who knows the secrets of the heavens and earth. He is all forgiving and merciful.
Yeah, I heard about Cosmic Skeptic being afraid of criticizing Islam. He's actually had friends and family members get threatened with death because of his debates with Mohammadajab and shit. He also lives in the UK, which is basically, Muslim terrorist sanctuary. And the UK is even more cucked too. You can't carry a gun. They banned a lot of firearms, that you can even buy for personal use. So yeah, it kind of makes sense. I don't even know if body armor is legal in the UK. In the UK, there are no specific laws that prohibit the wearing of stab vests by individuals for personal protection. Individuals can purchase and possess stab vests as long as they are obtained from legitimate sources. What? What? I'm sorry? How do you illegally obtain a stab vest? So I don't even think, it sounds like you can't wear body armor in the UK that is made to stop bullets. They only have stab vests, which is fucking gay as shit. That's idiotic. Dodo donated $2. Everybody like to ask how old was Aisha when Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, married her, but what Muslims need to start doing is flipping that around and ask how old was Muhammad when Aisha married him. They can say he magically made himself 10 years old. I think even they know there's no one who's gonna buy that bullshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Whenever our revelations are recited to them, they say ancient fables. But no, in fact...
Yeah, you can't carry pepper spray in the UK either.
Oi, M8, you got a license for that stab vest.
Yeah. The only sensible reason to live in the UK is if you were born there and you're too poor to move. Otherwise, if you have the money to move, fucking move. The UK is, at this point, it's pretty much a failed country. Just leave. It has become absolutely full-on cucked. Not, like, they are just not based. They banned guns. You can't carry any weapons. They don't even let you carry pepper spray. You can only have red paint. So, you know, you can spray the person with red paint before they shoot you or stab you to death. They let in mass Muslim migration, tons of fucking terrorists. They won't even arrest anybody because they're afraid of being racist. Even when the police do try to arrest people, they're weak fucking pussies. They don't know any martial arts. They get their ass kicked. They can't carry any guns, so criminals just do whatever the fuck they want. And then you have massive political corruption, so all the poors get fucked over and the rich can make tons of money off of you. The UK is just a failed country. Grey Knight donated $2. More vegan night times from Charlie Kirk. Let me see. Well, we've already seen this. This is old. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Rabbi Burgess donated $3. Let me see. When I see women in Lakewood wearing wigs, that the rabbinum explicitly assured. I'm pretty sure these are fake. Pretty sure it's fake. The hustle for renegade skin is crazy.
The V-Bucks, Skylar. Where is the rest? I need it for the Renegade Raider skin, Skylar.
I spent it on Skibidi Toilet. The bundle, Walt.
You did what?
Walt, I had to. Out of respect for the OG. I swear.
You spend our V-Bucks on Skibidi?
Walt, please just hear me out.
Dude, Breaking Bad was so stupid. I hated that bitch Skylar, too. Like, this guy ended up risking his life making millions of dollars selling fucking crystal meth, and then this bitch decides to, like, butt in, use his money, waste it all on stupid crap, didn't even, like, talk to him about it. Like, just everything about that show pissed me off. It was such a bad story.
Oh, please!
Don't put that on my face.
You want a donut? Guess what? I got something that you'd enjoy better.
What's that?
Wait a moment. I'll be back. Well.
Excuse me. If you don't get that out of my face, you're gonna be asked to leave the party.
They don't find the joke funny.
Show Tiana Trump.
Go over there on the sidewalk and try that joke and see how far I get you. There. the consequences for your actions.
Kool-Aid? No?
Huh, they didn't take the bait. That's surprising. Thanks for the donation, Rabbi Burgess.
Their hearts have been stained by all the evil they used to commit. Undoubtedly, they will be sealed off from their Lord on that day. Moreover, they will surely burn in hell, and then be told, this is what you used to deny.
Prophet Muhammad threatened his critics with Surah Al-Mutaffifin, saying,
There will be a grim eternal future for those who mock.
Prophet Muhammad's revenge was not long in coming. It was Al-Nadir's misfortune to join the Meccan army riding north to protect their caravan, which the Prophet Muhammad attacked in the Badr raid of 624 AD. The storytelling polytheist was captured. Prophet Muhammad ordered Ali to behead him, instead of getting some possible ransom money. Al-Nadir was one of 2 prisoners who were executed and not allowed to be ransomed by their clans, all because they wrote poems and told stories critiquing Prophet Muhammad. The second victim, Uqba ibn Abu Mu'ayt. A similar story as that of Al-Nadir can be told about Uqba. He too harassed and mocked Muhammad in Mecca and wrote derogatory verses about him.
With grace, a smile painted on his weathered face. His words flowed like a river wide, a melody to hearts, a guide to the blind. He claimed to know the heaven's gates, the stars' secrets, and the planet's fates. With gestures grand and a voice profound, he cast his spell on the crowd around.
He too was captured during the Badr robbery, and Prophet Muhammad ordered him to be executed.
Hey, you let other prisoners live? Why do you treat me more harshly than the other prisoners?
Because of your enmity to Allah and to his prophet.
But how about my children? Who will take care of them?
Hellfire.
The third victim, a one-eyed Bedouin shepherd. In revenge for an ambush on some Muslim missionaries, Prophet Muhammad sent Amr ibn Umayyah and a companion to assassinate Abu Sufyan, a leader of the Meccans.
Abu Sufyan lives in Mecca. Prophet Muhammad wanted him dead. Inshallah, I will terminate him.
This is Abu Sufyan, the most prominent leader of the Meccans.
What do they want? Look at their daggers. They're up to no good.
But it wasn't easy to slay Abu Sufyan and his followers. Umayyah failed in his attempt and had to flee with the pursuers after him.
They're too strong. I have to run now.
Oh, that's great.
On the way, he murdered a man named Ibn. At the end, he hid in a cave. As the pursuit was dying down, a tall, one-eyed, unnamed Bedouin entered the cave, driving some sheep. Umayyah and the Bedouin introduced each other. After they settled down, the shepherd sang a simple 2-line song in defiance of Muslims and Islam.
I won't be a Muslim as long as I live, nor heed to their religion give.
Unfortunately for this Bedouin, he was in the cave with a radical Muslim who said,
"You will soon see."
The Bedouin fell asleep, snoring. Umayyah decided to use this opportunity to carry out his evil plan. Umayyah recounts what he did.
I went to him and assassinated him in the most dreadful way that anybody has ever been killed. I leaned over him, stuck the end of my bow into his good eye, and thrust it down until it came out of the back of his neck.
He fled back to Prophet Muhammad and told him what he did.
Abu Sufyan was surrounded by his men. I couldn't continue with my plan. On my way back, I met a Bedouin shepherd who insulted you. I had to finish him off for good.
Well done. Let me pray for you to be blessed.
The Prophet did not scold or punish Ibn Umayyah for killing a man who had nothing to do with the plan to attack Abu Sufyan. This poor shepherd's only sin was to compose a little 2-line ditty against Islam. Therefore, he was assassinated with the blessing of Prophet Muhammad. The fourth victim, Abu Afaq. Abu Afaq was an old Jewish man, reputed to be 120 years old, a member of the Banu Ubaydah tribe. He was a poet and refused to convert to Islam or acknowledge Muhammad as a legitimate prophet.
Muhammad is not a true prophet. He used violence to silence anyone who opposed him. For example, he ordered his men to kill Al-Harith ibn Suwayd ibn Samit because he dared to criticize him.
He wrote a derogatory poem about Prophet Muhammad. Then he read it out in public.
Long have I lived, but never have I seen an assembly or collection of people more faithful to their understanding and their allies when called upon than the sons of Kyla when they assembled, men who overthrew mountains and never submitted. A rider who came to them split them in two, saying, "This is haram, this is halal," of all sorts of things. Had you believed in glory or kinship, you would have followed Tuba.
As already predicted, Prophet Muhammad was not happy with Abu Afaq's poem. He decided to end Abu Afaq's life.
Who will deal with this rascal for me?
Salim ibn Umayr agreed to take care of Abu Afaq. That night, Ibn Umayr went forth and terminated Abu Afaq. A day later, one of the Muslims wrote a poem in reply.
A Hanif gave you a thrust in the night, saying, "Take that Abu Afaq, in spite of your age."
Prophet Muhammad eliminated Abu Afaq because of his poem. The Prophet's action...
Retard donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, AI, AI has advanced quite a bit in just a few years. It's pretty crazy. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And clearly shows that Islam is a religion of violence and full of vengeance. The fifth victim, Asma bint Marwan. Asma bint Marwan was a poetess who belonged to a Bani Aus from Medina. She did not hide her dislike for Islam, especially after she heard what Prophet Muhammad did to Abu Afaq. She composed a poem blaming the people of Medina for obeying a stranger like Prophet Muhammad and for not taking the initiative to attack him by surprise.
I despise the men of Banu Malik and Al-Nabit and Auf and Al-Khazraj. You obey a stranger who does not belong among you, who is not of Murad or Madhij. Do you expect good from him after the killing of your chiefs, like a hungry man waiting for meal soup when it is cooking? Is there no man of pride who would attack him by surprise and cut off the hopes of those who expect aught from him?
When Prophet Muhammad heard what she had said, he asked his followers,
"Who will rid me of Marwan's daughter?"
Umayr ibn Adi al-Khatmi decided to volunteer to do the job. He crept into Asma's house that night. She had 5 children, and the youngest was nursing at her breast. The assassin gently removed the child. Then he drew his sword and plunged it into her, killing her in her sleep. The 6th victim, Ka'b ibn al-Ashraf.
Yeah, these people are fucking scum. It is so... It just shows you how fundamentally fucked people are if a religion like this could become popular. I could see like a few crazy assholes joining Islam, but I think it shows more of a problem about humanity as a whole. If a religion like Islam, you know, could become, you know, a big thing where billions of people follow it.
Ibn al-Ashraf was the leader of the Jewish tribe Banu an-Nadir in Medina. He heard about the Muslim victory at the Badr robbery, and he was disgusted.
Muhammad was still a newcomer to Medina, yet he had already caused so much turmoil and division among us.
Ka'b had a talent for poetry. After the Badr robbery, he traveled down to Mecca to check on the condition of his friends. He apparently stopped by Badr, as it was located near a major trade route to Mecca, where he witnessed the aftermath. Upon arriving in Mecca, he composed a widely circulated poem, a bitter lament, mourning the dead of Mecca.
At events like Badr, you should weep and cry. The best of its people were slain round cisterns. Don't think it strange that the princes were left lying. How many noble
Hey Richie, how are you doing? Notice you look a lot happier lately. Congrats on becoming free again. You look more like your old self. Well, thank you, CDG. Appreciate it. Hell Let Loose is free on Epic Games. Yeah, but it's on Epic Games. I I kind of hate Epic Games. It sucks.
Handsome men, the refuge of the homeless, were slain.
Angered by the poem, and now in a position to strike back after the Badr robbery and the exile, Prophet Muhammad had had enough.
Who would rid me of Khalid?
Muhammad ibn Maslama answered,
"O Rasulullah, would you like me to kill him?"
Yes.
Ya Rasulullah, we have to tell lies about you to trick Cobb. Will you be okay with that?
Say what you like, for you are free from sin in the matter.
After that, the Muslims tricked Cobb to come out at night. Then they stabbed him to death and beheaded him. They gave the head to Prophet Muhammad to show the mission was accomplished. The next victims are Abdullah ibn Qattal and his two singing girls Fartana and Qurayba. On January 630 AD, Prophet Muhammad conquered Mecca. He entered Mecca with his 10,000 troops.
Death of Rabbit $20. Bro, I met this hot trans girl and we were about to meet up, but when I got her Instagram, it said Free Palestine. I might be desperate, but I'm not as desperate as Destiny to meet with a Jew hater, Nick Fuentes. Just kidding, it wasn't Nick in the leak. Yeah, that's a red flag. I would not bother with somebody like that. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
He had a list of Meccans that he wanted to eliminate. One of them was Abdullah ibn Qattal. This was the reason behind Prophet Muhammad's decision.
I'm from Mecca and used to worship the goddess Al-Uzza. My original name was Abd al-Uzza ibn Qattal. However, I later converted to Islam, changed my name to Abdullah ibn Qattal, and moved to Medina. In Medina, I worked collecting alms or sadaqah from the Muslims.
One day, Prophet Muhammad sent him to collect alms. A slave and one of the Ansar accompanied him. During their journey, they stopped, and Abdullah ibn Qattal said to the slave,
"Prepare a chicken for me to eat when I wake up."
After that, he went to sleep. But the slave also fell asleep. When Ibn Qattal awoke, the food still hadn't been prepared.
"Where is my chicken?"
"I'm really sorry, boss. I must have fallen asleep."
Abdullah ibn Qattal became angry and killed the slave. After that, he left Islam and went back to Mecca.
I no longer believe Muhammad is a prophet. I changed my name back to Abdul Uzza ibn Aqil.
What the
During
fuck?
the conquer of Mecca, Prophet Muhammad ordered Ibn Qattal to be killed, even though he was clinging to the curtain of the Kaaba shrine for protection. He was killed because he left Islam, and not because he killed his slave. In the past, Abdullah ibn Qattal used to compose satirical songs about Prophet Muhammad.
Practice singing my songs, Fartana and Qurayba. I want you to perform them loudly in front of the public.
He claims he's a prophet but acts like a thug, teaching his followers to strike and slug. Yeah, strike and slug the prophet's way. If you don't, bro, then your faith won't stay. Swinging blades, no care in sight. Using fake verses to spark a fight. Against all who differ, he brings the war. Soft words hide lies.
The girls did a good job to annoy the prophet with their songs. During the conquest of Mecca, Prophet Muhammad ordered both girls to be killed. The Muslim soldiers killed Qurayba, but Fartana was able to run away. Close call for Abdullah ibn Sa'd ibn Abi al-Sarh. During the conquest of Mecca, Prophet Muhammad ordered that Abdullah ibn Abi Sa'd ibn Abi al-Sarh be hunted down and killed. This is the reason behind that decision.
I'm from Mecca. I converted to Islam and moved to Medina to be close to my prophet.
In Medina, Prophet Muhammad appointed Abdullah ibn Sa'd as his scribe to write down Quranic verses after they were revealed to him. Ibn Sa'd soon found out that he could alter Allah's word in Quran. For instance, Prophet Muhammad would dictate Surah Al-Mu'minun, verse 14.
Then we made the sperm into a clot of congealed blood. Then we of that clot we made a lump. Then we made out of that lump bones, and clothed the bones with flesh. Then we developed out of it another creature.
After that, the Prophet stopped because the verse was over. But then Ibn Sa'd added,
So blessed is Allah, the best of creators.
Write it down. Yes, that is how it was descended to me.
This is quite disturbing because I just made the words up, but Prophet Muhammad claimed that the words came from Allah.
This information is taken from Al-Sirah al-Halabiyah, volume 3, page 90. When he wrote, "We created humankind from an extract of clay," until he said, "We brought it into being as a new creation." Bin Sar continued, "So blessed is Allah, the best of creators, before the Prophet of Allah dictating it to him. The Prophet of Allah said to Bin Sar, write down in the Quran what you have just said. This is how it was revealed to me."
So remember, when you read Surah Al-Mu'minun, verse 14, the last sentence, Blessed is Allah, the best of the creators, was created by me. Am I a prophet now? On other occasions, I deliberately changed the Quran, just to see if the prophet would notice the changes. For example, when the Prophet Muhammad said all-hearing and all-seeing, I wrote all-knowing and all-wise. When the Prophet said decider of all matters, I wrote forgiving and merciful.
Prophet Muhammad either did not realize these changes or approved them because he clearly did not consider them significant. This situation disturbed Ibn Sa'd because a mere scribe like him should not be able to alter Allah's words so easily.
These alterations raise the question of whether the Prophet fully understands what he is saying, as I can easily modify his words without challenge.
This information is taken from Al-Sirah al-Halabiyah, Volume 3, page 90. The Prophet of Allah.
Again, it's just so fucking baffling that even back then, people knew he was full of shit, but billions of people believe in this nonsense. So fucking retarded. Like they should literally add shit like this into public school. There should be a mandatory course on theology where they cover shit like this and prove these religious texts are fucking nonsense. This should be in all public schools. But it's not because, oh, we have to be inclusive and we have to respect all people of all religions and yeah. Like, no. Like have a mandatory course from elementary school up until high school where you learn about theology and why all of these religions are stupid and nonsense. Just have a simple course where you point out contradictions, show like historical documentation like this, like the Prophet Muhammad's a fraud, you know, Jesus never performed miracles, these are all mistranslations and stupid crap, like, man.
Please do this test, I'm curious about the end result.
What is this? Oh, political compass. I'm not going to bother because I'm going to waste 10 or 15 minutes of my fucking time, and then they're going to force you to sign up to an email list to get the result, so I'm not going to bother. Thanks for the donation though, Zane.
Ordered the killing of Ibn Sa'd because he had converted to Islam before the conquest, and one of the Quran scribes. When the Prophet said, all-hearing and all-seeing, Ibn Sa'd wrote, all-knowing and all-wise. When the Prophet said, decider of all matters, he wrote, forgiving and merciful. Eventually, Ibn Sa'd declared, Muhammad does not know what he is saying. He renounced Islam, left Medina, and returned to Mecca.
I'm telling you, if he's a prophet, then so am I. Ha ha ha.
Ibn Sa'd's foster brother was Uthman ibn Affan, one of Prophet Muhammad's companions. Uthman ibn Affan asked the Prophet to pardon Ibn Sa'd.
He already converted back to Islam, Ya Rasulullah. Please forgive him.
The Prophet waited a long time before he granted the repentant apostate immunity.
Yes, I forgive Ibn Sa'd.
Thank you so much, Ya Rasulullah.
After Uthman left, Prophet Muhammad said to his soldiers,
I kept silent, so that one of you might get up and strike off his head.
Then why didn't you give me a sign, O Rasulullah?
A prophet does not kill by pointing.
Prophet Muhammad did not intend to forgive Ibn Sa'd, expecting his soldiers to execute him instead, but hesitated to command it to avoid offending Uthman ibn Affan, his loyal companion. This incident reveals Prophet Muhammad's stance on apostates. It also highlights the doubt of one of Prophet Muhammad's followers, a literate scholar involved in recording the Quran revelations. Close call for Ka'ab ibn Zuhair. This event took place after the conquest of Mecca, when Prophet Muhammad had already returned to Medina. In this context, we encounter another poet, Ka'ab ibn Zuhair, who composed satirical verses about Prophet Muhammad and the Muslims. Ka'ab's brother, Bujair, embraced Islam and moved to Medina, but Ka'ab remained committed to polytheism and stayed in Mecca. He wrote a poem criticizing his brother's decision to become a Muslim and sent it to Bujair in Medina.
Why did you change
When Bujair read the poem to the Prophet, he predictably became very angry.
Used intimidation to force his beliefs on you.
Kill Ka'ab ibn Zuhair wherever you find him. From this point onwards, it is permissible to shed his blood.
Bujair wrote to
Oh, hey,
Ka'ab,
Gum Gum.
informing him that Prophet Muhammad had executed several satirical poets during the conquest of
How
Mecca.
you doing, Gum Gum?
However, I assured you that the Prophet is willing to forgive you if you repent and embrace Islam.
Show handshake.
Bujair informed Zuhair that the remaining poets had fled.
Dodo Donatillers, you probably have read, listened to more of the Quran than most Muslims have. What do you think? Also, are you ready to lead us in prayer then? I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I have better critical thinking skills than any Muslim, so if I do, read any of this shit, it's obvious that it's all bullcrap, but to them, it's like, oh yeah, God wants me to kill non-believers and gay people are evil. That makes sense. So I don't know. Let me see.
أشهد أن لا
Gay. Yeah, it's pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Led in all directions.
If you value your life, come to Prophet Muhammad quickly, for he does not kill anyone who approaches him in repentance. If you choose not to do so, then find a safe place.
However, Zuhair responded with a poem that says,
Our fathers had never held Islam dear, so why should I change my religion?
His brother replied with a poem of warning of his own.
If you would not repent, then you will be guilty on Judgment Day.
Upon receiving the letter, Cobb felt restless, torn between remaining a polytheist in hiding or converting to Islam and seeking forgiveness from Prophet Muhammad.
Muhammad is too strong right now. If I don't convert, he would certainly end my life.
Soon afterwards, he traveled up to Medina to ask for security as a Muslim. He came to the presence of Prophet Muhammad in his mosque. The Prophet did not know him in person. He kneeled down before the Prophet and said,
Ka'b ibn Zuhair repented and wants to come to your presence as a Muslim. If I bring him to you, will you accept his repentance and forgive him?
Prophet Muhammad expressed his thought by saying,
Yes.
La ilaha illallahu Muhammadur Rasulullah. I witness that there is no God but Allah, and that Muhammad is the messenger of Allah.
Who are you?
I am Ka'b ibn Zuhair, Ya Rasulullah. Oh Rasulullah, let me kill this enemy of Islam.
Leave him. He repented what he had done and embraced Islam.
The implication is evident. Had Prophet Muhammad caught Zuhair before his repentance, he would likely have sanctioned Zuhair's beheading. The choice was stark, convert or die, for composing derogatory poetry. Although the Prophet liked to kill people who criticized him through poetry, this does not mean he did not use poetry for his own benefit. For example, he hired Ka'b ibn Malik and Abu al-Walid to compose poems attacking his enemies and defending Islam.
Here are the heads of my enemies. Because of my decisive actions, no one dares to criticize me anymore, whether through poetry or anything else. This is the head of al-Nadir bin al-Harith. This is Uqba bin Abu Mu'ayth. This is Ka'b bin al-Ashraf. This one is Abu Jahal, and many, many more. To ensure that nobody dared to insult and slander me, even after I'm gone, I ordered the...
How you holding up after your 4th divorce? When did Jasmine move out? I want to be penetrated.
I'm doing just fine, dude. I'm chilling. It's a lot more peaceful around here, and, I can just relax, not worry about anything, and just enjoying life as usual. But thanks for the donation, Joe R9. Dodo donated $2. If the CIA got in touch with you for you to try to help them with a mission to take down a terrorist or a few, would you do it? Well, I would definitely do it, especially if I get to kill somebody. So if they gave me a mission where I had to blow someone away, fuck yeah, I would take that opportunity. That would be sick. They told me to, like, get into some bar or nightclub and, like, just shoot somebody or some shit. Or do some, like, covert operation where I have to slit somebody's throat. Like, hell yeah, I'd do that. If it was, like, they asked you to go to that guy's gym in Ottawa, forget his name, you argued with him, what extent would you be willing to help? Well, again, if I had to do some, like, like James Bond type shit where I get to kill somebody or something, or like Hitman type shit, then yeah, I'd fucking do it. That'd be sweet. I could kill somebody and then get paid, have immunity. I could wipe somebody out and not even get charged for it. I'd fucking do it if the CIA had my back. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Lol. Of course Uzios will be entertained by this Islamophobic page. I tried reporting this channel and had other followers to take it down for discrimination, hate speech, and propaganda. I just ordered a t-shirt that says Make Israel Palestine Again.
Well, we all know you're gay and retarded, but thanks for the donation, Ebony Gandalf.
Muslims to defend Islam in Quran, Surah Muhammad, verse 7. O believers, if you stand up for Allah, He will help you and make your steps firm. Quran, Surah Al-Hajj, verse 40. Allah will certainly help those who stand up for Him. If Muslims do not stand up for Allah and me, then watch out, because Allah knows who is truly willing to stand up for Him and His messengers without seeing Him. Now you know why Muslims nowadays still continue this Islamic tradition of defending Allah and His Prophet.
Death of Rabbit donating $2. Now that Jasmine is gone, you can fully commit to your waifu. Would you ever get together with a non-vegan or vegan pro-Palestine person? I'm not entirely opposed to the idea of giving, like, some non-vegan chick a chance, but if they don't go vegan, you know, like, I would say 2 weeks after dating, then we're done. Pro-Palestine idiot? I don't think I could do it. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. That was a good fucking video. Yeah, Muslims have always been assholes. Who would have figured?
I need you. I need you all. It's impossible until it isn't.
It's every day here in Canada. Welcome back to Moose and Loose. My name's David. Today's top story here, we've got Jagmeet Singh's home office getting completely plastered with all his scandals and lies. He is absolutely humiliated. On top of that, we've got multiple updated NDP and Liberal numbers, their home ridings. Will they get reelected? Let's jump into this. First off here, this video of Jagmeet Singh's office in Burnaby getting plastered with all this stuff. He's getting called out. As posted here on Jagmeet Singh's hypocrisy account, I'm loved by everyone. These are signs of love and respect towards my pension. Just before I play it here, it says NDP betrayal on Family Day. Burnaby South deserves better. Non-democratic party. Jagmeet Singh is Trudeau's puppet. Jagmeet Singh is not working. Jack Layton would be turning in his grave.
Yeah, we had to tell them, show them a good example.
I don't understand why Jagmeet Singh cares about his fucking pension. The guy has an $80 million net worth. What in the fuck does this dude need a pension for? It just sounds like insane, ridiculous greed to me.
What it's like.
Thank you. So let's just take a look at this here. We've got Tommy Douglas is rolling in his grave. Jagmeet is Trudeau's lapdog. Jack Layton would vote no. Jagmeet Singh's NDP, so-called leader. And then obviously we've got the big one here, Jagmeet Trudeau's puppet. There's a few more here. We can't read that one. But just to confirm here, I'll show you guys. This is Jagmeet's office in Burnaby here. You can confirm by the same shape of this window, this L here, and the same length of the windows and the steel brackets. If we go back to the video here, just so everyone can see, there's that same L. There's the steel brackets and the same length of the windows there. I'm glad this area is coming to an end. Time for straight shooter for once. Vote Conservative. Just to show you guys, we zoom out here. This is in Burnaby South here. This is where Jagmeet's office is. Is it technically flipped upside down? There we go. Check this out. Not only did they post this stuff here, this is originally posted on Stephen Taylor's account here, but look at all these people out here protesting against Jagmeet Singh. This is amazing. Well done, Canadians. We've got here Jagmeet is a traitor, I think that says. More people out here protesting him. Oh, we can see the other signs here. Singh, vote no. Jagmeet Singh is a treasonous puppet. Somewhere in the lower mainland, there's a stationery store wondering why they're fresh out of orange Bristol board. I will never vote NDP again. There are no lines dividing Liberal and NDP. And they're both socialist parties. There is no line dividing them. He buried himself, could have turned it around to his advantage. Luckily, he lives nowhere near there, so he probably doesn't have to deal with it. Yeah, he won't even go anywhere near there. That little snake will stay far away. And with all that, we've got Jagmeet Singh himself releasing a video.
2025 year of new pandemic? Are we cooked? Did you load up on toilet paper and respirators? What's this HMPV virus in China people are freaking out about?
I heard some story that there's a new outbreak in China. I don't know if it's a totally new virus. China's had crazy lockdown policies, so it may just be, you know, some local breakout of coronavirus where people aren't immune. So who knows? But yeah, hopefully there's another pandemic disease that kills a bunch of people. We can only hope. And, you know, hopefully it just wipes out all the boomers, and then, you know, housing prices might finally kind of be reasonable again. Can only hope, though. Thanks for the donation, dude. Didn't stock up on toilet paper yet. Dodo donated $2. So if CIA contacted you because they wanted to take out Mohammed Hijab and his terrorist friends, Your role would be to instigate something. Mohammadinejad will get you a hotel in the UK. You go this time, unlike last time, but this time you got CIA with you and kill. Yeah, I'd be down. If it's a CIA operation, I'd be down. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Today, a new campaign video here.
Don't let them tell you it can't be done. If we are together, anything is possible. For anyone out there,
that's such nothing speak. That really means nothing.
You reject conservative cuts, I need you. If you want to build a brighter future where we take better care of each other, I need you. If you think that we can actually change these things and make sure that our housing market, our healthcare system, our tax system work for the working class, I need you. I need you all. It's impossible until it isn't. Right? It can't be done until someone actually does it. If we are together,
these guys, him and Trudeau, they're stealing these quotes and then putting them back on themselves like they're some sort of hero and champion. And side note here, the audio on this video is mastered in the left ear only for Jagmeet's voice, and the music is on both the left and the right. Like, this is such an amateur mistake. For you guys listening to it at home, I'll fix it for you guys so you don't hear it in a weird way like that. What kind of amateur setup is Jagmeet running here?
We come together, if we fight together, we can win. If we fight, we can win. I want you to believe that. If we fight, we can win, and people need us to win. So let's win for the people. It's the people's time.
Dude. There's literally no point to the NDP party. I think the best they ever do is get like 20% of the vote. Like, there's no point in being part of the party.
No more billionaires and CEOs. It's the people's time.
This guy.
No more billionaires and CEOs. This is coming from a guy who, again, has an $80 million net worth, and he is known as the Maserati Marxist.
He's such a hypocrite, considering he's the Maserati Rolex Robin Hood here. This guy wears expensive suits, has the Rolexes, fancy car, Gucci bags, and he's the man of the people. This guy has...
Like, again, this guy is so fucking greedy. He won't call an early election because it will put his pension in jeopardy. This guy has an $80 million net worth, and he's not calling an early election because he wants his pension, even though he's a fucking millionaire and already rich. I don't like, he's just so full of shit. 21st Savage, $22. I get it now. You said hopefully there's another pandemic that kills a bunch of people. That's why you support vaccines and masking. Yeah, because you do agree with me. Vaccines and masking kills, and your goal is to kill. I figured you out, buddy. Yeah. Wearing a mask and using vaccines kills people. Just keep telling yourselves that so that you don't wear masks and don't get a vaccine, and you're more likely to die. It's working out. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Has no idea what it's like to be a man of the people. He's a greedy, power-hungry lackey. That's all he is. He's Trudeau's lapdog. This small, pathetic, weak man, this chump, is lacking in moral character. He's lacking in honor, and he's a disgrace.
Let's go! Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you can text Jagmeet if you'd like. So someone posted this as a reply. Look at this. Trudeau, frequent speaker, Sophie Trudeau, Margaret Trudeau was paid $250,000 for appearances, $32,000 for his brother. I mean, there's just so much corruption. So what's even funnier now is we've got this one here. Justin Trudeau, Chrystia Freeland, Mark Gerritsen, and Melanie Joly all have projected to lose their seats. So we've got Justin Trudeau here, projected to lose his seat. We've got Chrystia Freeland, projected to lose her seat. This one is Mark Gerritsen's, also projected to lose his seat. And we've got Melanie Joly's seat here, block, projected to win this one. And don't forget here, this guy here has posted Jagmeet Singh's, also projected to lose his seat. And we've got this one posted by Marty up north. He had to turn the comments off. So Peter Julian, happy 46th birthday to our next Prime Minister. What a joke this is. You guys are delusional. Jagmeet inspires many, including me, to build a Canada where no one is left behind, except everyone.
Dude, what? What world does this guy live in where he thinks Jagmeet Singh could be the next prime minister?
Is left behind. In these tough times, we need unity and a government that works for the working class, not the wealthy. You know, if they just had a little bit of honesty and said, you know what, we were part of all that corruption that happened with Justin Trudeau. You know, we supported the carbon tax, we supported them along the way. Now we've woken up and we're sorry. We want to do better. Like, if they came out with that message, they'd probably get a few points in the polls. There's some gullible people out there that would fall for that, or maybe they would take that as sincere, but they just double down on the lies. Like, Jagmeet won't be the next prime minister. He doesn't inspire anyone. He's done this only for himself. Peter Julian is in it for himself. They're all making tons of money. Big salaries with zero to offer Canada. Late evening throw up in my mouth. Delusions of grandeur eventually get smacked up the side of the head by reality. It's nature's way of telling you that you are really just a useless Next up, we got this one posted by conservative Michelle Rumpel-Gardner here. It says Trudeau may announce decision to leave before Monday. So that's right. Today being Saturday, it's actually projected that Justin Trudeau will be ousted by his party by Wednesday. They're threatening a caucus meeting where they're going to try their best to oust the guy. Once again, I mentioned it before. Only Mary Simon can get.
I would be blown away if Trudeau actually makes the decision to leave. I would be blown the fuck away, dude.
rid of him or Justin Trudeau himself, but they can humiliate the guy beyond belief, dropping complete support for him. Will humiliation be the thing that ousts Trudeau? We'll find out. We got this here from CTV. Scott Reed really rips into Trudeau here.
What can we expect from this national caucus meeting for the Liberals?
Well, this isn't a meeting. This is a threat. This is a sword that's been half pulled out of its sheath. It's an indication of the Prime Minister that if he chooses not to step aside, if he does not, as many people expect, announce that he will be departing the office of Prime Minister on Monday or Tuesday, then there will be a meeting on Wednesday. It will include his entire caucus, and it will almost certainly include an ultimatum for him to leave, possibly a secret ballot, giving a very discernible, very graphic expression of the lack of confidence from his own government members. I think it's an insurance policy where the MPs are saying, if you don't make the decision, we will take control of the situation for ourselves.
But what can they do if he chooses to ignore all the signs that are telling him to resign?
Well, there's no provision for the Navy to literally get rid of a captain. But if the entire crew mutinies, if the entire crew says, Captain, we will not follow you, then it's difficult to move that vessel along. I think that's the situation we're at now.
Something to note about this, though, so they can humiliate the guy in the vessel, the government, the ship will not move along, but Trudeau might use this against them. See, if the Liberals are humiliating Justin Trudeau, which is already happening right now, he might just be seething and pissed off, the narcissist's head is just all inflated, and he's festering, wanting to get revenge. Well, it's clear he already doesn't like the Canadian people, because he doesn't do anything for us. But now he might have this vendetta against the Liberals. So what would he do? Gets Mary Simon to prorogue the government till October, keeps cashing in that paycheck, and further destroy the Liberal Party till it's nothing. And he would be hurting Canadians in the process. I can see this as a real possibility because everything he's done, all his actions have not been to the benefit of Canadians. As Polyev mentioned in their recent broadcast with Jordan Peterson, like $21 billion in consultants. I mean, look at what our deficit is there, $62 billion. Imagine we didn't waste money on stupid consultants going to McKinsey, Accenture, all these different companies, and that paid off a good chunk of that deficit. Imagine we didn't have these stupid programs. We wouldn't have a deficit. We'd have a surplus, a big surplus in this country. If we had open enterprise in this country, if we increase oil and gas production, lithium production, more minerals, more things the world needs, we could have such a big surplus that none of us would have to pay income tax. That's how rich this country is with such a low population. But instead we have the exact opposite thing happening in our country.
The expectation of caucus members, certainly those I've spoken with over the holidays, is that the Prime Minister will announce his departure, probably Monday, Tuesday, but that if he doesn't, then they will tell him in no uncertain terms that he must leave. Do they have a formal mechanism to do so under the constitution of the party or under the governing rules of caucus? No. But what leader can continue on if his entire caucus, if his whole flock says, we will no longer follow?
Now, if that happens, if we do see the resignation, what kind of damage has this internal friction done for the Liberals? Can they bounce back, or is this next election a loss for them?
No, so they can't bounce back. And the only way to get Trudeau out is to figure out what his next plan is. Is it to jump to the UN? Does he want to be some Secretary General for the UN? Is it some other play? You have to find where he's going and strike at that target. If his next play out of Prime Minister gets threatened, then he'll back down. So I leave that to the Liberals. You guys got to talk to one of the insiders. The problem is all the real insiders that probably know what Trudeau's plan is aren't going to say anything. Like Katie Telford, Mark Miller.
Time to sing faggot. Rate the song after.
All right, let me take a look.
He sucked the tip of it,
loves it in his throat. I told him he should blow, filled him up, made him choke. Shoved it in his ass, yeah, I gave him my bone. I fuck many guys every night, my dick broke. Why does it taste like Prime when I'm licking his balls? Pulled on his nuts, then slammed him hard into a wall. I slapped his ass after I sucked him through his drawers. You might be wondering who he is, he's Logan Paul. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's begging me for the stroke. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So you can just put it in my throat. He loves how thick it is, loves it in his throat. Told him he should blow, filled him up, made him choke. Dan TDM, you do not want the smoke, cause in the ring I'll bend you over, then give you my load. Made him scream, then he slobbered on my meat. Logan wants to suck my D, wants me drippy like his cheese. Then afterwards I'll talk to Mr. Beast. He wants to pry open my ass and have a feast. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's begging me for the stroke. Whoa, whoa, whoa. So you can just put it in my throat. He loves how thick it is, loves it in his throat. I told him he should blow, filled me up, made him choke. If he wants some more, I'll eat his ass, then send him home. Make him sign an NDA, he'll never tell a soul. His dick's so big and fat, I really love to show how big it is, friends and family at home. The only reason I agreed to do this song is because KSI told me it would give me dome. Yeah, I really want to spank you, really want to taste you. Whoa, 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 when I lick your dick, you can just put it in my throat. He sucked the tip of it, loves it in his throat. I told him he should blow, filled him up, made him choke. Shoved it in his ass, yeah, I gave him my bone. I fuck many guys every night, my dick broke. He loves how thick it is, loves it in his throat. I told him he should blow, filled him up, made him choke. Dan TDM, you do not want the smoke, cause in the ring I'll bend you over, then give you my load. Whoa, whoa, whoa. He's begging me for the stroke. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You can just put it in my throat. That was pretty good. I'd give that 8.5 out of 10. Thanks for the donation, Sing Blackie.
LeBlanc, maybe Gerald Butts, like who knows, Seamus O'Regan, one of these guys, they might know what's going on, what's in his head. He might not have told anyone what his plans are going forward after this, but he set up this whole situation in Canada, what he's done to us, for his next play afterwards. This guy has some big plan, whether it's some feminist organizations, the UN, whatever it may be. He's hungry for power. He loves to take the selfies. He loves to have people swoon over him. He wants to be in the limelight. He's not going to just go live in a cabin and fish every day and enjoy life. He's not that kind of guy.
Well, you never say it's a foregone conclusion, but I'll say this period of 2 weeks where arguably the Prime Minister thought to himself, all right, I guess I'm probably going to have to depart, but you know what, I'll take the holidays. It's a time when people aren't talking and thinking about politics anyway. I'll just relax, take a breather, and then do it under my own terms. If that was his logic, it has still come at a consequence for the party. We've seen polling that's shown the party has continued to lose support during this period of inaction. And I think, it's therefore caused some real damage to the party's re-elections hopes. The big debate will be, how do they pick a new leader and how soon will that leader be in place? One of the new challenges, if you imagine past Justin Trudeau for the party, is are they really going to take 45, 60, 90 days to select a leader, have that person installed in place while Justin Trudeau remains leader, prime minister, and face of the government party, and then slot this person in with, 10 minutes before a non-confidence vote, no opportunity to establish a connection with Canadians, go immediately to the polls? That does sound like a recipe for slaughter.
If the Liberals want to replace Trudeau and come out with your best speech, pick a leader, call an election, and let's be done with this madness.
Some people who are ready to go to that slaughter by the sounds of it. Mark Carney now, we're hearing reports that he may have been making some calls.
Roger, they are all calling. Dude, the phone bills are going up, okay? And so you've got Christian Freeland calling around. You've got Mark Carney expressing interest trying to put in place an organization. Lots and lots and lots of names.
All these people are losers. Like, let's get real here. Somebody has to say it. Like, these people, none of these people are fit to run the government. They shouldn't have been in the government. They're all disingenuous losers.
And, the big struggle is this. The real question is, will the party have a sort of normal leadership race, notwithstanding the gun that is to their head in terms of parliamentary procedure and the threat of a non-confidence vote? Will they attempt to take 3 months to put in place a new leader, leaving that person with no time? Or will they opt instead for something that's short-circuited, shortcut, and get somebody else in place earlier? That's going to be a real battle, and to some degree it's going to pit some of the candidates against one another, because how you pick a leader determines in great part who that leader will be. It's a big fight that's been going on behind the scenes over the course of the holidays, and if the Prime Minister steps down on Monday or Tuesday, that fight will break out into the open.
The only reason Trudeau would step down is he's had enough of the F Trudeau flags being called out at ski resorts. He's still on ski vacation right now. So next, jumping over to this broadcast here, they've got some new polling numbers here coming from Nick Nanos. It's just getting worse for the Liberals and better for the Conservatives.
But the Conservatives at 47 and the Liberals at 21. What we have to remember, Roger, is that when we look across the country in all the different regions, the Conservatives...
There's almost 47% here. And Jagmeet's, according to this Nanos research, Jagmeet's dropping hard.
Have more than 50% support in every single part of the country except Quebec, right? Mm-hmm. And that is a massive advantage for the Conservatives. And even in the province of Quebec, they're basically tied for second with the Liberals behind the Bloc Québécois. So
now, what's interesting about Quebec, if you go to the southern part here, you can see here, obviously, the Bloc has all of this support. But there's a big Conservative stronghold, and it's dark blue. Look at this on this part of Quebec. And I'm wondering if this is going to start spreading, because you can see here, it is start spreading from here. The reason for this...
Wow, didn't know you were homophobic too. Just for that, I've also ordered these as well, lol. Can't wait to rock these and blend in at a pro-CO protest and piss off some Nazis. Zios there, lol. Fuck Israel. Free Palestine.
Yes, let everybody know you're a Nazi. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
This is a big entrepreneurial community in kind of rural Quebec that borders with Maine here. So these are business owners who do trade across the border here, and they don't want stupid woke policies. And so you're starting to see this kind of linger out of this stronghold area.
If we take Quebec out of the equation, the Conservative advantage is even more massive. And it speaks to the pressure that Justin Trudeau is under right now to resign, and also the worry that many Liberals have that they could just get crushed in the next federal election. People are leaving and not running and not reoffering to run under the Liberal banner. And right now, it's almost like a countdown to when he might step down.
And the tracking shows that there's just that continued decline. Even with all the goodies that the Liberals have tried to present, it's not moving the meter, is it?
Yeah, I think we're at the point now, Roger, where the only thing left for the Liberals to try to get back in the game, not saying they'd even be competitive, is to change the leader. Because they've tried everything else from a policy perspective, messaging. They've tried attacking Pierre Poilievre, attack ads, all that kind of stuff. None of it's stuck and none of it's worked.
It'll be interesting to see, because I know apparently Mark Carney has been kind of sending out some feelers again that he may be interested in running. But boy, oh boy, they got a big plate there that they've got to deal with. And the NDP's not benefiting from this that much, are they?
Yeah, what we've seen is negative pressure on support for the New Democrats. Now that we're in the teens.
I mean, we see this in Jagmeet's own writing there, right on his office.
For them, at around 17%, that's not good. What they want, at least, is to be closer. And, even when it comes to who Canadians would prefer as Prime Minister, Pierre Poilievre having a pretty significant advantage. I think about 40% of Canadians would give him a tip of the hat as the person they would prefer as Prime Minister. He's up 5 points in the last 4 weeks. Justin Trudeau's 23 points back at 17, and Jagmeet Singh at 14. So,
and we're almost at a time with the economy and jobs. Again, those are the big concerns, aren't they?
Yeah, and it speaks to Pierre Poilievre needing to focus on economy and the jobs as a top national issue of concern. That's at the top. Inflation is
If you could run for the leader of one Canadian political party, which would it be? Well, conservative at this point, because they're just the more popular party. If that weren't a concern, I would probably run for Liberals, but it would be more of a, like, I would just steer the party in the right direction. So obviously have some progressive social policies where, you know, trans rights and stuff like that. But as far as like economic policies, you know, drill baby drill, like the biggest problem Canada has is a lack of industrialization. We have a ton of oil, a ton of mineral resources, massive amounts of land that we could use for housing and industrial development. I would definitely take advantage of that. And just have like a smaller government kind of mindset. So I would allow people to bear arms, I'd legalize machine guns, and I would allow for concealed carry. So most of that aligns more with the Conservative Party, but I'd like the Liberals, you know, to have those policies. So just be very socially, you know, progressive, where, you know, you promote gay, trans rights, stuff like that. But just, like, I don't even understand how this is, you know, a political thing. There are things that make sense and there are things that don't. I don't know why, you know, not every fucking party is on board with Canada just industrializing. It just makes sense. It makes everybody more rich. It makes you more money. And the Canadian population is so small. A lot of these concerns about, like, you know, global warming and environmental impact, who fucking cares? There's only like 35 million people living here. It's not like it would really make that much of a fucking difference anyway.
At the top also. So, you know, look at those two things. You know, 3 out of every 10 Canadians want to hear about jobs in the economy and how to fight inflation.
Nearly 21% for jobs in the economy. I mean, we're all wondering what's going on here because our economy is so bad. And the inflation Justin Trudeau has put on us, devaluing our money supply, making things expensive, is an absolute catastrophe. I hope they lose official party status. They're all just as guilty as Justin and completely complicit. We may never see another Trudeau prime minister again. The end. Mary Simon needs to do her job. She does. This is the one time she needs to step up and do her job and get rid of Trudeau. Well, there you have it. Justin Trudeau and Dagmeat Singh both sinking to the bottom. Will Justin Trudeau step down by Wednesday? They're trying to oust him. More public humiliation, or will
Yeah, ideally, like, whatever gets an election called the fastest would be ideal. Like, what could end up happening is if Justin Trudeau steps down, it could be months until a new election while the Liberal Party, you know, gets a new candidate. So I'm pretty sure the ideal scenario is Trudeau doesn't step down, no confidence vote is called, then we have a pretty much immediate early election. That would be the ideal scenario.
How can I help you? I feel like my body ain't right to pull girls, bro. I feel like I'm not comfortable, going up to girls, bro.
Okay, let's see the physique.
We'll see, I'm kind of fit.
Kind of fit? In what planet? Oh my God. I'm kind of fit. You're right. Your body is not right for you to begin girls. Your body told you the truth. No. Go back. Stand where you were. Are you seeing yourself in the mirror?
Bro, I feel like I got some muscle on me.
Where is it at?
Look at them biceps, them triceps.
I don't see them. I see darkness. Go back and stand. We're not done. Grab your gut. Grab it. Grab your stomach. Right. You have a belly. You look like you're pregnant. Right. At 21 years old. What in the world will make you think that you're supposed to get girls looking like that?
Man,
No, I don't think I could become a politician. I am far too based.
Strength, bro. Like, I look buff, bro.
Were you blind? You mean buff? You're fat.
So what should I do?
You need to go lose some weight. You need to get in shape.
How do I lose the weight?
You got to go to the gym and lift to get stronger.
Right.
You can see my hair is like pretty much gone. Like I've been trying minoxidil, and then teeth are not very good. So
how old are you?
Can we react to the new Tren Twins video? Preferably at normal speed.
We can do that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What is this guy doing? Hey, buddy. What? You know you're rowing on the bench, right? This is for bench press.
What? What? No, bro, you can.
Now
do
I'm
anything.
gonna press you.
No,
out of here.
No.
Yeah.
Grey Knight donated $2. Supposedly, when's the election for the Canadian Prime Minister? Really depends. Earliest could be February. Latest would be October. Thanks for the donation, though, Grey Knight.
Bro, I'm gonna go get management, dude. Like, what the f is this?
Okay, go get f***ing management then.
Can I speak to a manager?
I'm the manager.
Oh.
Oh, God. Bro, I'm so glad I got away from the commercial gym horse shit.
This channel does not promote or promotion any illegal activities.
So today we're at the General Pop. Jim, we're at EOS. Change it to SOS. Because they're sending out SOS to us. We're the exterminators.
No, they're gonna be sending it out after we get in there.
These New Year's resolutioners are threatening. They're threatening to us lifters because they're trying to take what originality that we have. The only thing that we're good at. And they want to start? Well, let me stop you. Are you willing to not be able to wipe your ass from the back anymore? Are you willing to get Tren cough?
Well, I mean, I'm sure maybe they want to lose some weight. That doesn't mean they're hopping on
Go
fucking
to Planet
Tren.
Fitness then, son. Go to Planet Fitness.
This is not a serious lifting gym at all.
Hey, I'm here.
You're the only person on steroids in the gym.
Would you become obese forever for 10 million? Nah, I don't think that's worth it.
I'm here.
Give it. The probability of the bench press being open today is pretty low.
Well, the probability of me spreading my seeds also low, but I'm not giving up on that. I'm actually infertile. So I'm on male birth control.
Steroids is just male birth control, bro. Woman birth control really is just a steroid too.
Except it's not. They're not getting gains though. They got the short end of the stick, just like that girl last night on New Year's Eve got the short end of my stick.
I'm not even warming up. I'm throwing 4 or 5 right on the
I'm
bar.
cold as fuck, bro. If there's not an open bench, we're gonna make one. There's 2 things to be afraid of this new year. When the devil's trying to get a hold of you, he'll either send, a girl who has a lot of guy best friends, or the IRS. Both are a pain in the fucking ass. Everybody's looking at me, it's clearly because I'm just extremely fucking jacked and handsome. And they just can't keep their eyes off this prime specimen. It's not because I look like a meathead or a douchebag.
Taking a picture of me. Hello. Do I look that retarded?
There's no Amazonians, no Kryptonians. There's no protectors here.
When you had Thanksgiving dinner and you were the most jacked motherfucker, you taking creatine before your lift, the fuckers are taking methyl Tren. You know what methyl Tren is? It's fast-acting Tren. It's pre-workout Tren.
I'm motherfuckers.
You should... No, I've never taken that shit. I won't.
I will, though.
You don't need Tren, and I'll show you why. On this bench today. The only thing we're leaving behind in 2024 is Mikey's fucking pec. Because we're doing the same shit that we've been doing.
Yeah, he's got the scar on his shoulder. He completely tore his pec off the bone.
Oh, yeah. No one's using this.
Dude, I'm surprised they use copyrighted music in all their workout vids.
I would rather get pegged than lose another peg. What? It's a...
What is a good LDL limit? Is 126 too high? Yes. So if you ever get your LDL tested, usually on the sheet they give you, they'll say 100 milligrams per deciliter or more is considered high. So you at least want it under 100, but ideally it would be 70 or below.
It's just theoretical. Sleeves, has your elbow sleeves, that'll scare them away. Because they stink, because they bend in your gym bag. Straight up, I miss you. We didn't talk away, you use resolution and not be able to make it no.
You know that you need me.
Yeah, you know, I kind of want to go on steroids just so I can rep out 405. That'd be fun.
I'd turn around and kill every single one of their loved ones so that they too could grasp what it's like to experience this hatred of mine. Holy fuck. That's why. Too bad. But I can do better. So you'll get what's coming to you. I'll kill those bastards. I won't let anyone take this revenge away from me. I'll kill.
Calling this a yard. I guess motherfuckers are one rep maxing hip thrusts in 2025. I'm building a spine so I can do hip thrusts at home with the fucking 400-pound woman. Listen, it's not about being the sharpest tool in the toolbox, about being the fucking biggest one. Believe that you're gonna get better this.
Have you seen the stats from Douglas Murray that something like 30% of Londoners want van homosexuality? You mean ban homosexuality? It's more than 50% of the... Because more than 50% of the Muslims that live in London want to ban... Okay, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. Again, why are we letting these people in?
So you're gonna change those fucking habits. And it just takes one step at a time, one fucking day. Or 4 good days out of the 7 days of the week. That's a good week. You had 3 good weeks out of the fucking 4 weeks in a month. That's a good month. 8 months. Good months out of the year. That's a good fucking year. A little backward gun.
From my lips.
Let's have the best pump of 2025, baby.
Oh my God.
Out so fucking hard that when I get out of here, I'm not gonna be pondering. I'm not gonna be wondering if I did what it fucking took to get better. No, I'm gonna know for sure before I walk into this fucking gym. Come on. Motion that just locks the bicep peak in place. You also get a little wrist and like hammer up here, curl through. It's way better that way. Yeah, you just gotta feel them up.
My helmet's like some frozen.
Well, they are trending hard.
I'm 33.
So you didn't need to do a hair transplant?
Whoa, this guy's the same age as me. Bro, some people do not age well. My God. Yeah, it really goes to show you, making better lifestyle choices goes a long way.
Transplant? If I were you, I would do a hair transplant. With everything else you have that is not that great, you can't afford to not have your teeth good. Find somewhere where you can get some veneers and go immediately. Your beard can also be trimmed so it can look cleaner. Like you just look super rough and older. You look better bald than with that right now.
So you think I should just go ahead and shave the whole thing off for now?
Shave it off right now until you can get the hair transplant figured out.
Since I'm going to be shaving my head off, you don't...
No. Look, I think for the vast majority of people, it doesn't make sense to get a hair transplant. One, it's really fucking expensive. If, like, I know there's idiots who fly to Turkey and shit. I would not recommend going to a foreign country where they do not have good regulations with the, like, medical industry and shit, and there's, like, so many scams in foreign countries. Don't cheap out when it comes to cosmetic surgery. Oh, I know a guy in Mexico, a friend went to him, and he was able to do the surgery for half the price. Like, don't do that shit. It's stupid. So, it's really fucking expensive. Chances are it's not going to massively benefit your appearance anyway. And the risks of it not coming out well are relatively high, especially if you're going to do the, like, oh, I know a guy in Mexico who can do it for half the price. And you're also going to have issues with losing the hair anyway. If your normal hair, you know, if you went bald, the donor hair that you use, it's also going to go bald. So if you're prone to baldness anyway, and you get a hair transplant, that hair is going to end up going away too. Even if you use shit like finasteride, minoxidil, you're probably still going to end up losing the hair. So you end up spending like 10 grand or more on a hair transplant that you'll end up going bald anyway, and you're also going to be left with scarring on your scalp. The hair transplant probably isn't going to look great, and it takes a while to recover. You probably won't see like the best results from a hair transplant until at least a year after the procedure. So that's a lot of money, a lot of time to heal, with, you know, relatively high risks of you going bald again anyway, or, you know, the procedure being botched, or you're not being perfectly happy with the procedure. Just go bald. Like, a lot of dudes look good bald anyway. It just makes you look kind of more masculine. So just go bald. It's free. You don't really have to worry about styling your hair anymore because you're just bald. And you look masculine. Like, you know, so who fucking cares? Stupid. If you want to invest in anything, invest in your teeth. Because, like, at least then, you know, like, if your teeth look good, you know, you'll have a good smile, your teeth aren't jacked up, you'll be able to eat without any pain and shit. Like, go to a fucking dentist, if anything. Like, why spend 10 grand to get a fucking hair transplant when you can just spend that 10 grand to get your fucking teeth fixed? Faggot in chat, donate $2. What do you think would be your genetic limit on squat, bench if you committed to taking steroids? Well, I'm not entirely sure. I think I could bench 500 naturally without taking steroids. I think I could actually get another 100 pounds on my bench, or 90 pounds. The problem is with my tendons. I don't know if my tendons could withstand 500 pounds on the bench, because I nearly snapped my shit up benching 410. So if I was on steroids, I'd probably run into the same problem where I might be strong enough to lift that kind of weight, but I don't know if my tendons could handle it. If tendon strength wasn't a problem and I took like all the steroids and I went hardcore, I think I could realistically at least get 550 on the bench, but I think I could probably bench 600 if I were to take steroids. As far as squat, I really have no fucking idea, because I have a really fucked up left knee. I don't know if my squat could ever be particularly good. But as far as deadlift, I think naturally I could get up to a 700-pound deadlift, so if I were to take steroids, I think it'd be realistic for me to get to an 800-pound deadlift. Possibly even 900. This is anecdotal, so I'm not sure if this could be scientifically verified or not, but anecdotally, I've seen people benefit the most like the lift that seems to benefit the most from taking steroids seems to be deadlift. So I think it could be realistic if I could get to a 700-pound deadlift naturally to maybe get up to a 900 on gear.
Think like I need to grow out like the beard more, like, and then
No, you want to look. You want to try and look even crazier. The way your teeth are, there's no amount of braces that's gonna make them perfect straight white. So you might as well just get veneers, in my opinion, because you got too many gaps. Smile again. You got too many gaps. Are you Nigerian?
Yeah, I'm Nigerian. Yeah.
Dodo, donate $2. Are you gaming tonight? And what game can you play? Scary game. Also, when are you giving us a house tour, bro? You've been there for months now. That Jasmine's gone. Time to give us house tour. I need to inspect. We might play games. It's going to be Cuphead if we play games. Might have a job. How can the West claim any moral high ground when the Israeli bombardment of Palestinians, supported by its own power, has unleashed more death and devastation than all grooming cases and terrorist acts by Western Muslims in history? Yes, nobody cares. What a pathetic retard. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I could tell you don't use sunscreen.
No, I don't use sunscreen. No, I mean, we're black.
Let me tell you how I know you don't use sunscreen. Look at the.
Would you rather convert to Islam and become a practicing Muslim or work in a slaughterhouse if you had to choose one? Oh boy, that's a good question. I really don't know. That's maybe Muslim. I don't know. Every second of every day, I'd feel ashamed of myself.
Unevenness in your skin. This is super clear. Look at how your cheeks are light and your forehead is dark. That is a clear sign that you don't use sunscreen. If you want even skin tone, you have to use sunscreen.
All right. All
right, G.
What do you think I can improve on my looks?
Take your hat off. Fix your hair and make sure that's not your real hairline. Is that your real hairline?
Yeah, man. I'm balding now.
Yeah, your hairline is doing a zigzag. We got to figure that out. I think you have.
I don't think the hairline thing is, like, who cares? Almost nobody has a even hairline. There's always some variation in people's hairline, and no one cares as much as you think. It's really not that bad, and it's just expected for older men to have some recession, so who fucking cares?
Hair transplant would be the best.
Oh yeah?
Don't keep wearing
That is so stupid. Why in the fuck would you bother getting a hair transplant when you look like that? That's just dumb.
a hat on your head. I'm receding my hairline, Fee. Let me keep wearing a hat to stretch that further back.
What else do you think I should do?
Let me see your teeth. Your teeth don't look bad. How does your body look?
Oh man, it's all right.
It's all right.
Yeah,
What does that mean?
I'm like, what, 16% body fat?
That's pretty fat. For how tall?
Yeah, 5'11".
That is not pretty fat. 16% is athletic. That's 15% is around the area where you'll start to see visible abs. So no, that's not fat.
11, 6 feet.
Okay. 16% body fat. If you got that down to 12, your body will look better. You got a hair transplant, your face will look better. Those are the two main things that you need to work on. Getting your fitness better, getting your hair transplant.
So I usually, I just find out that when I wear a hat, I look way better than without a hat.
You look better with a hat because your forehead is huge. So you can look good with your own hair if you got a hair transplant.
I see.
I went to a club, okay, and I met this baddie. I got her IG and I messaged her on IG. She replied, we're talking, and then she said she had trouble with her bills, right? I offered to help with.
Oh, wow. What a simp. Dude, you literally just met a chick. First conversation. I'm having trouble with my bills. Could you help? Wow, dude.
with her
You
bills.
offered to help a random girl with her bills.
She had a fat. It's my weakness. Just, I didn't give the money yet, though. The
Dude.
arrangement was I get something in return and I help her out. You know what I mean?
So you
I was supposed
signed up to be a sugar daddy.
Yeah, kind of.
How old are you, bro?
30.
How much money you gonna give her?
He's younger than me. Dude, why do all these people look way fucking older than they are? Holy shit, I would have guessed like late 30s, early 40s? He's 3 years younger than me. Non-vegans abuse my friends and I tell ours, Prime Minister Burgess, you've often said you stay out of the environment climate sphere of debating, especially when advocating plant-based lifestyles for environmental reasons. Because you haven't learned much about it, do you think you'll study it at some point? I've tried getting into it, and it's very difficult actually finding good, accurate information. And the level of expertise required to actually figure out if any of these claims hold water is just so high. I really don't know if I could do it. So, you know, when I see something that's fairly sensible, you know, like the United Nations has pointed out that about 30% of greenhouse gas emissions are attributable to animal agriculture. You know, that makes sense to me, and that's like a fairly reputable source. But when I see some shit from like some organization that I don't really know much about saying 80% of greenhouse gas emissions are due to animal agriculture, that just doesn't really make sense to me, and I don't have the level of expertise where I'd be able to either prove that right or wrong. So I just kind of leave, you know, I don't really use those sorts of sources. So, you know, I generally just don't use, you know, climate arguments to, you know, advocate for plant-based diets. It's also a little, what do you call? It's also a little abstract. You know, like, if you could talk about health benefits, that's very easy to understand. Like, yeah, you're less likely to get a disease. You'll probably live longer. When you're talking about, like, greenhouse gas emissions and what that really means, like, you're talking about issues that will pop up, like, decades from now, or, you know, we're already seeing some of the issues with climate change, like increased forest fires, more hurricanes, but it's still very abstract and it's hard for people to wrap their heads around. So I think for most people, when you're trying to advocate for veganism and shit, it just doesn't really, it's not very impactful. Thanks for the donation. Non-vegans abuse my friends.
16% body fat is not considered low by any reasonable standard, dude. It's not fat, but definitely not low. I get that you like to keep the chunk on, but not everyone carries around as much fat as you, brother.
That's great. So, if you find, you could go to the beach, find dudes with visible abs that would be considered lean. If you were to get them in a DEXA scan, they would probably be around 15%. Some of them will be slightly higher, around 16, 17. Some will be slightly lower, like 14, 13. But around 15% is where you start to see visible abs. Some people, just the way they hold body fat, like they might store more in their legs or something like that. And DEXA scans also have some inaccuracies, like if you store more body water or something like that, it'll show up as like lean body mass and then your body fat percentage will go down. But, yeah, 16% is not fat and it's relatively lean. You'll look fine at 16%. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, somebody sent me that before. It's gross. Thanks for the donation, dude. Dentures donated $2. 105.45 epic Dillhunty fail. Uh, 105.45.
Oh, well, again, the two premises that I started with that you don't want to talk about.
Okay, Dante, quit lying about me.
Okay.
I'm
You
on my
said
last.
multiple times you don't want to talk about them.
That's a lie. That is a fucking
Okay.
lie.
Is it?
Rewind this and
Okay.
find any point. Shut up. Rewind this call and find any point where I said I don't want to talk about them.
Did he just get some sort of dental surgery? He's slurring a lot.
If you want to talk about them, I'm willing.
Oh, did he get dentures? Is that why you called yourself dentures?
to.
Rewind this call and find any point at which I said I don't want to talk about those. And when you find that point, then you can call back and I'll talk about it. But I'm done talking to someone who lies repeatedly about what I've said and what my motivations are. Goodbye.
Well,
Oh boy. Dude. It's funny too because he's talked so much shit about vegans, and I remember one of his stupid arguments for, you know, being against veganism was, oh, how will people get the nutrients they need if everybody only ate plants? Like, this guy is diabetic, obese, has had open heart surgery, lost his teeth, and then he's claiming vegans are unhealthy.
We addressed those at the start. We moved on.
Dude, he's gonna die soon. I don't see him living more than, like, another few years. He might die this year, in fact, because, like, there's a new pandemic disease or something on the horizon. Like, I think there's, like, a good 70% chance in the next 3 years he dies.
I do not agree with their criteria for what a deity is. Their criteria for a deity is divorced from the bulk of philosophical and religious and theological discussions about deities. And they have this confusion that because they're conscious, the universe is conscious. Not true. If you're irrational, does that make the universe irrational?
All right, well, thanks for the donation, dentures. Axel donated $2. Been looking at used EV cars, and honestly, where I am, the ones for the best price with good range are Teslas. Would you stay away from one? I'm scared I'll have issues with the software and have shit customer service. Should I avoid? Polestar looks cool. I would not get a Tesla. Even if you buy, are Polestar Swedish manufacturer? I have no idea how good Polestars are. I'd recommend not getting an EV at this point because they're really all crap. Like, none of them are particularly good. You might want to look at Hyundai. Some of the Hyundai electric cars seem pretty decent, but the newest models have good range that, you know, is adequate for most people. If you're on the used market and you're trying to get a cheap one, Like, there's a lot of Nissan Leafs selling for under 10 grand, but there's a reason they're selling for under 10 grand. It's because they're not very good. And the charging infrastructure is fucking terrible. If you're getting an electric car because you just don't have long commutes and you don't really have to worry about charging away from home, then, it's fine. But, yeah, I wouldn't go with Tesla. They have horrible, horrible customer service. I was talking to a friend of mine. He knows a guy who went into a dealer at Tesla. He had a very easy, problem to fix. There was something wrong with, the front axle or something, and then they told him they can't fix the car, and they would scrap it for him, and then they could give him, a good deal on a new Tesla. He literally had to go to an independent mechanic to fix, this very easy problem. They do everything they fucking can to not fix your car. Even if you're willing to pay, even if replacement parts are available, they do everything they can to avoid fixing your fucking car. It's retarded. So I would avoid Tesla just because they have the worst fucking customer service imaginable. So yeah, literally get anything else. Thanks for the donation, Axel.
Never mind the hair transplant, I'm not even sure if taking finasteride/dutasteride and minoxidil is worth the trouble if the balding was somehow spotted very early.
Well, if you don't have significant amount of recession, it makes sense if you want to keep your hair to just take finasteride. And there does seem to be health benefits with finasteride. It seems to lower risk of prostate cancer and shit. So even if that isn't an issue for you, it might actually make sense just for long-term health to take finasteride anyway. But thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Thanks for the gifted membership, Weird Smelly Man. Appreciate it.
A 900.
You're gonna bring a son into this world, you're gonna be proud to do some like this. Little man gonna grow up and think my dad was paying women $900 to
Well, he wouldn't know because I wouldn't tell him.
Think about how sad that is, bro.
It is.
Please look up how to pronounce Hyundai. You sound like a retard the way you say it.
Everyone calls it Hyundai. So, thanks for the donation, N-word. Dodo Donatellar's moment.
Feeling stuck? It's never too late to take control of your health. Whether you're in your 40s, 50s, or 60s, weight loss is possible. Small changes like eating healthier or walking daily add up over time. Don't compare your journey to anyone else's. The most important thing is starting and staying consistent. Believe in yourself and the results will follow. Thank you. Stay inspired and remember, every step counts.
That was very awkward.
Hi there. Have you ever wanted to lose weight by temporarily becoming ill? Do you want to develop a multitude of chronic diseases? Or perhaps your goal is to become obese? Well, there just might be an amazing diet that's just for you. The ketogenic diet. With the ketogenic diet, nearly 80% of your calories come from delicious fat. But don't worry, you can eat all the cholesterol you want to achieve sudden cardiac death. You can even lose your ability to get an erection in just months due to the diet's amazing ability to restrict blood flow. And that's not all. Not only does this diet increase your risk of dying of heart disease, but it also increases your risk of all-cause mortality as well. That means heart disease, diabetes, cancer, and much more. Don't believe me? Does it sound too good to be true? Well, listen to this incredible testimonial.
The ketogenic diet is simply amazing. I lost 20 pounds at first because I got sick and couldn't eat, but then I gained all the weight back and more. Plus I have the added benefit of not being able to get an erection, I'm on diabetes medication, I had cancer of the liver, and my doctor says I have the cholesterol levels of a 60-year-old trucker, and he's gonna have to perform a $50,000 bypass operation that I won't be able to afford. Thanks, keto diet!
There you have it, the ketogenic diet. If it could work for him, it could definitely work for you. Eat fat to get fat. It just makes sense, and it's supported by science. So what are you waiting for? Start the ketogenic diet today to get the diseases you want tomorrow. Side effects may include tiredness and fatigue, dizziness, confusion, flu-like symptoms, short temper, constipation, and other digestive problems, along with the diseases just mentioned. Do not use the ketogenic diet if you are pregnant or nursing, have common sense, or want to live a long, happy life.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now that you and Jasmine split up, I think I deserve an unban and apology. If you remember, you only banned me because I told her to fuck off when she kept interrupting the stream and talked shit in chat. So, yeah, I want that apology on my desk ASAP.
If you send me a link to your channel, I can unban you. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm not going to lie, losing my hair scares the shit out of me. My family has heightened AHT sensitivity. My dad looks like a retard. Do you know anyone who is bald? Does it affect their chances with women? How much does it matter at the end of the day?
It doesn't really matter all that much. Like, there are some people who look worse bald, for sure. But usually that's because they don't just shave off their head. There's a lot of, like, idiots who will have massive amounts of recession, and then they'll still grow out the rest of their hair, and it makes them look way fucking older and, like, just retarded. So, if you are going bald, just shave your head. You'll look a lot better, and I don't think most women really care. Like, the way women perceive beauty is kind of different. Like, they like men who appear masculine, so if you just shave off your hair and you look like a masculine dude, you're good. It's not, you know, a death sentence like a lot of, like, black pillars think. But yeah, I mean, if you're worried about going bald, you can just take finasteride and prevent recession. And if you do end up getting significant amount of recession later on, just shave your head. Thanks for the donation, Baldy McFaggot.
Now that you and Jasmine...
Okay, you donated that twice. Thanks for the donation, Bill. Again, if you want me to unban you, just send me a link to your channel.
What's going on? What is the update?
Yeah, so I stopped with the girl there with the sipping, you know.
Okay,
and,
so you didn't go to see her.
No, I actually didn't give her the 900. She didn't get a cent. You know. I prayed to the Lord Jesus, you know, and I saw the light. You know, He brought me to the light, and
the Lord Jesus. It wasn't me. It wasn't me telling you that you were a loser for doing this. It was the Lord Jesus.
Oh yes.
Does the industrial heating process for seed oils make them less healthy / oxidized? No. I see some people make this argument. Yeah, it's because they're stupid.
Yes, I had a moment to think after that, and I didn't go through with it, even though I was tempted, you know.
Okay, I'm happy. I'm actually proud of you. I'm proud of you that you didn't give the girl the money. We still need to be around girls. Well, let's just not pay them $900 for it.
So I've been watching your videos for the past 4 years, but just an advice from you with regards to my hair. I know it's a bit out of place, but I have no idea. And also with the beard a bit as well.
Yeah, like this guy should shave his head.
How I can...
Like, he just looks retarded. Just shave your fucking head.
Work around that.
Do this with your hair? Bro, what the fuck, bro? Cut that off, man. How old are you?
I'm 23.
Bro, cut that off.
Okay.
Bro, you look like you're 40.
Yeah.
Cut that hair off. It's making you look a lot older. Let me see the beard. Yeah, it's a little rough looking too. Trim that down. Trim the mustache hair down too. But there's no way you telling me you're 23 years old. You look like a grandpa.
That's funny, hilarious.
But do this. Now go down to your eyebrows.
All right.
Look at that gap. Bro, that is an eternity. You need to either do a hair transplant or you need to just cut it off. It's ruining your looks. It's not making you look more attractive. It robs your youth away. So cut it off. I would say with the beard, trim it up a little bit so.
Well, Mage and I tellers who watch Squid Games. Nah, still haven't seen Squid Games.
Let the game begin.
What is this shit? Tight! Yeah! This guy can cook! Blue, yellow, pink! Whatever, man, just keep bringing me that. You! Come here!
Contestant 312, you have been eliminated.
Is that it?
Sir, please calm down.
I'm relaxed. Whoa! Damn, man, look at that! Look! Take him down now! Shut up!
That guy would probably do well in Squid Games. Thanks for the donation, Will Mage.
It looks nice, right? And then you go from there.
Okay.
Automatically, I can see that you have a lot of acne on your face. Turn to the side. You got a lot of acne. I could tell immediately.
It's like ingrown hairs. Whenever I shave.
Why are you shaving your face?
I just don't want a full-grown beard right now. I keep like the goatee and then the mustache.
Stop touching your face first.
STX 22 literally died laughing when he showed his profile and said 23. Oh my fucking god, Raffle. Yeah, that's a pretty brutal fucking recession for 23. But, like, that's the stupid shit dudes do. Why would you, like, he has, like, goose feathers on the back of his head, and then, like, the rest is just totally smooth. Like, why the fuck would you do that? Just shave your head. It's so stupid. And then, yeah, he ends up looking like a fucking grandpa at 23. Thanks for the donation, STX.
The ball. That's why your face is breaking out. You need to get on some kind of tretinoin quickly. That is going to turn into acne scars. Acne is going to ruin your facial aesthetics.
I also get bumps on like the back of my neck.
Now you using a shaving cream, bro?
Like whenever I get haircuts.
Tell your barber to stop using the blade on the back of your neck.
Is that actually causing it, or is it like something else?
You'll have sensitive skin. You're Nigerian, right?
Yeah.
I'm Nigerian as well. I can't have a blade on the back of my neck. It's going to break out. Let me see your hairline.
My forehead is bigger.
Man, your hairline doesn't exist. You don't have no hair on your head. He's you up. It looks pretty bad.
Would you suggest, because I try to get like waves, but would you suggest like growing it out?
Yeah, I think that might make your face look a lot better, bro. What about your physique?
That's bad.
It's bad?
Yeah.
No your face is puffy as hell. So you got puffy face, bad physique, acne, bad hairline. How tall are you?
Like 5'8".
Man, which struggle you gonna pick? How's your body looking right now?
This one is up right here.
All right, so you super skinny. It look like you ain't got a haircut in forever. When's the last time you got a lineup?
A long time.
You look homeless right now, bro. If I was to see you walking the streets, I would think that you need some spare change. You look so rough, right? That's because you can't even afford to keep up with yourself. You got hair, but it looks like you haven't done that in a while. You got some potential, bro, but potential doesn't really mean Have you ever even
Lil McSpoinky Boo donated $2. Now, this is a dumb question, but is there a connection between taking drugs such as finasteride for anti-balding purposes or something similar and veganism? I have not seen any evidence whatsoever that a vegan diet would prevent hair recession, so I wouldn't be able to tell you. I wouldn't expect veganism to prevent balding because it's fundamentally just from DHT killing off your hair follicles. So unless a vegan diet does something to DHT, which I haven't seen any evidence that it does, vegan men have the same level of bioavailable androgens, so I wouldn't expect it to lower DHT. So, in all likelihood, no. Vegan diet doesn't prevent balding. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
This Fix Fitness guy sounds like such a fucking asshole. This is why I hate black people, man. They all pull shit like this. Literally no compassion.
I mean, Yeah, these dudes are looking to get girls, and they have like a fucked up haircut, out of shape. If you want to improve your looks, then you have to have somebody tell you got to get in shape, you have to lose weight. Your haircut's fucked up. Like, it's just what you have to do. Thanks for the donation though, bruv. I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back.
Ugh.
Vegan Irishman donated $2. LMFAO, if the US, Mexico, Canada suddenly all merge together, you think this would be a good name for them?
The United States, Mexico, and Canada became one country. If all three nations joined together to form a single country, they could call it CUM, or the United Nations of CUM, and it would instantly become the most powerful country in the world. Economically, this union would dominate with a GDP of over $28 trillion, making it...
Yes. Just so that we could call it CUM, I want this to happen. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Irishman. Ember Tetrakin donated $2. I think he probably meant, is Finn vegan or something. Also, would you ever be interested in diving? I would like to do diving. It seems like fun. I've always wanted to be able to breathe underwater, so diving would be cool. But thanks for the donation, Ember.
Went up to a girl in your life and said hello?
Besides high school.
And how long ago was high school? 3 years ago?
Yeah.
So I need you to start talking to girls more frequently, going up to women, and I don't even want you to ask them out. I just want you to have a conversation with them. Ask them how their day is going. I just want you to become more social. So make it a priority of yours to get a job so you can get money. Money is going to help you be able to afford a haircut, afford a gym membership, take better care of yourself, and you're going to start making yourself attractive to women. From today moving forward, take your life more seriously.
Just wanted some kind of looks maxing advice. I'm about to be 25, but I never had a relationship.
Whoa. Holy shit. Dude, he looks 10 years older than me, and he's 25. He's 8 years younger, but looks 10 years older. Oh wait, never mind.
It's your beard, bro. Turn to the side. Turn to the side. How about you take a trimmer and you trim that down? You look homeless.
Listen, if I get a haircut and I'm getting the same results, then I'm not gonna want to feel like doing that.
Let's use that same logic. Do you wipe your after you?
Yeah.
Because you know it's gonna give you better hygiene, right?
I mean, it's just hair, though.
What's the difference? It's hygiene, bro. You should be proud of what you're looking at as a man.
I do agree with that. It's just, even when I get haircuts now and I get my beard trimmed and everything, I don't really feel that much different. I know, like a lot of guys, they feel like a haircut is like a superpower, gives them like a boost. I just never really got that boost.
That's because the rest of your life is you're still overweight, your face is still fat. It ain't like a haircut is gonna solve your problems, bro, but it's at least a step. How tall are you, bro?
I'm about average size. I'm like 5'10", 5'11".
So if you got in good shape, if you got properly groomed, you got lean, you got aesthetic, you changed your hairstyle, you will be treated better. It's that simple. So soak that in and get to work.
All right.
Okay.
What can I improve?
First of all, you look very young because you look adolescent with them big glasses. First, the big glasses got to go. You look like a little kid.
So when you take the glasses off, did it look better with the glasses on or off?
It looked better with the glasses off. Do you need glasses?
Yeah, I can't see far away.
Have you considered contacts?
I was thinking about it. I asked my sister. She said I should.
Yeah, so that will make your looks look better. With the glasses, you look like a geek. I hope you ain't walking around with them glasses on.
Yeah, I am.
Damn.
Bad idea.
How many girls you been with, bro?
2.
Okay, when's the last time you got some?
Like at least a year and a half.
That's bad. It's probably because of them big Urkel glasses.
So what about my facial hair? Because I tried to goatee, but then I tried to connect it. Does this look better?
It doesn't look terrible.
Okay, I got dreads. I know you don't like dreads, but I was thinking about taking them out, but what they look about right now?
Yeah, I don't like them.
Yeah, I thought so.
Can you take them out?
I ain't had them for too long, probably like 5-6 months.
So you could take them out. It could be like curly.
Yeah, that's what I had before.
I will go back to that. Get rid of the glasses. Do you even work out?
Contact. I started like 4 months ago. He said my leg genetic was good, but my upper body's weak. So I've been trying to practice on that.
Who told you that?
My trainer.
You got a trainer.
Yeah, is that not a good idea?
You paying for my train you?
Yeah.
How much are you paying him?
$50 a month.
He's probably not giving you no information for $50 a month. But your primary thing is getting rid of the glasses, obviously trying to get in better shape, taking out the dreads.
Okay.
How much you weigh?
180.
How tall are you?
5'9".
How's your body looking?
It's good. It's getting better.
You got a nice physique?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Take my shirt off?
If you got pants on, yeah. Okay, you got an ab gut. You got an ab gut, bro. Relax. Relax your stomach. Relax your stomach. You have abs in your gut. You got an ab gut. So you could be a lot lean than you are.
Yeah.
Your fitness isn't that great. Your arms and you look like you got the framework to be in really, really good shape, but you're letting that stomach go, bro. Soon that gonna be biggest.
Yeah, I know.
All right.
Yeah, I was like 20 pounds heavier, so I recently just even got to this. Yeah.
Okay, so your haircut, what do you plan on doing with that?
Yeah, I haven't had a shape up in like 3-4 weeks, so I'm gonna do that.
Okay. Take at least sponge it up, bro. Make it look nice. Get serious with losing those extra 10 to 15 pounds so your abs look better while you're still focusing on getting another job.
True.
All right?
All right, man.
So I'm kind of just been struggling. I broke up with my girlfriend like a few weeks ago.
Stand up. Let me see what you look like. You look like you got a stomach a little bit. Let me see your stomach.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a gut.
Let me see the gut.
You want me to take off my shirt? Or?
Yeah. Let me see what your body looking like.
Yeah, I haven't shaved in a bit too, so a little hairy.
All right. Yeah, man. You look like an old man. Yeah. You say you were how old?
I'm 27.
Bro, if you take your shirt off, which girl is gonna be excited to you looking like that?
I mean, my girlfriend did, but
that's why she was going to the clubs, bro, to get some more dudes because she was sick of your ass. This is what I'm talking about. You motherfuckers have a sense of pride, bro. That's your issue. Where's the pride? Like, I have too much pride in myself to let myself walk around at 27 years old and have a belly. If I woke up in the morning and looked at myself and I looked like that, I would be like, this shit. I love myself too much. I want to be proud of what I look like. You need to get your DEXA scan. You need to start walking 10,000 to 15,000 steps a day. Prioritize a high protein diet. Be proud. Like, man, I love myself.
Gotcha.
this shit, not letting myself go. And you're going to start to see changes and changes and changes.
Thanks for the advice, man.
Let's get to work.
What's your stance on talking to girls while you're on the clock?
So a girl comes to your job, basically.
Yeah.
Where do you work?
Target.
You work at Target, bro, and you're trying to holler at girls while at Target. Do you think the girls that are coming to Target are looking at you as a catch?
Well, I actually had them try to talk to me, but that's why I was hesitant, because I was like, is this a good idea?
What were they trying to say? What were they telling you?
They were just like, hi, what's up? And I was walking past, and I was thinking of going to talk to them, but at the same time, I don't know if it's a good idea.
Are you sure they're not confusing you for working there? They just think you work there? Are you sure they want to holler at you?
Yeah, I know about the problem.
Okay. If they're coming at you while you're working, that's a different thing. But your priority, bro, is to be getting a...
Check out this chick. I love the way her big titties bounce when she deadlifts. I need to start looks maxing so I can pull muscle mommies like this.
Some good titty bouncing. Yeah, she's cute. Yeah. Thanks for the donation balls.
Better job. So women can see you in not a position where they think that you're not doing so good in life. Because if a girl's seeing you at Target, what she's thinking to herself is, this motherfucker ain't doing that much in life. All right? So if they come to you, you be like, yo, I'm on the clock, but you could have my number. Keep it as simple as that. All right?
Yeah, bro.
What should I improve?
Okay, stand up first. Stand up. That mustache got to go, man. Shave that off.
What you mean?
That has to go.
But I'm trying to grow up my beard. I ain't gonna lie, but
that's not a beard. This is a goatee. That mustache doesn't make you look that great. So yeah, I would say grow out your hair too. It doesn't look like you know what you're doing with that. Your eyebrows don't look that bad. You say you're 22. How tall are you?
I'm 5'9".
If you can grow a beard, I will grow a beard. But if you can't, I don't think this right here makes you look good, in my opinion.
I thought it makes me look older though. Like
no, it doesn't. It makes you look weird. Grow out your hair is gonna make your face look better, and then shave this off. Line up your eyebrows so it doesn't look so bushy and like unkept. Let me see your teeth.
No.
You can get those whitened too. What about your body?
I mean, I got a little belly, but
physique isn't that bad. You can build a little bit more muscle and you will look a lot leaner. So you got some potential with your body. Try to get stronger in the gym, bro. All right. But the hair, the mustache, those are the two main things. And start whitening your teeth with Crest 3D white strips.
I have a question about my hair. You think I should cut it or not?
No. Take your headphones off. Cut your hair? Why would you do that?
I mean, some people do think that I will look better. People
no, bro. They don't like it. They want you to be ugly. Anybody that's telling you to cut your hair off wants you to be ugly. Don't you dare cut your hair off. That hair is giving you a lot of bonus points in terms of your looks. You know, you look like the football player, Erling Haaland. You got a nice jawline, nice blue eyes. Keep the hair.
Thank you, bro.
What's going on with your body, though? How's your physique?
I mean, it is pretty good.
Show me what your body look like. You pretty ripped. How old are you?
I'm 26.
So what's going on with women?
I mean, it's going pretty well. One wants me to go to Russia. I'm thinking about it, but I do like her, so...
Don't go to no...
Yeah, do not go to Russia for bitches.
Russia for no girl, bro. Let me stop you there. There are plenty of girls in Sweden. Why you need to go to Russia?
Yeah, dude. What? He's in fucking Sweden and he's thinking of traveling to Russia for a girl? What the fuck? What is the point?
I mean, I do like this one a little bit.
Girl, this man, how tall are you, bro?
196 in centimeters, which is, I think, 6'5".
You're 6'5" with long hair and ripped, and you're gonna go to Russia to go see your girl. You got the game up. Sit your where you are and let her come to you.
Dude, this guy's like fucking Dolph Lundgren, and he's thinking of going to Russia for like one girl? Oh my god, that's retarded. I don't know if there's any fucking point in watching Greg videos anymore. His fucking his editing is just being horrific.
Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Shamsuddin Jabbar. First I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Shamsuddin Bahar Jabbar was born on October 26, 1982, and was raised in Beaumont, Texas. In 2002, he was arrested for misdemeanor theft. He was arrested again in 2005, this time for driving with an invalid license. In 2007, Shamsuddin enlisted in the Army, where he served as a human resources specialist. He was deployed in Afghanistan in 2009. He also served in Alaska and North Carolina. In 2010, he earned an associate's degree from Central Texas College. In November 2014, he was caught driving while intoxicated.
You literally went to Belgium to meet a girl before marrying her.
Yeah, but circumstances and such, you know. Like, it's also not Russia, so... Thanks for the donation, though, bruv.
Shamsuddin pleaded guilty in May 2015 and received 24 hours of community service. He left active duty service in the Army and became a reservist. He also changed jobs from human resources to information technology. In 2017, Shamsuddin earned a bachelor's degree in computer information systems from Georgia State University. 2 years later, he obtained his real estate license in the state of Texas. In 2020, Shamsuddin was honorably discharged from the Army at the rank of staff sergeant. He started his own real estate company. In a video posted on social media, Shamsuddin referred to himself as a fierce negotiator who could brilliantly market property. In 2021, he took a job with a consulting company where he earned $120,000 a year. This job was related to data management. His real estate license would later expire. It looks like he gave up on real estate. Shamsuddin once again found himself in trouble with the law. In December 2022, he pleaded guilty to misdemeanor theft and was sentenced to 9 months of community supervision. As far as his personal life, Shamsuddin married at some point and had 2 daughters. His first daughter was born sometime around 2004. The marriage ended in divorce. In 2017, Shamsuddin married again and had a son. He filed for divorce in July 2020, citing irreconcilable differences. However, he and his wife decided to drop that case. Their optimism may have been misplaced. Ultimately, the couple filed for divorce again in September 2022. It was finalized in September 2024. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. According to investigators, Shamsuddin planned a vehicle ramming attack. Here are the allegations which have been made against him. On December 30, 2024, Shamsuddin rented a Ford F-150 Lightning pickup truck in Houston, Texas, using the car-sharing app Turo. He then drove toward New Orleans, Louisiana. During the drive, Shamsuddin recorded 5 videos at night, which he posted on social media. In the videos, he referred to his divorce, talked about how he had dreams which inspired him to join ISIS, and offered his last will and testament. Shamsuddin also mentioned how he planned on gathering his family together for a fake celebration in order to murder them. Ultimately, he decided against that course of action. After arriving in New Orleans, Shamsuddin rented an Airbnb in the St. Roch neighborhood. He planted 2 explosive...
Solve these trolley problems.
Trolley's heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person instead. What do you do? Nothing. I'd rather more people die. %27% of people agree with you. Trolley's heading toward 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 4 people. What do you do? Nothing. Trolley's heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, but then your life savings will be destroyed. What do you do? Do nothing. So that's almost split 50-50. Trolley is heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, sacrificing yourself instead. What do you do? Nothing. 62% of people agree with you. Trolley is heading toward 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, but then the original copy of the Mona Lisa will be destroyed. What do you do? Nothing. 26% of people agree with you. Trolley is heading towards a rich man. The rich man offers you $500,000 to pull the lever, which would divert the trolley, killing somebody else. Pull the lever. Yeah, obviously. Trolley is heading towards 5 lobsters. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over a cat instead. What do you do? Nothing. Save the cat. Trolley is heading towards 5 people who are sleeping and won't feel pain. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over somebody who's wide awake. Do nothing. Trolley is heading towards 5 people who tied themselves to the track. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person who accidentally tripped onto the track. Instead, what do you do? Do nothing. Trolley is heading towards 5 people. The lever just speeds up the trolley, which might make it less painful. What do you do? Do nothing. Trolley's heading towards one guy. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, but then your Amazon package will be late. What do you do? Do nothing. Trolley's heading towards your best friend. You can pull the lever to divert the track, killing 5 strangers. Pull the lever. Trolley is heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 person. Instead, at least that's what you think is happening. You forgot your glasses. Can't see. Do nothing. Trolley is heading towards one of your first cousins. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 3 of your second cousins instead. What do you do? I'd pull the lever just to kill more people. Oh no, Trolley is heading towards 5 elderly people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over a baby. Oh, definitely pull the train. Yeah, kill the baby. Trolley is barreling towards 5 identical clones of you. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, sacrificing yourself instead. Yeah, no. Kill the clones. Trolley is heading towards a mystery box with a 50% chance of containing 2 people. You can pull... Anonymous donators, Richard's new life motto, do nothing. Yeah. Trolley's heading towards a mystery box with 50% chance of containing 2 people. You can pull the lever to divert the track, hitting mystery box with a 10% chance of 10 people instead. I don't know how the numbers work out, but I think there's a higher likelihood of more people dying, so I'll do nothing. Thanks for the donation, Anonymous. Trolley is heading towards 5 sentient robots. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 1 human instead. I'll pull the lever just to kill the person. The robot's probably smarter. Trolley's heading towards 3 empty trolleys worth 900,000. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, hitting 1 empty trolley worth 300 instead. What do you do? Yeah, I'd rather cause more damage. Like to watch the crash. CDG, donations, Richard, whatever you do, please do not become a train conductor. Can't make any promises. Thanks for the donation, dude. Trolley is releasing 100 kilograms of CO2 per year, which will kill 5 people over 30 years. You can pull the lever to divert it to their track, hitting a brick wall and decommissioning the trolley. I do nothing. 5 people, 30 years, that seems good. Oh no, you're a reincarnated being who will eventually be reincarnated as every person in the classic trolley problem. What do you do? Do nothing. Trolley is heading towards nothing, but you kind of want to prank the trolley driver. What do you do? Pull the lever. Trolley is heading towards a good citizen. You can pull the lever to divert it to their track, running over someone who litters instead. What do you do? Yeah, I'd kill the littering dipshit. Due to a construction error, a trolley is stuck in an eternal loop. If you pull the lever, the trolley will explode, and if you don't, the trolley and its passengers will go on in circles for eternity. Pull the lever. Trolley is heading towards your worst enemy. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley, save them, or you can do nothing, and no one will ever know. And do nothing, obviously. 51% of people agreed with me? Holy shit, there's literally half of people who wouldn't kill their worst enemy. Fucking pussy-ass cucks. Trolley's heading towards a person and will lower their lifespan by 50 years. You can pull the lever to divert the trolley and lower the lifespan of 5 people by 10 years each instead. Yeah, I'd rather just have the one person live half their lifespan. All feel is rage. Donate tellers. Does lactose in most pills hold any sort of significance when it comes to veganism? I don't think lactose is non-vegan. I'm pretty sure. I'd have to look that up, but I'm pretty sure lactose is a vegan product. Thanks for the donation, dude. CDG, donate $2. The worst enemy in the railroad is Frank Tufano, for sure. Yeah. I'd like to run him over with a trolley. Thanks for the donation, CDG. Trolley is heading towards 5 people. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, sending the trolley into the future to kill 5 people 100 years from now. What do you do? Well, if it's sent 100 years in the future to kill 5 people, I wouldn't be able to see it, so obviously I'd want to kill the people now. Oh no, trolley problem is playing out before you. Do you actually have a choice in this situation, or has everything been predetermined since the universe began? I'll just go with whatever kills more people. CDG, donate $2. Frank Tufano's face wouldn't look any worse afterwards anyway. Yeah. Congratulations, you have solved philosophy, kill count 96. Sweet.
Devices filled with nails in the French Quarter. In the pickup truck, he placed a third explosive device, also containing nails. It was set up to be remotely detonated. The remote was in the vehicle as well. Shamsuddin had an AR-style rifle and a pistol ready for the attack. He placed an ISIS flag on the trailer hitch of the truck. On January 1, 2025, New Year's Day, there were several celebrations in the French Quarter, as would be expected. Law enforcement maintained a heavy presence in the area during these celebrations. At 3:15 a.m., Shamsuddin drove the Ford F-150 Lightning pickup truck northwest on Canal Street. When he reached Bourbon Street, he turned right, driving over the sidewalk to get around barricades and a police SUV, which were protecting the street. He then sped down Bourbon Street, slamming into pedestrians. Before he reached Conti Street, Shamsuddin crashed into a boom lift. He exited his vehicle and started firing a weapon. 3 officers fired at Shamsuddin, killing him. 15 people, including Shamsuddin, were killed in the attack. Over 30 people were injured, including 2 police officers. Later on New Year's Day, at 8:37 a.m., a Tesla Cybertruck exploded outside the Trump International Hotel in Paradise, Nevada. The driver, Matthew Allen Leivelsberger, was killed in the attack. The vehicle was rented on Turo, the same app that Shamsuddin had used. Matthew served at the same military base as Shamsuddin. Despite this, the FBI stated there was no definitive link between the 2 attacks. It's worth noting that the investigation is in its early stages. More information about both of these attacks will almost certainly be uncovered. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. The FBI indicated that Shamsuddin Jabbar acted alone. Initially, they did not believe this, but as they gathered more information, the FBI changed their opinion. According to his brother, Shamsuddin was a nice, smart, and caring guy who converted to Islam at a young age.
CDG, donate $2. Will you ever consider moving to the States? If the liberals stay in power, then yeah, I would consider moving. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
A friend said that Shamsuddin became more interested in the religion sometime after 2017. One of his ex-wives said that he was acting erratically in the months leading up to the attack. At the time of his death, Shamsuddin had been living in a rough-looking trailer park in Houston, Texas. Sheep, goats, ducks, and chickens roamed the yard. Item number 2. In addition to being arrested 4 times, Shamsuddin encountered many other conflicts during his life. In 2012, he was sued for child support. In 2020, he was the target of a temporary restraining order filed by his ex-wife. During the divorce proceedings in 2022, he complained that he owed $27,000 in mortgage payments, was carrying $16,000 in credit card debt, and lost $28,000 in his real estate business.
STX donate $2. Why Frank, Sean Faker, and Cuck Berry are much, much worse. I don't know if you could say that, because Frank runs a meat business, so he's probably causing more harm overall. Thanks for the donation, though, STX.
He also indicated that 2 other companies he started were not worth anything. He had hired an attorney, but the attorney withdrew after Shamsuddin experienced difficulty with effectively communicating. Item number 3. The route that Shamsuddin drove during his ramming attack had been protected by barricades. However, in preparation for the Super Bowl, they had been removed for repairs. In the meantime, the police relied on using vehicles to block those areas. Shamsuddin easily defeated the system by simply driving on the sidewalk. This was not a particularly sophisticated attack. Shamsuddin did not have any specialized training in explosives in the military. None of the explosive devices detonated, including the one in his vehicle.
CDG, donate $2. Please move to Central California so I can meet you and we can go shoot guns. I am never moving to California, dude. California is a stupid, cucked, bitch fucking state. Thanks for the donation, though, man. Vegan Irishman, donate $2. Who do you consider your worst enemy? Your worst anti-vegan, your worst fellow vegan, your worst political commentator, your worst ST religious enemy, Christian, Muslim, atheist, your worst enemy of all time? The person that I have the most seething hatred for right now is Penguin Zero. I can't stand that fucking dipshit. He's an 8-year-old with a beard. Everything about him is fake. People think he's this cool, funny, down-to-earth dude when he's nothing but a manipulative, fucking lying cuck bitch. Won't take any responsibility for anything he does, lies constantly, will say things that he thinks is politically advantageous for him, socially advantageous, never shares his real opinions on anything, virtue signals like fucking crazy. I just hate the guy. Most hated vegan. That's a very hard question to answer because there's fake vegans that I can't stand, but there's not any real vegans that I actually hate. Most hated political commentator, that'd probably be Kyle Kalinske. Hassan would be a close second, but I hate Kyle the most. And worst religious enemy? Probably be Muslim Lantern. I hate that guy. I hate him more than Muhammad Ajab because he's more of a lying coward than Muhammad Ajab. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Irishman.
Item number 4. What do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Shamsuddin was an impulsive individual who liked to break the rules. He managed to have some degree of success in the military, but was unable or unwilling to restrict his consumption of alcohol. After his military career ended, he started several companies hoping to hit it big in real estate, but he ended up losing money. Similarly, success in the area of romance was difficult for Shamsuddin.
STX $22. Frank, business is small and Sean Cuckberry literally has the major meat brands as sponsors and they get millions of views trying to debunk real science. Sean Baker makes no views whatsoever. Same with Ken Berry. I think he might make more views on average than Sean, but I don't think he has a huge channel, does he? How many views does he get? No, he's actually got a decent-sized channel. People actually watch him. Sean Baker, nobody's watching him. At least last I checked. Yeah, he gets no views. Nobody cares about what that guy has to say. Thanks for the donation, though, STX. CDG, donate $2. What state or states would you be looking into if you did move to the U.S.? Probably New Hampshire. But Texas would probably be on the list in terms of states. Washington and Massachusetts. Those would also be other considerations, but I'd probably choose New Hampshire. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
To obtain. The theme of loss permeated his existence. He was a failure in every domain and became increasingly angry. He largely blamed others for his failures. At some point, he decided he wanted to commit homicide to make people pay for his poor decisions and bad fortune. This was inconsistent with his belief system, but Shamsuddin was desperate to become a killer. He searched for a belief system which would allow him to rationalize his way of thinking. This is what led him to embrace an extreme form.
This video will piss Dodo off big time.
Oh my goodness. Hi. He's so orange. Oh my god. Oh my god, what a sweet orange kitty. Boy. Oh my god.
Hi, beautiful boy.
Wow. So orange. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Of Islam. He was now permitted to view his own homicidal beliefs as normal, pro-social, and even noble. This gave him a sense of purpose. Now, in his mind, he was actually a hero because of his desire to kill. Shamsuddin had found a welcoming place for his hatred.
CDG, donate $2. It's pronounced New Hampshire, not Shire. Okay, New Hampshire. I lived there for a year in Milford and Portsmouth, the main city of the state. It's a great place. You'll probably like it. It's also probably the most gun-friendly state in the country. No gun license required. That's dope. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
There was still one problem that kept coming up. Even though homicide was embraced by this distorted version of his religion, killing family members was not acceptable. Shamsuddin was not allowed to do that. He was only permitted to kill strangers. This really didn't satisfy his need for revenge, but it was close enough. Murdering innocent people in the street represented an acceptable outlet from his perspective. Shamsuddin recognized that vehicle ramming attacks are tricky to execute because people move out of the way. This is why he selected an electric vehicle. The Ford F-150 Lightning is not only quiet, it has a lot of torque and acceleration compared to its internal combustion counterparts. Shamsuddin wasn't trying to be an eco-friendly terrorist, rather he was trying to maximize the lethality of his attack. This truck was a little more expensive to rent, but that didn't matter. Saving money was pretty low on his list of priorities by this point. His primary interest was making an unforgettable exit. Considering how incompetent Shamsuddin was, he should have been relatively ineffective at carrying out this attack. Unfortunately, he found help from unwitting accomplices. The authorities had decided to remove barriers that protected the streets where partygoers gathered. Shamsuddin exploited this failure and murdered innocent people.
Yep, cops at it again, being incompetent. Thanks. What would we do?
Hello, this is Dr.
CDG donate chillers. Also, Sig Sawyer is based in New Hampshire. Just avoid the massholes in from Massachusetts. Okay. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
You gonna stay in the house? How's the diet maintenance going? You look lean still.
Yeah, I've still been maintaining. I gained a little bit of weight recently, like maybe 5 pounds, just because I was stress eating because of the epididymitis thing. I wasn't able to sleep at all. My sleep was fucked. I was in severe pain, and I just said, fuck it. And then, yeah, I got some THC gummies, got some pizza and fries and stuff. And I did go out to eat yesterday with my mom, too. So I might just do another small diet for a week or two, just to lose some of that weight. But I've been maintaining just fine. And yeah, I'm going to stay in the house. Thanks for the donation, even though.
Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today I will analyze the case of Matthew Leivelsberger. First I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Matthew Allen Leivelsberger was born in July 1987 and was raised in Bucyrus, Ohio. He graduated high school and pursued a military career. In January 2006, he enlisted in the Army and became a communications specialist. In 2011, he joined the National Guard, and in 2012, the Army Reserve. However, he returned to active duty. In 2016, Matthew went to college at Norwich University. He earned a bachelor's degree in strategic studies and defense analysis in 2019. Sometime around 2020, he purchased property in Colorado Springs, Colorado. Presumably, this is when he moved there. Matthew became a Special Forces Operations Manager in 2023. In November 2024, he became a Remote and Autonomous Systems Manager. By this point, his rank was Master Sergeant, and he was assigned to the 10th Special Forces Group in Germany. During his military career, Matthew served in a number of places around the world, including 5 tours in Afghanistan. He was awarded 2 Bronze Stars. As far as his personal life, Matthew married a woman named Sarah in 2012. They divorced in 2018. He became romantically involved with an Army nurse named Alicia. They dated on and off until they broke up permanently in 2021. In 2022, Matthew married a woman named Jennifer, and they had a daughter together in 2024. Toward the end of that year, Matthew was on leave from the Army. Now moving to the timeline.
If you ever decide to move to the US, come to Texas. We have all the guns, little to none government regulations, small state government, no state tax. And don't listen to people when they tell you we have religious crazies, everyone is pretty chill.
Yeah, that's one thing that entices me for Texas. No state taxes. Thanks for the donation, though, Zane.
Line of the crime. On December 26, 2024, Matthew Leivelsberger left his residence after a dispute with his wife Jennifer. She told Matthew that she knew he had been cheating. On December 28, Matthew rented a Tesla Cybertruck in Denver, Colorado, using the app Turo. He told the owner of the truck he was going camping in the Grand Canyon. On December 30, Matthew started driving south toward New Mexico. He legally purchased 2 semi-automatic handguns. He crossed into New Mexico on December 31, 2024, and made his way to the town of Las Vegas. It appeared as though Matthew intended to drive to Las Vegas, Nevada, but put the wrong Las Vegas into his navigation software. From Las Vegas, New Mexico, Matthew drove west into Arizona, arriving in Flagstaff on January 1, 2025.
Okay, this guy is an actual retard.
He continued to Las Vegas, Nevada, and was first spotted in the city at about 7:29 a.m. At 7:34 a.m., he turned onto Fashion Show Drive. He visited a few different locations along Las Vegas Boulevard and spent about 45 minutes in a business parking lot near Flamingo Road. At 8:39 a.m., Matthew pulled the Cybertruck into the valet area of the Trump International Hotel, Las Vegas. 17 seconds later, the vehicle exploded. 7 people were injured. 1 person was dead. It was Matthew. He had sustained a fatal, self-inflicted gunshot wound prior to the explosion. The authorities said that Matthew had filled the bed of the truck with fireworks and gasoline containers. The explosion did not cause significant damage to the Cybertruck, and the glass doors of the hotel did not shatter. An ATF agent said, quote, "The level of sophistication is not what we would expect from an individual with this type of military experience," unquote. The investigation into Matthew's criminal behavior continues. However, at this point, the authorities believe that Matthew acted alone. For instance, the vehicle ramming attack that occurred a few hours earlier in New Orleans, Louisiana, was not related to the Cybertruck explosion. Now moving to my analysis. Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. One day after Matthew rented the Cybertruck, he sent several messages to his ex-girlfriend, Alicia. This may reveal something about his state of mind. These messages were out of the blue. He had not communicated with her since they separated in 2021. Matthew wrote, "I rented a Tesla Cybertruck. It's the blank. I feel like Batman or Halo." And he told her how he had been building drones in his new position. The FBI told Alicia that she was not the only former girlfriend Matthew reached out to in his final days. Alicia appeared to have fond memories of her time with Matthew, saying that he was the kindest man she ever knew. He was an honorable man who loved his country. In 2019, after he sustained a traumatic brain injury during a tour in the Middle East, Matthew became isolated and depressed. The couple broke up because Matthew did not want to be a stepfather to Alicia's son, and he wanted to focus on his career. Item number 2. Matthew left 2 recorded notes on his cell phone, which may shed light on his motive. According to Matthew, his behavior did not represent a terrorist attack. Rather, he just wanted to draw attention to his manifesto. He suggested that Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. Therefore, there was no better way to get his point across than by using fireworks and explosives. As far as why he selected this particular time for the explosion, Matthew indicated he needed to cleanse his mind of the brothers he lost and the burden of the lives he took. Matthew told veterans that they were being led by weak and feckless leadership who only served to enrich themselves. He said, quote,
CDG Donate Tellers, Richard, were you being serious when you were talking about considering steroids? Yeah. I might end up taking them. Thanks for that donation, CDG.
"We are the United States of America, the best country, people ever to exist, but right now we are terminally ill and headed toward collapse," unquote. The FBI claimed that Matthew's behavior was driven by post-traumatic stress disorder and various personal grievances.
And I would tat away from Washington or Mass. Especially Mass. Sky-high taxes and cost of living and overall woke shitholes where crime is rampant and full of Muslim migrants.
Alright, didn't know that about Mass. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Grievances. Item number 3. Matthew allegedly sent an email to a retired intelligence officer. The authenticity of this email has not been verified, but the FBI said they believe it was written by Matthew.
CDG, donate $2. Do you have some kind of strength or muscle goals in mind, or just doing it for the fun of it? Yeah, it's primarily just for physique. Part of it is to see if it just makes it easier to heal from injury. But yeah, it's mostly just to make it easier to achieve physique goals. Thanks for the donation, CDG.
Here is what Matthew allegedly wrote in this email. Much of this is paraphrased. China is stalking the United States with advanced drones launched from submarines. The mysterious drones flying around New Jersey are fast and stealthy Chinese weapons with advanced propulsion systems. The drones could be well armed, attack anywhere, and are the most dangerous threat to national security which has ever existed. They have impressive payload capacity and can be positioned over the White House if they wanted. This would result in checkmate. The entire East Coast is in danger from these drones. For over a week, Matthew has been followed by Homeland Security or the FBI. They were looking to make a move on him. He wrote, quote, "I've been trying to maintain a very visible profile and have kept my phone, and they are definitely digitally tracking me," unquote. Matthew said he had knowledge of war crimes which were covered up by airstrikes in Afghanistan in 2019. Item number 4, what do I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. I'm going to base this opinion on the assumption that the email is authentic, but of course it may not be, so that's important to keep in mind. It appears as though, at one time, Matthew was intelligent, industrious, thoughtful, brave, career-oriented, and pro-social. Like many soldiers who experienced combat, Matthew had trouble processing and making sense of what he witnessed. Over time, he became paranoid, unhappy, isolated, and hopeless. He no longer had the sense of purpose which he was so certain about in his younger years. Matthew wanted to serve his country, but he lost faith in the leadership and the direction the country was moving. His sense of aimlessness was amplified by his paranoia. There was a sense of urgency on Matthew's part. Putting this all together, he found a new purpose, warning Americans about the dangers that he perceived, including the potential for weaponized drones. He decided that he would make his exit in a way that attracted a lot of attention to the hazard. This is why he crafted a plan involving a Cybertruck, fireworks, and a hotel owned by Donald Trump. He knew this combination would garner a great deal of interest by the public. Nobody could ignore this message. In his final days, Matthew was highly disorganized. He ended up driving to the wrong Las Vegas. During the trip, he contacted multiple former girlfriends as a way of reminiscing and recapturing his earlier experiences. Matthew wanted to spend these last days traveling back to a time in his life that made sense, a better time, a less confusing time. This was a walk down memory lane. He indulged in a bit of nostalgia. With Matthew's training, he was capable of carrying out a large-scale lethal attack. However, part of his old self remained. Not every part of him had been consumed by mental health symptoms. He was still a loyal, albeit misguided, soldier, eager to defend his country. He viewed his final moments as consistent with this original philosophy. From his perspective, he was protecting America. Matthew's message isn't really helpful in the way that he intended, but there is a practical lesson contained in it. He highlighted the dangers of untreated mental health symptoms and illustrated how mental illness can insidiously devastate a person's life. Unfortunately, this will not be the lesson that stands out for everyone. Those plagued by intense conspiratorial beliefs will embrace Matthew's behavior as evidence supporting any number of conspiracy theories, especially those related to the military. Every facet of his plan.
I've never seen the Wall-E movie.
How do you go from being the baddest man on the planet to barely being able to walk?
He's still alive, right? I don't think he's died yet.
From revolutionizing an entire sport to paying the ultimate price with your body. This is the story of Mark the Godfather of Ground and Pound Coleman. How he changed fighting forever and how it changed him. Alright, so let me set the stage for you. If you have ever watched a wrestler turned MMA fighter pin someone to the ground and just absolutely smash their face into the canvas, you have Mark Coleman to thank for that. Ground and pound? Well, that's his baby.
You were the one who came up with the idea of ground and pound and the term, probably the first to ever use that term. It's your
Well,
term.
I did. You
trademark it?
Well, I should have. Big time.
Literally the best term in the history of MMA.
Yeah, well, I said, well, I'm going to take his ass to the fucking ground. I'm going to pound the goddamn shit out of him. I said that right on TV. they cut me off because they knew I was hammered. I said, I promise I'll be.
He's the guy who showed everyone that, yeah, you could be a jiu-jitsu wizard or a karate master, but if someone is sitting on top of you dropping bombs, it doesn't matter how many black belts you've got. It's game over. But here's the thing about the Pioneer. The first one through the door is always the one who takes the most damage. And Mark Coleman, man, did he pay for it. His career was like watching a car chase in an action movie. High speed, thrilling as hell, but you know there's gonna be a crash. This guy was a freak athlete, Olympic wrestler, NCAA champ, just an absolute tank of a man. But what makes his story so crazy is that his success in MMA didn't come from playing it safe. No, he was all in, full throttle. He invented a style that made him a legend, but it also wrecked his body. And we're gonna unpack all of that from the insane highs to the brutal lows. So how does a man go from being called the godfather of ground and pound to undergoing hip replacements and struggling with day-to-day life? Well, that's what we're gonna dive into today. And trust me, this story is as brutal and inspiring as the sport that he helped shape. Before he became an MMA legend, Mark Coleman was already a force of nature. Wrestling wasn't just his foundation, it was his obsession. This guy grew up in a world where toughness wasn't optional. You earned respect by showing up, grinding, and breaking your opponent's will. And Coleman, well, he thrived in that environment. Let's rewind to the early days. Coleman grew up in Fremont, Ohio, a small blue-collar town where sports were the way out. He wasn't born with a silver spoon, he was born with grit. Wrestling became his outlet. By the time he hit high school, it was clear this dude was different. Stronger, faster, meaner. The kind of athlete who could dominate any sport, but picked wrestling because it let him impose his will on another human being. In college, he didn't just wrestle, he annihilated. At Miami University of Ohio, he was an All-American, and then he transferred to Ohio State, where he hit his stride. In 1988, he became the NCAA national champion in the heavyweight division. That's right, Mark Coleman was the top collegiate heavyweight wrestler in the entire country. Just imagine being the poor dude who had to face that monster in the finals. And if you think it stops there, hold up, because this man had Olympic dreams. After college, Coleman set his sights on the international stage. He made the U.S. Olympic wrestling team and competed in freestyle wrestling at the 1992 Summer Olympics in Barcelona. Look, making it to the Olympics is like being in the 1% of the 1%. That is some next level dedication. He didn't win gold, but just getting there cemented his place among the elite. But here's the thing about wrestling in the early 90s. It didn't exactly pay the bills. Yeah, you'd get a pat on the back in some respect, but respect doesn't pay the bills. So after the Olympics, Coleman was at a crossroads. He loved wrestling, but what was next? He wasn't about to sit in an office and push papers. And that is when fate stepped in. In 1993, the first UFC event happened. No gloves, no rules, no weight classes. It was absolute chaos. Fighters were stepping into the octagon to prove which martial art was the most effective. Karate guys versus jiu-jitsu guys, boxers versus sumo wrestlers. It was wild. And Coleman? He was watching it thinking, man, if I got my hands on these dudes, it'd be over. So in 1996, Coleman decided to take the plunge into this strange...
Now that you and Jasmine are separated, I can finally ask this. How did Jasmine become so disgustingly out of shape? Did you actually remain attracted to her even after she blew up like an Oompa Loompa?
I don't know why exactly she started gaining weight like crazy. Like obviously she ate more. That's how you gain weight, but I don't know what really triggered the change in her eating habits. But you know, she just ate a lot of junk food, wasn't exercising, and then gained weight. I still loved her all the same. Wasn't as physically attractive, but you know, I didn't tell her she was fat or ugly or anything, because I just thought that wasn't nice, and I knew she like had problems, so you know, I just encouraged her to start weight training with me, and you know, she told me she was uncomfortable with how she looks. So I always offered her help, like I can make you a diet plan if you want, I can help you with exercise, and she just wouldn't do it, but she did eventually end up losing a lot of weight on her own. But yeah, I was just, you know, I just remained encouraging. She would ask me if I thought she looked disgusting or gross, and I just said, no, I still love you, think you're beautiful, and, you know, but if you want to have help with, you know, weight loss, I just always offered it to her. Thanks for the donation, though, N-word. Son Goku donate to others, which transformation is better, Goku Super Saiyan or is Super Saiyan 3? Well, Goku Super Saiyan probably.
You're going to love this. And this. And if you do this,
I thought the Super Saiyan levels were stupid. You know, it's fine to do something that's beyond Super Saiyan, but like his hair grew more and like his brow was like he lost his eyebrows. It was kind of stupid. I thought it would have made a lot more sense to go from Super Saiyan to, I don't know, call it something. You could call it Super Saiyan 2 or something, but just call it, like just make it different, not just, like, more hair. I thought the Super Saiyan 4 idea in GT was kind of cool, where it kind of fused the monkey Ozaru form. So they should have done something like that, where there's Super Saiyan, then there's like a step above it, where you kind of turn into a half Ozaru or something. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku, but yeah, the first Super Saiyan transformation was better.
Last question about Jazz. Who initiated the breakup? I'm assuming it was her?
Yeah, she was the one who said she wanted to break up, and then I was like, okay. It was pretty much neutral, but she was the one who initiated. Thanks for the donation, N-word.
Strange, brutal new world of MMA. And here's the thing. He didn't come into it as some wrestler trying to dabble in fighting. No, he came in with a chip on his shoulder and the mindset of a predator. He was about to show the world what a wrestler could really do. You have to understand, Mark Coleman wasn't your average wrestler. He was an absolute specimen. This guy was built like a tank, but he moved like an athlete half his size. He had insane strength, raw power, and cardio for days. His opponents weren't just facing a fighter, they were facing a bulldozer. When Coleman entered the UFC in 1996, it was like a bomb went off in the fight world. This wasn't the slick, polished UFC that you know today. It was raw, bare bones. The rules were still being figured out, and fighters came in with wildly different styles. Coleman didn't care. He was there to do one thing, win. And he had the perfect tool to do it, his wrestling. In his first tournament, Coleman introduced something the MMA world had never seen before, ground and pound. It was simple, but devastating. Take down your opponent, pin them to the mat, and start hammering away until they either tap or get knocked out. That's why they called him the Hammer. It wasn't flashy, but man, did it work. Coleman stormed through UFC 10 like a wrecking ball, winning the whole tournament. But he wasn't done. He came back at UFC 11 and did it again. Back-to-back tournament wins. He was unstoppable, and the fans loved it. This wasn't some point-scoring chess match. This was a guy who walked into the octagon, ragdolled his opponents, and then beat them into submission. Coleman wasn't just winning tournaments, he was simultaneously revolutionizing the sport. Wrestling wasn't considered sexy in MMA back then. It was all about striking or submissions. But Coleman showed that if you had the conditioning, the power, and the technique, wrestling could dominate. He turned the octagon into his personal wrestling mat, and nobody could stop him. By the time he won the first ever UFC Heavyweight Championship in 1997, Coleman wasn't just a wrestler turned MMA fighter. He was a pioneer in the truest sense. The godfather of ground and pound. A guy who made it clear that if you didn't know how to wrestle, you had no business stepping into the octagon.
I had an interview with Mark Coleman after he choked out Dan Severn. Mark Coleman was so fired up, man, because he had just won the heavyweight title. He was fucking jacked. And he was fucking pumped up, and he was the king of the world back then. Mark the Hammer Coleman changed the fucking game because he was like a real world-class wrestler, taking dudes down and just smashing them. I had to interview him the first time I ever interviewed anybody. And he had no idea who I was, but I asked respect.
This is a pretty insightful little game thing. I don't think you're intelligent enough to be able to understand or follow it, but I figured I'd give you a shot at it.
The evolution of trust. Playing time 30 minutes. What the fuck? Oh my god. During World War I, peace broke out as Christmas 1914, Western Front, blah blah blah. 2017, the West is being at peace. Game theory. Our epidemic of distrust. You have one choice. In front of you is a machine. If you put a coin in the machine, the other player gets 3 coins, and vice versa. You both can either choose to cooperate, put in coin, or cheat, don't put in coin. Let's say the other player cheats and doesn't put in a coin. What should you do? Cheat, obviously. Why let that moocher mooch off you? If you cooperate and they cheat, you lose a coin while they gain 3. However, if you both cheat, neither of you gain or lose anything. Therefore, you should cheat. But let's say the other player cooperates and puts in a coin. What should you do now? Cooperate? Seems like the right thing to do, or is it? Because if you both cooperate, you both give up a coin to gain 3. But if you cheat and they cooperate, you gain 3 coins at their cost of 1. Therefore, you should still cheat, and that's our dilemma. Trust is nice, but can let others take advantage of you or shoot you as you come unarmed out of a trench. Sometimes distrust is rational, but now what happens if we play this game? Now let's play for real. You'll be playing against 5 different opponents, each with their own game strategy, which each opponent you'll play anywhere between 3 to 7 rounds. You won't know in advance when the last round is. Can you trust them, or rather, can they trust you? Cooperate. Okay. Cooperate. 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 Opponent 2 of 5. Okay, give him one more chance. Alright, cheat. Cheat. Pretty good. The lowest and highest possible score is 749. Who were these strange characters? Okay, well, whatever. I'm not doing that for 30 minutes. Let's see. Like to chew vegan penis donut tellers. Why did Jasmine want to break up? And are you sad? And did you cry? I'm sorry, you don't have to answer. You'd really have to ask her. I don't think she told me reasons, but they didn't really make any sense. I think she just fell out of love, wanted to move on, kind of thing. Was I sad? Did I cry? No. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, thanks for the donation, dude.
React to 3 of these TYT videos.
What a terrible day when we see terrorist attacks on American soil. It's absolutely tragic, and we've got to look as a country on how these things happen. We absolutely have to shut down the border to not allow terrorists to come across the border. We also have to take a look at how are these terrorists coming from people who live in America. And, you know, you have schools that are teaching kids to hate their country, that this country is evil. You have the teachers' unions pushing this on our kids.
Yeah, that doesn't really make much sense.
Just last Thursday, an Israeli strike killed 5 Palestinian journalists outside Al-Awda Hospital in the Nuseirat refugee camp in central Gaza. One of those 5 journalists in their car that was clearly marked press was waiting for his first child to be born inside the hospital.
Those journalists aren't the only ones who have been killed.
Oh, I don't care. Like, it's so stupid. Like,
Turns out that
you have to imagine your, adversaries have some level of intelligence. The idea that Israel would deliberately kill journalists like this, knowing that it's going to make the news, and they're doing this with nothing but malice, is just the most retarded accusation imaginable.
AI is now threatening to wipe out another profession, this time replacing teachers with artificial intelligence. And I'm not kidding. This is already happening with a charter school that is privately run and publicly funded. So keep in mind that tax dollars are being funneled to this institution. So Unbound Academy, which operates under the brand Alpha Schools in Texas and Florida, was recently approved by Arizona State and its board for charter schools last month to essentially run an institution. It's an online school for middle schoolers that essentially does 2 hours a day of instruction using artificial intelligence.
Dude, I needed this when I was a kid. Holy fuck, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I want to see what would happen. Yeah, Ford GT versus Corvette Z06. Let's see.
The paint scheme, or what is on by Bob Bar. That I was just talking to, before we do, customer. Hold on! Now we can. Whoa, sideways. Come on! Come on, so close, it's coming now! Come on! Come on for GM! Come on, GM! GM!
That's actually closer than I thought it would be. I think the Z06 might just be disadvantaged with aero, which is why the GT ended up catching up at the end. That's cool. I like how Corvette gives you, like, a lot of fucking performance for the money. You gun tell me reasons when he tells his vegan gains when Jasmine tries to explain why he's unhinged and deserves to be alone.
Hey, man. You gonna tell me reasons? You better. Let me tell you the reason, motherfucker. The reason is your ass ain't worth the shit no more. You better fucking back off, man. What the fuck happened to you, man? Your ass used to be beautiful.
Okay, thanks for the donation, dude. Peak donate $2 found Adam Gugamos main channel. I don't think that's Adam Gugamos.
Hello, my name is Gabriel and I have what they call schizophrenia. If you enjoyed this video at any point in time, make sure 2015, where I spent 9.5 weeks in the hospital. I then got out and recovered. And then in 2020, I came off my medication and I went through psychosis again and once again recovered. Now, it's important that you don't deny the person who's in psychosis. You don't deny their beliefs, but you also shouldn't tell them that their beliefs are true. You just want to gently encourage them to get help and go to the hospital, because you want to suggest that they'd be better off going to the hospital and ask them if they want to live a decent, normal life. And if they say yeah, then try and gently persuade them to go to the hospital. No one wants to be in psychosis, but sometimes psychosis can make you feel higher up there. It can make you feel like you're special or important, and people get addicted to that feeling. I was one of them. I thought I was an archangel, and music would play on the radio, and I thought it was a reflection of what I was thinking, or like it was like angels speaking through the radio, playing songs based on how I was feeling. And I kind of got addicted to this connection of speaking to what I thought were angels. I got addicted to that connection. And I didn't want to get out of that psychosis. You get attached, it'll bring you down. What made me realize I was in psychosis was I watched a video on schizophrenia, hoping that my beliefs were fake and that it was just schizophrenia. And then in the video that I was watching, I had that split realization where it was like, okay, I have schizophrenia. And that was a weight off my shoulder, because when you have these scary beliefs and you think they're real, it's traumatizing. But when you realize it's all a delusion, it's just this huge weight off your shoulder.
Who do you guys... Well, I'm glad I don't have schizophrenia.
Typical TYT being anti-simp morons as you saw.
Yeah. Like, if you wanted to criticize Israel, the, 110 IQ criticism would be, they're being negligent, they're not, there's not enough safeguards in place for when they do these strikes. You'd make a criticism like that, but this fucking retarded, conspiracy theory that they're allowing, they're deliberately targeting journalists and shit is just so fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Ben donated $2 with AI in classrooms. It looks like the Fairly Odd Parents were predicting the future.
Cease learning. The school day has concluded. 5 seconds school day? Sweet! Which gives me plenty of time for this.
Yeah, hopefully they were right. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
I think in the industry's the lamest fitness influencer.
Probably Alex Eubank.
Why?
So I just find him boring, man. It's like every YouTuber I watch him is trying not to click off challenge because of what he does.
Yeah, Alex Eubank is boring. His videos suck.
Yo, what the?
Well, he does is complain.
But why
man.
though?
He just complains.
His vlogs and his content, do kind of suck in my opinion, but that's fine. Maybe it's not for me. I feel like you go from good Christian boy, and then you're clickbaiting gear every 2 seconds, and then you're saying you're never gonna do gear. Then you do gear, right? When your views are tapering off. So what was it? Did you want to take gear? Was it the views? Was it the money drawing up that made you make that decision? People do change. The dude flip flops every 2 seconds.
Yeah, Alex Eubank is lame as fuck, dude. Thanks for the... Oh, wait, nobody donated that. Alawali, bitch vegan, donate $2. Guys, you better stay on my good side. Watch what you say. I may block you. Blocked by Alawali Blue. What will you do? Not in the group, because you're a dirty gook. Can't hang with me because you got a potty mouth. My mom said I'm not allowed to talk to you. Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. Appreciate the donation, Alawali. Vegan Runner donated $3. Let me see.
Hitler has won. He's changed us, Jews, from being compassionate and caring and do unto others as you would have them do unto you, into this vicious, genocidal...
Gay. What a retarded, dumb bitch cuck. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Questions and then gave him an opportunity to express himself, and then it worked out.
Now think about this. The UFC is full of wrestlers now. It is one of the most dominant styles in the sport. But back in Coleman's day, he was the trailblazer. Every wrestler turned MMA fighter you see today owes something to him. Now UFC 10 wasn't Coleman's first fight, but it was the moment where he put the entire sport on notice. Back then, most fighters came into the octagon with a single style. Karate, boxing, jiu-jitsu. But Coleman brought something new. He wasn't trying to stand and trade punches. He wasn't looking to submit anyone. He was there to maul people. And he had the perfect weapon. Ground and pound. Ground and pound wasn't just a technique for Coleman, it was a strategy, a mindset. Get the takedown, control your opponent, and then turn their face into mush. It was brutal, efficient, and incredibly effective. And the thing is, nobody knew how to stop it. His first fight in UFC 10 lasted less than 3 minutes. His opponent, a striker who had no idea how to defend against a wrestler like Coleman. One takedown, and it was game over. This wasn't just a win, it was a statement. But Coleman wasn't done. In the second round, Coleman faced Gary Goodridge, a guy built like a tank with hands that could knock your head into the cheap seat. On paper, it was a classic striker versus grappler matchup. But in reality, it was another clinic in ground and pound. Goodridge never stood a chance. Coleman's wrestling was just too good. His ground control too suffocating. He moved like a man possessed, smothering Goodridge and unleashing hell from top position. 2 fights, 2 finishes, and Coleman hadn't even broken a sweat. And then came the final, Mark Coleman versus Don Frye. Now Frye was no slouch. He was a tough, gritty fighter with an iron chin and a knack for brawling. But Coleman didn't care. He was on a mission. Coleman's wrestling was on full display here.
Have you seen Blade Runner 2049? Do you think advancements in AI will enable us to create similar bioengineered humans?
Yeah, Blade Runner 2049 is one of my favorite movies. It may be my favorite movie of all time. I don't see why not. If natural selection could end up creating human beings, I don't see why a super intelligent, AI couldn't figure out how to just construct a human being from scratch. So I see that being a thing. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
Honestly, we should have realized that SJWs were promoting conspiracy theories when morons like Dark Sovino were saying that pornography was responsible for the culpace of American society and that countries without it are less fucked up.
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Frye tried to fight it, but there was no stopping the hammer. Once Coleman got on top, it was a wrap. He pounded Frye until the ref had to call it. And just like that, Coleman became the UFC 10 tournament champion. Next up came UFC 12. This time it wasn't a tournament, it was a title fight. Coleman faced Dan Severn for the first ever UFC heavyweight championship. Now Severn was a legend in his own right, but Coleman made him look like an amateur. He took Severn down and forced him to tap with a scarf hold. And with that win, Coleman became the first UFC heavyweight champion in history.
I became the first ever UFC heavyweight champion. Quite an honor.
Now, ground and pound did not come out of nowhere. Coleman didn't wake up one day and decide to start smashing people on the mat. It was a style that was born out of necessity. He knew he wasn't going to outstrike the boxers or out-grapple the jiu-jitsu guys. But what he could do, better than anyone, was control his opponent and rain down punishment. Simple, sure, but it took a guy like Coleman to make it effective. His wrestling background gave him an edge because he could take anyone down, and once he got on top, his raw strength and endurance did the rest. It wasn't just ground and pound, it was controlled violence. You want to know how big of an impact Mark Coleman had on MMA? Just look at the sport today. Wrestlers dominate the UFC, and ground and pound is one of the most effective tools in the game. Habib, John Jones, Daniel Cormier, they all use it. But back in the 90s, nobody knew what to do against it. Coleman set the blueprint. By the late 90s, Mark Coleman had already made his mark in the UFC, but as the sport evolved, so did the competition. After a few tough losses in the octagon, Coleman decided to take his talents to Japan and join the legendary Pride Fighting Championships. Pride wasn't just a fight promotion, it was a spectacle. Packed stadiums, crazy matchups, and some of the toughest fighters on the planet. And Coleman, he fit right in. And Pride's rules, well, they were different. Soccer kicks, knees to the head of a grounded opponent. This wasn't the UFC anymore. For a wrestler like Coleman, these rules were both a blessing and a curse. His takedowns could lead to devastating knees and kicks. But if he failed, he was the one eating those shots. Pride was a whole different beast. It wasn't just about winning, it was about putting on a show. And Coleman knew how to do both. But let's not sugarcoat it, Pride had some absolute killers on its roster. Fedor Emelianenko, Antonio Rodrigo Nogueira, Mirko Cro Cop. These guys weren't just tough, they were legends in the making, and Coleman went to war with them. Coleman's biggest moment in Pride came in 2000, during the first ever
BTW Farley Odd Parents writing was gay news. It's such a shame its creator Bucht Hartmean is a Christian nut job and coin artist.
I didn't know that. I didn't know that about the show's creator. Weird. But yeah, the first few seasons of Fairly Odd Parents were fucking amazing. It ended up going to shit, but that was a really good cartoon show. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Ever Pride Grand Prix. And in that tournament, Coleman faced Igor Vovichanchin, a fighter so feared for his striking that they called him Ice Cold. Igor had knocked out 27 opponents before facing Coleman. But what happened? Coleman ragdolled him, took him down, controlled him, and finished him with brutal knees to the head. It wasn't just a victory.
Vegan Runner donated $3. Let me see.
They lied. Okay. They said Saddam is seeking and is working and is advancing towards the development of nuclear weapons. No question whatsoever. They lied. Okay. They said there were weapons of mass destruction.
So here's the thing.
Now that you're done with Jasmine, how about you come live in the States with me?
I don't know. Maybe we could negotiate something, but not sure if I really want to move just yet. Thanks for the donation, your new wife. Here's the thing. Saddam Hussein definitely was interested in acquiring nuclear weapons. And he probably was... He either already did or was seeking access to people who could help him getting nuclear weapons. It was a total lie that they had weapons of mass destruction, but he certainly was trying to acquire a nuclear arsenal. So that's not a lie. There was a fucking dipshit, I think from India, who helped nuclear proliferation. He was helping... I know he got nuclear weapons for Pakistan, and there were a few other countries that he was working with. He might have also helped Iran. So if Saddam had stayed in power, guaranteed he would have ended up developing nuclear weapons.
There was...
Jalen donated $2. You have any attraction to men at all? Would you be willing to date vegan man? Not unless you're a very, very feminine, cute femboy. That's the only exception I could probably make. Even then, I don't know how I'd really feel about it, but yeah, I just don't see that happening. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Oh yeah, years he started a Kickstarter for a scam stain steaming servants that never happened, and he is a Christian nutjob who says that God can cure autism.
Wow. So the guy's a complete whack job. Never would have figured. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
None, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction. All right. No question whatsoever.
Look, bottom line, there were no weapons of mass destruction. They said there are weapons of mass destruction.
If you take out Saddam, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region.
Going into Iraq may have been the worst decision anybody has made, any president has made in the history of this country. That's how bad it is, okay?
We should have never been in Iraq. I guarantee you, no question whatsoever.
I'm not necessarily against the American invasion of Iraq. They justified it under false pretenses, so that's an issue. And the way they handled trying to control the region afterwards was absolutely fucktarded. But overthrowing Saddam Hussein, I think, was probably a good thing overall. It's just that they had no fucking idea what they were doing after they overthrew Saddam. But thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
It was a statement about what wrestling could do to even the most dangerous strikers. This was a single-night tournament with some of the best fighters in the world. It was grueling, it was chaotic, and it was perfect for someone like Coleman. He stormed through the tournament, taking out the heavy hitters and winning the whole thing. By the end of the night, he was holding a giant trophy and a fat check, and he'd solidified his place as one of the best heavyweights in the world. This was peak Coleman, the godfather of ground and pound, dominating in one of the toughest tournaments ever held. But while the wins were big, the toll on his body was even bigger. Coleman even got a chance to run it back with Don Fry in Pride. Remember their UFC war? Well, this time was different. The sport had evolved, and both men weren't the same fighters they once were. But Coleman showed that he still could go, even if the outcome wasn't quite what he wanted. By the early 2000s, Coleman's style was starting to show its age. The sport was evolving. Fighters weren't just specialists anymore, they were hybrids. Wrestlers who could strike, strikers who could grapple. Coleman's ground and pound was still dangerous, but the newer generation of fighters knew how to defend against it. And for a guy like Coleman, whose style relied so much on raw strength...
So, check this out. I can't find the original post, but apparently this year, she's going to post an interview with a Holocaust denier named E. Michael Jones. Hopefully she's demonetized here.
Oh God. Really? He was flying an ISIS flag, so we at least know he was an ally of the US and Israel. What? Yeah, bro, if she keeps doing this, she is living on borrowed time. She is asking to get, at the very least, demonetized. YouTube's probably just going to outright ban her. It's only a matter of time. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Oh. Oh yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah yeah yeah. Yeah, there it is. Yes. Oh baby yeah. Yeah yeah. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Oh yeah yeah. Like that? I do. Yeah yeah. Oh yeah. Here comes the poop. Oh. No. It's liquid. Oh no. It burns.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation. Oh yeah, appreciate it.
Strength and conditioning.
Jalen donated $2. Is a lack of fiber reason for men going bald? No. Men go bald because of androgenic alopecia. Has nothing to do with fiber. Thanks for the donation, Jalen.
Aging was like a slow poison for this fighting career. Then came the Fedor fights. The first one at Pride 32. That was a wake-up call. Fedor wasn't just another opponent, he was the evolution of MMA. A Russian with wrestling as good as Coleman's, but with striking that could knock you out from anywhere. Coleman gave it everything, but Fedor caught him in an armbar. The rematch at Pride 34? Same story, different submission. These fights weren't just losses, they were passing of the torch moments. The game had changed, and Coleman, the guy who helped change it in the first place, was now facing fighters who had studied and improved upon everything that he had pioneered. Fedor was a machine.
I know Coleman did throw one fight. He admitted to it. And it was basically because the Yakuza told him he had to, and if he didn't, he either wouldn't get booked again, or they might have actually killed him. I don't know if that happened with any of his other fights. Some of his losses were actually pretty surprising. Not really surprising that he'd lose to Fedor. But yeah, that one fight was obvious, and he even admitted to it.
Fast, precise, and deadly in every area of the game. Coleman fought him twice in Pride, and both times Fedor came out on top. Coleman gave it everything he had, but it just wasn't enough, and you could see that the toll it was taking, not just on his record, but on his body. But here's the thing about Mark Coleman, he didn't know how to quit. Even as the losses piled up, even as his body started to break down, he kept fighting. It wasn't just about the money or the fame. For Coleman, fighting was who he was. It was his identity. By the time Coleman retired, his body...
Assuming that Candace Owens goes all in with the neo-Nazi territory rabbit hole and is completely demonetized from every platform, even X, will she be so delusional to think the neo-Nazis would let her in? LMFAO, they outright want her to go back to Africa.
Yeah. Myron is like the same as Candace Owens. These self-hating, like, black or minorities, they think if they're racist enough, they'll be let into the club, and they never are. Like they're just so fucking delusional and stupid. They think people who want their race to be exterminated are going to become friends with them. But thanks for the donation, Ben.
He was a wreck. In Coleman's own words from a 2019 interview, "My body is shot. Years of wrestling, years of fighting. I can barely walk sometimes. These hips, man, they're just destroyed from all those takedowns. Years of wrestling, training, and fighting had taken their toll. He underwent multiple surgeries, knees, back, shoulders, but the worst of it was his hips. Decades of shooting for takedowns and smashing opponents had ground his joints to dust. Coleman had to have both hips replaced. Now think about that for a second. The same leg...
I don't think these people end up getting these, like, massive arthritic problems just from wrestling and shit. I think it's from the actual injuries they sustain. So if you end up, like, actually getting injured doing fights, and you get injuries to your hips, injuries to your knees, like, that's what does it. It's not just these movements that grind away your joints. It's the injuries you get from doing the shit. so many times in a really, really aggressive, forceful way where you're bound to get injuries. And then if you keep getting injured over and over and over again, that's what ends up wearing away your joints, not just, shooting for takedowns.
Legs that powered his legendary takedowns, the foundation of his entire career, had to be rebuilt. And the recovery, it wasn't easy. His replacements are no joke. For an average...
Grey Knight donated $2. Communist Party march in Philadelphia this past summer. These people are so fucking dumb, dude. And let me see. Yeah. I'm noticing they're all weak, skinny, fat, out of shape college kids. Thanks for the donation though, Grey Knight.
Average person, it is a tough recovery. For a guy like Coleman who spent his entire life pushing his body to the limit, it was a brutal adjustment. He had to relearn how to walk, let alone train and stay active. The surgery was rough, Coleman revealed in 2020. When you have been an athlete your whole life and suddenly you can't even get out of bed without help, that messes with your head. But what choice did I have? My hips were bone on bone. Speaking about his recovery in 2021, Coleman admitted, I pushed too hard, too fast, for too long. We didn't know any better back then. Now I'm paying the price. Every morning I wake up and it takes me about an hour just to get my body moving right. Even after the surgeries, Coleman's health struggles didn't stop. Chronic pain, limited mobility, and the mental toll of no longer being able to compete. It all added up. He battled depression, financial stress, and the harsh reality that his body would never be the same. Before Coleman, many viewed MMA as a battle of striking or submissions, but he showed how control and relentless strikes from the top position could render even the most skilled opponents defenseless.
And it's in my hometown of Pennsylvania to just great.
Yep. And I'm sure just about everywhere is dealing with the stupid, pro-Palestine fucktards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
This strategy laid the groundwork for future fighters, particularly wrestlers like Khabib Nurmagomedov, Daniel Cormier, and Cain Velasquez. Khabib's dominance in the lightweight division, characterized by his ability to pin opponents against the cage and unleash devastating strikes, is a modern evolution of Coleman's blueprint. Daniel Cormier's Olympic-caliber wrestling and his ability to mix strikes seamlessly on the ground are further testaments to Coleman's influence. Additionally, Coleman's role as the inaugural UFC heavyweight champion and Pride Grand Prix champion cemented his place in history. He proved that wrestlers could thrive in MMA, opening the door for countless athletes from similar backgrounds. His success also paved the way for a greater appreciation of athleticism and conditioning in the sport. Being a pioneer in MMA came with its share of hardships. Coleman fought in an era when fighters had fewer resources and limited medical care. Training camps were rudimentary compared to the scientific and data-driven systems of today. Coleman often endured grueling battles with minimal recovery time, fighting multiple matches in a single night during tournaments. Financial stability was also a challenge. Unlike today's superstars who earn millions, fighters in Coleman's era often struggled to make ends meet. Despite these hurdles, Coleman soldiered on, earning respect for his perseverance and tenacity. These challenges shaped his character, making him not only a trailblazer, but a symbol of resilience.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of person would get into a sport where you fuck yourself up and make no money for it. That's pretty crazy. Like, at least with boxing, you make money. Like, you might become a fucked up retard, but, like, at least you make money for it. I see this.
Hello, this is Dr. Gonde. Today I will analyze the case of Amy Priesmeyer. First, I'll look at the background of this case, move to the timeline of the crime, then offer my analysis. Amy Lynn Priesmeyer was born in August 1980 and lived in Lancaster, California. This is about 70 miles north of Los Angeles. When she was 16, she met a 21-year-old man named Richard Coles, who went by the name Ricky. He worked for his father's electrical company and lived in his parents' guest house. Amy became pregnant, so in July 1997, the couple moved into a two-story apartment on Gadsden Avenue in Lancaster. Now moving to the timeline of the crime. On August 12, 1997, just after 9 p.m., Amy Priesmeyer called 911 and reported that she found Ricky badly injured in their apartment. The police arrived on the scene. Here is what they found during the course of their investigation. Ricky was on the floor of an upstairs bedroom. He had been shot one time in the head with a small caliber pistol. One spent case was left behind at the scene. It appeared as though his head had also been struck with something like a hammer. There was no forced entry into the apartment, and nothing was missing, including Ricky's wallet, which contained his credit cards and $60 in cash. Ricky was airlifted to a hospital, where he died on August 15, 1997. The police learned that there had been some tension in the apartment leading up to Ricky's murder. Friends of Amy, Jennifer Kellogg, and Sarah Chapin, stayed in the apartment for about a week in early August. This led to arguments between Ricky and Amy. Ricky did not want the girls living in the apartment, believing they were using substances. During an argument on August 11, The day before Ricky was mortally wounded, Amy told Ricky she hated him. Ultimately, Amy agreed that Jennifer and Sarah should move out, and they did. Other than this conflict between Ricky and Amy, the police could not identify any motive that Amy may have had to harm Ricky. Furthermore, she had an alibi for the time when Ricky was attacked. No progress was made in the case, and Amy continued with her life. She moved in with her parents and gave birth to a daughter named Kaylee. In early 1998, a man named Joey Green was arrested for a crime unrelated to Ricky's murder. Joey told the police that a man named William Hoffman was the killer. William, who went by the name Billy, worked at a Kmart, was a drug user, and was a small-time drug dealer. He lived within walking distance of Ricky's apartment. As it turns out, Billy had told several people he killed Ricky. The police arrested Billy in April 1998, and he went on trial in 1999. During his trial, he denied responsibility and pointed the finger at Joey Green. Despite this, Billy Hoffman was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The police assumed that the case had been solved. The killer had been brought to justice, and there was no more to the story. In 2002, after finding religion in prison, Billy sent a letter to Ricky's family. In the letter, he confessed to killing Ricky and apologized for his part in the murder. Investigators found Billy's use of the word part to be intriguing, almost like someone else was involved. They interviewed Billy in prison, where he shared a new and terrifying version of his story. Based on what Billy said, and a few other sources, here is what investigators were able to piece together about Ricky's murder. A few weeks before the attack, Amy Priesmeyer's friend, Jennifer Kellogg, asked Billy if he would be willing to kill someone. Billy said that he would. After this, Billy met with Jennifer and Amy in Ricky's apartment. Amy indicated the target was Ricky. The girls gave Billy gloves and potatoes to prepare him to commit the murder. Apparently, the girls believed that a potato could function as a suppressor, like Billy could shoot through a potato, and this would reduce the noise generated by the discharge of the firearm. The girls showed Billy the layout of the apartment.
My grandfather told me he tried using a potato silencer once because he heard that, and he took a .22 caliber rifle, squeezed a potato on the end, shot it, and he said it didn't make it any less noisy. He said, if anything, it was louder, and then there's just potato everywhere.
Apartment gave him a photograph of Ricky and described Ricky's routine. Ricky typically left work at around 5 p.m., parked his car in the garage, and would go directly upstairs to the bedroom. Billy indicated that he expected to be paid $500 to $1,000 for the murder, although he never made firm.
Jalen donated $2. Heart. Well, thank you, Jalen. Appreciate the donation.
Arrangements to get his money. For $100, Billy purchased a pistol from a friend of his named David Asbury. David and Joey Green took the gun to a desert and practiced shooting. They tried using a potato as a suppressor, but the potato was obliterated. The desert became a potato graveyard, a cruel end for a spud who just dreamed of being french fries. After this potato explosion incident, Billy decided he would use a pillow as a suppressor instead, but his plan was still half-baked, a fate which the potato would never enjoy. When the time came to kill Ricky, Billy overslept, therefore...
Dude, it's so easy to make homemade suppressors. Like, this person's clearly a fucking retard.
Before the murder was rescheduled for August 12th. On that day, Ricky left a note for Amy saying he would be home by 9 p.m., which was 4 hours later than normal. Amy called Ricky multiple times toward the end of his workday, wanting to know what time he would be home, and directing him to be home at 9 p.m. While Ricky was at work, Amy and Jennifer went to see Ricky's sister, Shaylin, at McDonald's where she worked. The girls insisted that she go to Baskin-Robbins with them, which Shaylin thought was unusual because they never stopped there before. Shaylin often went to Ricky's apartment after work, but Amy told her not to visit until after 9 p.m. because she and Ricky were going to work on their relationship. Sometime around 5 or 6 p.m., Amy and Jennifer picked Billy up from his apartment and drove him to Ricky's apartment. Billy had a claw hammer, a knife, a pillow, and of course a gun, which had been used to kill the potato. He waited in a closet in Ricky's bedroom. However, as I mentioned, Ricky was running late that day. Billy became bored waiting for Ricky, left the apartment, and started walking home. Using a motor vehicle, Amy and Jennifer intercepted Billy and directed him to return to the apartment because Ricky would be coming home soon. Billy returned to the apartment to wait for Ricky in the closet. When Ricky was done work, his father offered to get a drink with him, but Ricky declined, saying he had to get home because he and Amy were going to work on their relationship. After Ricky arrived home, he went to his bedroom, as expected. Billy exited the closet and struck Ricky with a hammer. Ricky turned around and yelled, at which time Billy shot him one time in the head. Billy did not even think to use the pillow as a suppressor and became worried that somebody may have heard the gunshot. He used the hammer to strike Ricky 2 more times in the head before leaving the apartment. To inform his conspirators that the job was complete, Billy sent the number 0 to Jennifer's pager. In 2005, the police arrested Amy, Jennifer, and David. Amy Priesmeyer went to trial. She was convicted on July 30, 2007. About 7 months later, she was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Jennifer Kellogg pleaded guilty to manslaughter and solicitation to commit murder. She received only 17 years in prison. She is no longer listed as an inmate. Presumably, she has been released. David Asbury pleaded guilty to being an accessory and received 2 years in prison. In 2012, a law passed in California which affected Amy's sentence. The law indicated that juveniles sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole could petition for resentencing after 15 years. In light of this change, Amy was offered a deal. She pleaded guilty to second-degree murder and was sentenced to 16 years to life in prison. In 2024, she was denied parole. Her next parole suitability hearing is scheduled for May 2027. Just like Amy, Billy Hoffman escaped his life sentence. His sentence was commuted by the governor of California, and he was released after serving 20 years. Now moving to my next.
Yes. Release the cold, hard, murderous criminals because reasons.
Here are my thoughts on a few areas that stood out to me in this case. Item number 1. Amy Priesmeyer has had a rough time in prison. She published an article on a website for prison writers where she revealed several complaints, including about being in solitary confinement. Amy claimed that the prison system in California avoids disclosure and responsibility for their dirty deeds. Her headphones came up missing, and the prison seized her television. There have been no toothbrushes, combs, or bars of soap available for 3 weeks, and a woman 4 cells down from her had a malfunctioning toilet for 2 days. Amy wrote, quote, "To think I am labeled as a felon, criminal, or possible threat to society is preposterous," unquote. She indicated that she had 2 serious rule violations in prison, which means she had just 2 bad days out of all the days she had been in prison. Amy compared this to a transportation officer who allegedly broke the speed limit and talked on a cell phone while driving her to court. It makes sense now that Amy was denied parole in 2024.
Yeah, really.
Item number 2, Billy Hoffman murdered Ricky Coles after Jennifer and Amy made the request. His level of commitment to the homicidal plan did not appear to be intense. For example, he overslept on one occasion, never finalized his payment arrangements, and had given up on the plan and was walking home when Jennifer and Amy sent him back to the apartment. After his confession in 2002, the police asked Billy about his motive. He didn't really know why he did it, other than he thought being a killer would be glamorous. His explanation is consistent with him telling several people after the fact. Billy just wanted to be a tough guy.
Why would you let the guy out?
And impress his friends. Item number 3.
Wow.
Amy's motive for the murder is unknown, but there are some clues available.
Why would you let these people out? Give them a life sentence. Don't ever let them leave.
As to what she may have been thinking. For example, when Ricky was in the hospital after being shot, Amy visited him. When it became clear that he was not going to survive, she entered his room and cried, saying she couldn't believe he was going to die because her birthday was coming, and he promised to buy her a car. Several days after Ricky's funeral, Amy visited a local fair where she laughed and appeared to have a good time. She told an acquaintance that Ricky had ruined her birthday. He impregnated her, therefore she could not get high and drunk. Furthermore, since Ricky was dead, he could not get her a car. I guess it's possible that Amy killed Ricky because she was mad about her pregnancy. However, it is also worth considering how Amy was upset that Ricky demanded that Jennifer and Sarah move out of his apartment. Maybe she killed him because he embarrassed her in front of her friends.
Yeah, don't ever let these people leave prison.
This could also explain why Jennifer was involved. Item number 4.
What the
fuck?
What
I think happened in this case? This is just a theory, my opinion. Amy Priesmeyer was self-centered, arrogant, impulsive, irresponsible, manipulative, deceptive, cold, callous, hedonistic, materialistic, sensation-seeking, angry, aggressive, violent, and had a sense of entitlement. Ricky Coles was a hardworking young man, but technically, being involved with Amy represented a criminal offense. He was 21 and she was 16, so there was a 5-year age difference. Furthermore, he was an adult and Amy was not. Back in 1997, enforcement of these types of offenses in California was inconsistent, but Ricky could have been charged with a misdemeanor or a felony, because an age difference greater than 3 years was a wobbler offense. Amy wasn't upset about the age gap, but she did get angry at Ricky about other issues. She conspired with Jennifer to find a hitman, which, unbelievably, wasn't that difficult. Amy surrounded herself with people who had poor judgment just like her. The most competent member of the murder team was the potato. After eliminating Ricky, Amy had a ton of regret, but not because of the murder part, rather because it prevented her from getting a car. In prison, Amy has repeatedly proven why she belongs there. She has
California, man.
Stinia also said he was an out and about Nazi because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up. You're such a baby, dude. I didn't actually know back then if Sam Hyde was like a full-on Nazi or not. I didn't know 100%. There was still like a little bit of doubt in my mind. I wasn't sure. But then when I started watching some of his like his serious podcast stuff, I was like, oh shit, this guy is like a super Nazi. This is in 2022. Oh yeah. Yeah, I was kind of leaning towards maybe him being a Nazi, but I didn't think, I didn't know at this point. I didn't really 100% think he was. It's funny because you can tell actually that I don't know that he's a Nazi because I don't really, I don't challenge him on like any Nazi tier stuff. I don't know if I even ask about it. Did I ask about the journalist stuff? This was before the boxing match too.
You got anyone you want to?
This was in August 27th, and I chatted with him. Oh. I chatted with him before this. Oh, so this was even before the Hassan shit. Hassan lies so much. Oh my God. Jesus. Also, just as a thing, like people like Bad Empanada like have actually tried to have me killed. Although we don't care about Bad Empanada because now he's based because Hassan uses him to attack me and anybody else who doesn't like his loaner box for a while. But he was trying to like tweet at like Hamas or whatever, or tagging like terrorist Twitter accounts while me and Loanerbox were in Israel and in the West Bank.
Platforming Sam Hyde, talking about murdering me with Sam Hyde, saying he would fund it.
I said I would fund Sam Hyde murdering you? What did I actually say in this? I'll fund you murdering Hassan?
I have to fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
Why do you hate Hassan so much? Jesus. So Hassan boxing match. You've got another match. Is that like a ring collaboration? Have like somebody like obviously Hassan, your favorite guy, is there somebody that you like really want to do something with, you have the opportunity to?
Yeah, I have to fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
It's my arch nemesis. You have no idea. Okay. I created Hassan 2 years ago. Yeah.
All jokes aside, I know you guys are not taking me seriously when I say stuff because it's like better to feel genre or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind.
Oh, back in August, he's put in effort. And he sources things.
Fight Hassan Piker. You know who that is?
It's my arch nemesis. You have no idea. I created Hassan 2 years ago. Yeah.
All jokes aside, I know you guys are not taking me seriously when I say stuff because it's like better to feel genre or whatever. But when I joined Twitch for the first time, I had a very specific goal in mind. And that goal has come to fruition largely because of Destiny, because of the help that he's giving me, and also on top of Destiny, helping me personally. Destiny himself already doing exactly what I want to do. So when people like David Pacman decide to come on Twitch, or people like Cockles decide to come on Twitch, this is an incredible thing. I love this. The alt-right have an absolute hole, a stranglehold on 2 years ago. Yeah.
You created him. I have to kill him.
Well, if you're fundraising for that, I would absolutely help you. He's been training. Did you see his videos?
I've seen this.
Oh, because he thinks that kill him here. I'm fundraising to assassinate Hassan Piker for when he's talking about his boxing match. Oh my god.
Yes, it was illuminating to watch him kick the pad with such ferocity.
You gotta get some scared. Okay, you want to?
Dude, Hassan is a fucking baby. Like, what a fucking weenus. Complaining about something like that.
Yeah. That's all you're like 6'5", right?
6'4.5".
Oh, okay, gotcha. When you reached out to him or his people?
Yeah, we reached out. We've communicated. I've talked to people, intermediaries who've talked to him about this topic. His excuse was that he couldn't platform me by accepting a fight. He wouldn't want to make me lend some of his fame and clout to me.
Listen, if there's any California lawyers, okay, I'm only paying you on contingency though, so only if you win, all right? Everyone would sue Hassan and represent me, okay? I would do it. You can throw my name on the lawsuit.
To the best of his ability, posting it on LSF, having it go super viral, only realized that he was aligning himself very openly in a hyper-brigaded post on LSF with an open neo-Nazi pedophile, and how bad that looked, deleting the post, getting one of his fans that posted that to delete the post, basically.
What? Wait, what?
Makes it glad they did more pathetic. Yeah, that's really interesting that Destiny also said he was an out-and-about Nazi because it didn't seem like he had any issues basically platforming Sam Hyde when Sam Hyde was talking about how he wanted to murder me, platforming Sam Hyde, talking about murdering me with Sam Hyde, saying he would fund it to the best of his ability, posting it on LSF, having it go super viral, only realized that he was aligning himself very openly in a hyper-brigaded post on LSF with an open neo-Nazi pedophile, and how bad that looked, deleting the post, getting one of his fans that posted that to delete the post, basically. The videos are still out there. Having conversations with Sam Hyde, where...
Do you think the dynamic you had with Sam is comparable to Hassan and Bad Banana's relationship? No, I don't understand how. I can't tell if it's like randos or if it's Hassan fans that are like trolling when they ask these questions. But no, if somebody has ideas that I disagree with, I push back on those ideas when we're collabing, whatever you want to call it, or chatting. At that time, I didn't really know that Sam was like an outright neo-Nazi. Again, like all of this is like, you can watch all of this shit on my stream. Like you can watch me go through the process of exploring and discovering, and I'm not really sure if he really means this or is this actually true or not. Like this is all super open stuff. If there's somebody that has like very disagreeable beliefs, who's like a political person on my stream, I'm basically always like talking about that or fighting with them. I don't co-sign opinions about people, or I won't bring somebody on to attack somebody else if this is a person that I super hardcore disagree with. I have a huge issue with that. Like I'm having issues aligning with lefties right now because I don't even know if it'll be disastrous in the future when we disagree on foreign policy things. I just don't do this. Meanwhile, Hassan will literally like retweet Nazi accounts and shit, actual Nazi accounts on Twitter to attack me and then amplify their attacks. Like,
where they actively talked about murdering me. But then again, this is far from the first, nor will it be the last Nazi that he's actually defended. He trolled about Asmund Moist Discord helping him with his video, didn't have any single blue by bringing in their names. Who was talking with Sam Hyde? Destiny was.
Wait, so you asked the DJ to remove the post from LSF, but you kept the video up on YouTube. It doesn't make sense. Yeah, I already told you, and I challenged the LSF admins. I think I said this even to Stale. No, I think I told them they should do it in the future. If the LSF admins want, although I don't know who has access to it now, I'm going to have access to my LSF channel. I have never, ever, ever asked for anything to be taken down ever from LSF. I have never... Wait, hold on. Let me think. I'm wondering if that's too strong of a statement. Now I'm wondering if there's any like copyright shit or anything I've ever requested taken down before. I can't think of anything I've ever asked to be taken down from LSF before. This is the LSF admins, because they have a server where streamers can beg for shit to be taken down that makes them look bad, because that's all they do. In January of 2022, I said, here's a random question. Can my Reddit account, New Destiny, ever get unbanned from the LSF subreddit? We've unbanned you now. Mod team here is very different to what it was a year ago, but checking through history, just make sure to not personally insult people as this breaks over one. And then a year and a half later, I said, is it okay to have political posts on LSF as long as we attach a charity to the politics? Oh, I got irritated because people like Hassan could keep dodging the no politics rule on LSF as long as they were doing some stupid fucking charity. So this is like a salty question. We allow a small amount of leniency on political posts related to charity if the focus is on the charity, not the politics. Obviously, this requires some case-by-case analysis from our mod team. The general approach is to try and weigh if the post helps the charity rather than inflaming political discussions. On September 26th, somebody says, why are you even engaging with that rat Destiny? He's full of shit and not to be trusted. What? LOL. Sale 2000. I see that, and they link so much. He did a takeover of the sub. I wonder if the new LSF admins even control this Discord even anymore. These are the only conversations I've ever had with LSF admins. I've never requested any. Somebody linked this for him being worn mask off.
I don't understand it. Like, I would never, like, I'm a Catholic boy.
Mm-hmm. It's not a religion. It's not a religion.
I'm a Canadian boy.
It's an ethnic thing. They have the highest, good God, that is frightening. That is a chilling, that is a frightening visage.
I wish I saw her in real life. I try to, and I call my wife first. I'm like, hey, Jess, is it cool if I try to me Schumer? She'd be like, yeah, you can have it.
They have the highest in-group loyalty, and they have a high enough IQ to disguise that that in-group.
These are all, I'm assuming he's talking about Jews. Also, like, just because I've heard these are, it's exhausting how much I've heard all these talking points. In-group loyalty is something that's often said about Jewish people. While they're trying to undermine the white race, they're also very loyal to their own group of people. It's supposed to demonstrate the hypocrisy of Jewish people by saying they tell white people that you need to be more accepting and you need to outbreed with other ethnic groups. Meanwhile, Jewish people are incredibly loyal, and they only in-group breed, so they know that there's an advantage of doing it because of their in-group loyalty, while they try to destroy the in-group loyalty of white people. I'm pretty sure if you look at the numbers, I think that Jewish women are actually out marrying at like high rates, but the idea that this is some sort of like, even if they weren't the idea of this being like a planned approach to redesigning society is a far jump from, even if some people do marry in-group more, it's just
group loyalty quite well.
I guess I think in-group loyalty is fucking cool.
Well, I mean, there's a case to be made for that, but unfortunately, if you don't have high in-group loyalty, you get eliminated, genetically doomed to be eradicated from the face of the earth as a group.
Really?
Yeah.
As a group, though.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Just ancient biblical warfare is still happening to this day, just under different names. It's
explain why someone like Asmongold would should take the silly Nazi stuff seriously. Maybe. I mean, I think that Sam Hyde does a good enough job, like kind of dressing it up into just kind of like economically populist messaging, so it sounds good. Remember, like any good ideology, it's gonna be like an abusive person. I'm negative about this. Like, there's not always like an abuser is not always bad, right? There's usually going to be some good aspect to an abuser, otherwise people wouldn't be attracted to them. But I mean, it's the same thing with like Nazi shit too. Like Hitler wasn't wrong about everything. You know, like they're going to make points that are going to resonate with everybody to some extent. It's just a matter of how well they can disguise some things and celebrate other things, I guess.
It's tribal warfare, and it's kind of seems unavoidable. I think it's unavoidable, the fact that tribal warfare is a thing. I mean, it happens in nature all the time. It happens with fucking trees. Do it. Trees favor other trees with they share nutrients, I think, and they favor trees that are more genetically similar to them than trees that are not.
Yeah,
so
birch trees don't fuck with any of the trees.
That's just the way of nature. And white people, I think, are currently getting beat down pretty hard with white guilt, and that's why they have this lowered.
Jesus Christ, dude. Why is it always trees? Hitler had a thing about like tree mating too in Mein Kampf.
And one reason why they have this lowered in-group loyalty, I think.
For now. We'll see if it'll change.
Yeah, we'll see.
But I guess the question is like, when you say it's not going away, right? How do you see it like playing out? You think we're just gonna get dragged into the three?
I don't know. I think if I was I'd be pretty fucking worried right now, because on Twitter people are getting like dragged. Like Twitter is like the Nazi. It's like Nazi. What the fuck? It's leftists that are doing. Twitter is like in my opinion, Twitter is it seems pretty well representative of what people actually think now. And whether you like it or not, the black people that I follow on Twitter, white people, the racists that I follow on Twitter, the stuff they're saying, it doesn't seem like there's anything really out of whack. Like there's any messages that are getting boosted too much on Twitter, like out of proportion to the way people feel. And it just seems the temperature right now is that people really don't like Brazilian, and it seems like it's getting safer and safer to say that. And
it means Jews, right?
I never thought I'd see the day.
I never thought I'd see the day. This model comparing Israel to Nazis. It's Israel that they say the issues with, but Israel is
Brazilian.
So if I was just not looking good, man, if I was looking to be worried. That's what I mean. It's not going away.
Good.
Welcome to the party. That's the only thing you can say. Well, I mean,
are they really going to like American Brazil? Like nothing's going to happen to them.
Well, no, that's not true.
Like a few of them get canceled.
Amy Schumer's not going to be killed, but everything is interdependent on everything else. And for fucking 100 years, the DA kind of controlled media, or been at the position of the highest position of power in media.
I'm ceasing to see the I'm stupid. Remember, I'm the mayonnaise guy. So there's a big ball in my head.
Why it's a bad thing? Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It feels like there's a huge change brewing. And it's just freaky.
See, I guess I saw it like that the whole time. I feel like people could have saw that the whole time because I didn't. I was expecting like the plumbers and everybody to be like, come on, and then you're like,
you think that Nick is as far right as Sam Hyde? I can't tell. Sam Hyde is a full retread of 2016 era neo-Nazi talking points. Fuentes seems to be a bit more in the ethnic nationalist kind of thing. Like he's a bit more not as Nazi as Sam Hyde. However, there's also.
I don't know how we can possibly fucking say that. Like, especially now that he's talked with Nick Fuentes for so long, it's clear what Nick Fuentes does. He's media trained, he's very media aware, he's a massive fucking liar, so he tries to go away from the Nazi rhetoric as much as he can, and he will promote basically Nazism light in the hopes that it will lead to full-blown Nazism. So he'll talk about ethno-nationalism and, America is fundamentally a white country. Whites made the nation. And there's a reason why America as a nation is so great, and it's because it's predominantly made up of white people. And why would you let, immigrants from other countries who aren't as successful come into America, because it's just going to alter the ethnic makeup of America, which made it great in the first place. And then he'll go into how white genes are better than other genes and, crap like that. And he'll also try to get people to think there's nothing wrong with having pride in your race, whether you're white, black, Asian. Everybody says, oh, black pride. Why is it such a problem to say white pride? And he'll try to stir these ideas in people to just support ethno-nationalism. But, like, he said this publicly. He wants to exterminate all Jews. He wants to wipe out every other fucking race of people. He wants to murder gays and shit like that. Like, we know exactly what he thinks, but, you know, the softer stuff about how he believes in racial superiority to some degree, and he just wants American isolationism, that's softer, and that's something that's more palatable, but we know he's a full-blown fucking Nazi.
Also the fact that Nazis, my understanding of it, my remembrance of it is Nazis hate Catholics. Holy fuck, they hate Catholics. And Fuentes is very much a Catholic, right? Fuentes is very much like a Catholic nationalist, like person.
I don't know how he could claim Nazis hate Catholics. The Catholic Church was very close to the Nazis. The Catholic Church helped Nazis flee to South America to avoid persecution. Hitler also cozied up to the Catholic Church. He identified as a Roman Catholic publicly, and he was indeed a Roman Catholic when he wrote Mein Kampf. Later on in his political career, it's with a reasonable degree of certainty we could say he was no longer Roman Catholic. That was for a variety of reasons. One being he thought Christianity was too soft a religion. He thought it like promoted weakness and wasn't violent enough, you know, stuff like that. He actually really loved Islam. He said he wished the German people's, you know, religion was originally Islam because it coincided with Nazism much better. And another aspect of it was Jesus was a Jew. So obviously if you're going to say Jews are evil and Jesus was a Jew, that kind of creates a conflict.
I think, right? Isn't Fuentes a big like Catholic Church guy, or am I making that up, or was he just Christian? I know they call it Christian nationalism, but wasn't Fuentes a big Catholic guy? I think he is, right? Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah, Nazis, neo-Nazis hate Catholicism and hate...
Yeah, Destiny laughed at me. I don't think he ever brought up Nick Fuentes in that discussion, but he said Nazis weren't Christian or Catholic or anything. There were fuck tons of Christian Nazis. Like, that's just retarded. Like, just because Hitler's inner circle, like Himmler definitely wasn't Christian. Just because they weren't, that doesn't mean you can't be a Nazi and be Christian. Like, that's just fucking retarded.
Hate Catholics.
Oh, you don't know Hollywood? And they're like, what? I watch Texas Ranger. And you're like, oh shit, I didn't know. I'm on the retard side.
I just assume everything's intentional. I have a different sort of take on these things. I assume that the allowing of this pushback to happen is intentional, and we'll push backs closer to the wall and make the reprisal more extreme. I just assume everything's scripted.
Well, when you assume that everything's intentional and scripted, what you're assuming is that people have...
Isn't it the KKK that hates Catholics, not Nazis? No, Nazis hated them too. Hitler hated Catholics.
Someone somewhere has the ability to perfectly plan something. Mm-hmm. And what have we ever planned that's gone even 50% the way that we thought it would?
I guess nothing.
Literally nothing.
Nothing.
And like, even like World Peace 2 was successful, but it wasn't successful because anybody planned it that way. It was successful because ingredients and like things came together organically, and we hadn't lost our...
Elon Musk have as much political power as they do. I think it's very bad. But the reason why I think that a lot of people aren't going to be as sympathetic is because there have always been people like that, like Bill Gates, or you could look at like George Soros or something like that. I think George Soros is a bit overblown. But, you know, as another example, you have Jeff Bezos, Mark.
In agreement with the Catholic Church, in 1933, almost 40% of Germany's population was Roman Catholic. As a minority in a country with a Protestant majority, Catholics had always felt vulnerable to accusations that they were not true Germans because of suspicions that they took orders from Rome. Over the years, they had protected their rights by organizing and supporting the Catholic Center Party. Now, as the Nazis were outlying opposing political parties, Catholics had to decide whether to continue to support the party. So, in July 1933, Hitler and Pope Pius VI signed a Concordat, or treaty. Historian Fritz Stern explains, on the face of it, the Vatican had scored a great triumph. No government under Weimar had been willing to sign a Concordat, which would recognize the principal rights of the Church, rights that presumably would render it immune from the kind of persecution it had suffered in the past. By the terms of the Concordat, the Church renounced all political activities. In turn, the state guaranteed the right to free worship, circulate pastoral apostles, to maintain Catholic schools and property. Vatican had reason to be satisfied. Catholic rights had been put on a new basis. At the same time, a regime had been strengthened that seemed to correspond to the Vatican's sense of that Mussolini and Hitler were indispensable bulwarks against Bolshevism. Hitler had even more reason to be satisfied. The Concordat was his first international agreement, and it vastly enhanced his respectability in Germany and abroad. Great moral authority had trusted his word, but did the Vatican really believe the National Socialism would abide by the Concordat? Was there really much likelihood that the regime would leave untouched a rival organization with its own dogmas with such sweeping power over education? The months and years after the Concordat was signed, the Nazis regularly violated the agreement by shutting down some Catholic organizations, confiscating church property, interfering with Catholic newspapers, imprisoning or murdering clergy and other church leaders, but the Pope did not openly criticize the Nazis until 1937. By then it was too late. Roman Catholic opposition at this point was limited to isolated individuals who could easily be removed from their positions. I'm pretty fucking sure Hitler did at some point identify as a Roman Catholic. Yeah, Hitler was born to a practicing Catholic mother, was baptized in the Roman Catholic Church. Father Alois was a freethinker, skeptical of the Catholic Church. So Hitler was a mama's boy. Hitler was a massive, massive fucking mama's boy. So it would make sense if Hitler was growing up, he would identify as a Roman Catholic. Maybe I'm tripping, but I swear it was either in Mein Kampf or it was in his speech when he was sentenced to prison that he openly identified as a Roman Catholic. First legislative hearing I ever attended. For some reason, Catholics are not eager to claim Hitler. Even today, when I refer to Hitler's Catholicism in conversation or speech, it immediately becomes apparent that I have said something not quite nice, and I'm often challenged nonetheless. I then explain, know that many modern tyrants, whether petty tyrants, such as Nixon, or more successful tyrants as Hitler, have regarded themselves as exemplary Christians. Born and bred Catholic, he grew up in a religion and in a culture that was anti-Semitic, and in persecuting Jews, he repeatedly proclaimed he was doing the Lord's work. He said that many times in Mein Kampf. You'll find in Mein Kampf, therefore, I am convinced that I am acting as the agent of the Creator. By fighting off the Jews, I'm doing the Lord's work. Hitler said it again at a Nazi Christmas celebration in 1926. Christ has the greatest early fighter in the battle against the world's enemy, the Jews. That work that Christ started but could not finish, I, Adolf Hitler, will conclude. In a Reichstag speech in 1938, Hitler again echoed the religious origins of his crusade. I believe today that I am acting in the sense of the Almighty Creator. By warding off the Jews, I'm fighting the Lord's work. Hitler regarded himself as a Catholic until he died. I am now, as before, a Catholic and will always remain so, he told General Engel, one of his generals, in 1941. There was really no reason for Hitler to doubt his good standing as a Catholic. The Catholic press in Germany was eager to curry his favor, and the princes of the Catholic Church never asked for his excommunication. When Hitler narrowly escaped assassination in Munich in November 1939, he gave the credit to the province. Now I am completely content, he exclaimed. The fact that I left the Bergen-Brockeler earlier than usual is a corroboration of Providence's intervention to let me reach my goal. Catholic newspapers thought the Reich echoed this, declaring that it was a miraculous working of Providence that had protected the Führer. Later, the Pope was to publicly describe Hitler's opposition to Russia as High-minded in gallantry in defense of the foundations of Christian culture. So at least up until 41, he claimed he was Catholic. I know he didn't attend church service and everything, but at least up until 41, he was telling his generals that he was Catholic.
Zuckerberg, like all these people have been doing this for years, right? It's not okay, it isn't. But
remember, never, ever, ever any specific examples on anything ever. It's always important because you're creating the environment to give people a way to feel about a thing, but it doesn't really matter what the facts are, which is why we'll never give an example of anything these people have done that we think is objectionable or questionable.
Well, the problem is that when you create a game and then somebody beats you at your own game, you can't say that the game is rigged. You see what I'm saying?
I put out.
Well, in 1939, the Pope had summons snuck into German Catholic churches to denounce Hitler, and Hitler had to briefly stop Action T4 in 1941 when people found out what he was up to. I thought he was a positive Christian which rejected the Old Testament. I don't know anything about that. Like, I'm not saying Hitler didn't butt heads with the Catholic Church. Obviously, if there was any political dissent within the Catholic Church, Hitler would try to snuff it out, but that has nothing to do with Hitler in his own mind thinking he's, Catholic. Also, the official Catholic position was that the Jews killed Jesus. Well, yeah, that would also make sense why Hitler would identify as Catholic.
A tweet, and the Swifties had melted the Capitol switchboard, which they crashed Ticketmaster. I have no doubt that the Swifties could crash the Capitol switchboard. We probably wouldn't be having the same kind of conversation.
When you ask what game is he talking about, remember, the conservative strategy is to always convince you that the Democrats have always been doing this, and now we're just doing what the Democrats have done. That's always the game plan, right?
We'd be like, look at democracy in action. Look, people are motivated. This is exciting. So I would say it's not Elon.
Don't you think that Asman is just talking out of his ass like a typical uncle? He seems like he just goes off of vibes and is just a useful idiot that is getting mined by Nazis. Do I think that he's like legitimately a super conservative and that's like ideologically where he's coming from? No, but he's either been so audience captured or so information captured that he just basically becomes indistinguishable from any like far right MAGA conservative. He'll repeat every single MAGA conservative talking point without questioning them. He has very little, if any, skepticism for the MAGA side. So he'll just repeat all the talking points uncritically to his audience.
Asmongold is a complete and utter fucktard, dude.
So I would say it's not Elon Musk. And it's not even what he's doing. It's the results people don't like. They didn't like that a quote, bipartisan bill.
Yeah, they don't like that they won, that it worked. That's the problem. Is that they did it and it worked. That's why they're mad.
No, Jasmine took Finn, Faye, and BMO. I'm keeping Gummy, Chicken, and Chungus. So Chicken and Chungus are the two rabbits, and Gummy's my cat.
Really just a giveaway. When Santa Claus had come to Washington and everybody was getting what they wanted, that got tanked, and that's what people are upset about.
Yep.
It is interesting, though. Would you let me know when Taylor Swift does that, Katie? You let me know when Taylor Swift decides a call to action about specific legislation, and we can have that conversation.
She did. She did with the reproductive rights and with Roe versus Wade.
Reproductive rights is not really federal legislation at all. Roe v. Wade has nothing to do with federal legislation. Broadly championing a policy is a lot different than telling congressmen to pull the plug on a particular bill when you are politically influential due to your financial proximity to the president-elect. It's not even remotely the same thing, but I don't know if Asman even knows the difference between a bill from Congress or the Constitution or the difference between the Supreme Court and a congressman. But again, these are all just like the conservative talking points. It's always all the same.
This guy doesn't even brush his teeth. Like, what do you expect? All right. Well, it is late. It's almost 1 a.m. and I kind of want to stick to a good sleep schedule. So I'll be on tomorrow. I had to take an afternoon nap today, which is why the stream started slightly later. Started at like 7 or something. But yeah, I should be on tomorrow around the same time. Hopefully a bit earlier, like around 5, 6. But I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And see you all tomorrow night.